use those equations to go and validate it. So fuck off and go and do it instead of crying to us about what's in a book. Get your head out of the book and go and have a look into the real world.
Dude, I'm talking to you. You can do it. You're the one that wants evidence. You go find it.
Okay, Donnie, how about you... Coward.
Shouldn't mute him.
Yeah, what's up, Matrix?
Hello, Mark. What's today's coping session?
Sorry?
Sorry, I just said that last clown. No, you're all good, mate. I don't know if you've met that other one, that Grumman fella. He's only a young, probably only 18-ish. And yeah, just a complete bookworm. Because it says in book, therefore is reality. The kid needs to get out and suss out what's going out in the real world.
Yeah.
Oh,
not too much book learning.
Oh, no, he's had way too much. That's the problem. There's nothing wrong with that.
Ain't never, what is the expression? Ain't never cut no pigs, or whatever.
There's nothing wrong with it, as long as you can associate it with reality, and he doesn't. That's the problem.
Why are you so afraid
book says, therefore. Done.
Why are you so afraid of doing it yourself?
Why are you so afraid of showing us?
Wait,
this is not our claim. This is your claim, Grumman. Your claim. So you're the one that's got to provide the evidence. Not tell me I've got to go and provide your evidence. Doesn't work like that.
You're the one who is making the positive claim of, we don't measure...
You're the one who put forward the positive claim, boy. Haven't you considered that? You were the one that posted the evidence. You can go and validate, verify, or prove it. Not hand it to me and say, I've got it, you've got to go and do it for me. No, no, no. You're the one that posted it. You're the one that can go and do it and verify it.
I made a claim, I posted evidence for that claim. You made a claim back, you have not provided evidence for that.
You haven't posted, you haven't backed anything.
The manual is the evidence.
Yeah, but we analysed what you're posting as evidence, and we don't accept it, we reject it, and we're giving you our reasoning why. But you won't accept that.
Okay, you haven't, though. You just said no.
You have a disconnect. You have a disconnect between reading it on paper and verifying it's happening in real life.
Because that's a manual that is used by surveyors.
And what's your oh, well, we've hit targets before, therefore it must be true.
We've hit targets using these calculations. Therefore, something in the calculations is correct.
How do you know that?
The fact that it's on the firing table and it's from 1942.
They've also missed targets with those calculations too. So go figure.
And we went through that as well. We went through when they miss their fucking target, they're just going to adjust. And they're going to adjust until they hit it. And then they're going to move on to the next target. And they're not going to think
They hit the target and they miss the target the same amount of times. So you can try all you want. You're either going to hit it or miss it. You're only going to get close. That's it. That's all. No Earth curve.
I don't think Yoder can talk right now, but he did write something really cool in the chat. So.
Anyway, as I said, accounting for Earth curve would be screwing themselves.
So he's just going to lift the needle up and skip back and go again.
You're wasting ammunition. That's what I mean by screwing yourself.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
If the military, as you guys say, knows Earth isn't a sphere, why would they have that? Knowing that they would just be
Here's an idea.
Ammo.
Why don't you get off, go and pick your phone up, ring them up and ask them.
They don't
hey guys, why are you screwing yourselves over using these fucking stupid tables when there's a whole room full of flat earthers and they're just saying this is bullshit? Go and ring them up and ask them. And I know what the answer's going to be. Civilian, fuck off. Click.
They don't use it. Yeah, they don't use Earth curve for firing long distances.
Yes, they do. It's on the firing table.
No, they don't. No, it's not.
Yes, they do. I posted the firing tables. Not. Yes, it is.
Yeah, see, Radwin's talking about real-life application. You're talking about textbook.
The textbook No, dude, the firing table, the thing that is.
You want me to go back a couple hundred years and dig out a textbook that'll tell you, women that do certain things are certified witches? Will you go with that?
Not at all relevant.
It's the equivalent.
No, it's
on
not.
Text. Therefore,
no, it's not.
True.
See, the difference between a textbook and the firing table is the firing table is used in practice. It's the firing table.
I asked you how you verified that. The best you've got is they hit targets.
And you know what they'd say when you don't hit the target? Oh, the grains must be a little different in your shells. So you'll have to adjust for that. The end.
Yeah, the most common type of missing your target was to the side or over.
Hellcat, do you
So what are you saying? The tables are wrong?
No, it means I guess there's wind downrange somewhere you didn't account for.
That's what I said.
Hellcat, do you know that they ran tests from the USS Iowa? They lobbed missiles downrange, right? And the spread was 250 yards. The Earth curvature thing is 30 yards. So even if they take that into account, it's still within their error margin. Do you understand? They wouldn't even understand it. They would just keep doing their stupid globe calculation. But it wouldn't matter because the spread was higher than the error.
Hell yeah, and the shell was probably not exactly right, and there was probably more wind than we thought, and we just have to adjust for it. Don't you get it, dude? You don't punch the numbers in and the tank blows up. That's crazy talk.
And these tests were done when?
Every day, the military do these tests.
I'm talking
every
about
day.
Specifically these tests.
Every day. Yeah, every day they do this kind of stuff.
Considering battleships are all retired, I'm going to go with no, they don't. So, when were the tests on the Iowa done?
They would have done these tests for them battleships too.
Yeah, they don't do it now. I'm asking when this study was done.
I'm sure the military retired all of their fleet of ships.
Hey, actually, how about you go and look it up, like you told us to go and do with your bullshit?
How about you just post a measurement of curvature?
Didn't say the military retired their fleet of ships. I said they retired the battleships. There are still naval ships.
Yeah. There's other ships that fire guns then, so the end.
Yeah, they're called destroyers, not battleships. We're talking about battleships.
It doesn't matter.
And you know what the truth is, right, regarding ships that are still in service? It's highly unlikely you'll ever see the real manuals used to operate them.
Oh, hell no. It's all passed down.
Yeah, because
just like any other job. It's just like any other job.
Because they're still in service, it would be, protected information.
Yeah, it's one, protected information, and two, it's computers. It's not people.
Yeah. So you're talking about battleships from, 1940s, 50s?
World War II.
Yeah, and like, you don't think they would have done firing tests with these battleships?
Yeah, they did. I'm asking when the tests... Yeah, I'm asking when the tests you are talking about were done.
Well, if Yoda can post that, if he knows, in the chat.
Oh, it says 19... Is this 1980s? Yeah, 1980s. Oh, 1980s is also the year that one of the guns decided to blow up on the Iowa. That's funny. Forgot about that incident.
It's because they calculated for Earth curve.
No, it's because they over-rammed the powder.
Oh, see? Too much powder. So how can your calculations do anything, dude?
Professor, I said the gun blew up. I didn't say it missed.
How can those calculations do anything when they're stuffing powder in there? That's not all computer controlled.
The calculations are for elevation of the gun and direction of turning the barrel.
Exactly.
which is done after the gun has already been sealed in the breech.
No, which is done after you do your first shot, and then you start dialing it in.
It's done before you take your shot. You load
Yeah,
the
you try to get close before your first shot. Of course, you don't shoot it behind you and then start spinning around, goofball.
But what happened on this instant was the gun exploded because the powder.
Good.
It's fucking irrelevant.
Powder was overran.
Nobody gives a shit.
Nobody cares.
Well, you're trying to just lie about it.
I'm glad it blew up. Now we don't have to talk about that one.
You're saying that it blew up because of like too much powder or whatever. It just at least let me over-ramming. The powder was set off before the breech was shut.
Nobody asked you if fucking 1980 is an interesting year. One of the guns blew up. Nobody fucking cares. Bring measurements of Earth curve. That's what this channel's for.
So that you can just say nah, like you did. This is not like
aviation subreddit or battleship subreddit. You can just fucking circle jerk talking about gun sizes and engine size and all this. This is Flyer channel.
Yeah, is this dude ever going to talk about the channel topic, or is he always going to come in and talk about weird shit that nobody gives a shit about?
Is Drace going to provide evidence for his claim that that the people shooting the guns admit they don't use the corrections? Or is that just another claim that I'm going to see?
We have people in here that have fired guns that tell you that.
So.
Fired.
Here's an idea for you, kid. Something for you to think about. Here's something for you to think about. Maybe those charts are put out for the specific purpose of if someone steals them, they won't know how to operate the machinery because it won't work properly. Maybe the military does know it's flat, and that's just a ruse for clowns like yourself.
It doesn't even matter. What don't you guys get about you're only going to get close, and then you have to dial it in from there?
Yeah, that's the same thing with actual, like, shoulder-fired artillery as well.
You're on moving objects, looking at other moving objects.
And they account for that, too. They account for their motion as well.
How can they account for
with a 200 and what?
How can they account for the next wave that's coming to that other boat?
What do you mean? They account for the movement of their boat.
I mean, what's the deviation of a boat just from being in waters itself?
For a ship that size, I would imagine it's not too much.
Something, though, surely. I mean, this is a side thing. It must rock to some extent, but it is probably minuscule.
Brother, the Drace. Okay, Drace is... Yeah, he's in here. Drace, the article you posted is from 1998. They've been retired since then.
What, you're offended that the article's older than you?
I'm annoyed that he's posting it.
He said it's interesting but unrelevant. I don't know if he was saying that about the article, though.
Dude,
so you're going to address what Yoda posted up there, Grumman? About the difference between the spread and the calculated bullshit curvature difference? Or are you just going to go, I don't like the sound of that, and just keep on soldiering through?
What other factors do you think they have to take into account?
Did I mention anything about factors? I said spread.
What other factors can induce spread?
Did I say anything about factors? We'll try again. I mentioned spread. How are you? Did you address what Yoda said about it? Yes or no?
What other factors can induce spread?
Too much powder, too little powder, too much wind, not calculating for the cycle
Swell.
of your ship, the swells in the ocean, swells on the other side, all that. Yeah.
I mean, any distortions in the barrel too from usage.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about when the tests were done, because the age of the barrel also matters.
Who cares? You're just bringing up bullshit excuses to fucking dodge it. That's all, Aaron.
That's a weird fucking cope, dude.
Yup.
The weird cope that things wear down.
Hey kid, the spread at 30 Ks is 250 yards. If you allowed for your bullshit curvature corrections, that's 30 yards. The spread is greater than your calculations. So your calculations means 5/8 of sweet diddly. Please comprehend that.
Yeah,
you can sit there and go through your charts. They mean nothing. Here's an idea. What we're shooting at is to the north. We shoot north, we miss, we aim again.
And what do you account
You are just
for when
coping.
you aim again?
So all you're doing is just coping.
Mate, how do you...
You would analyze how your shot missed,
aim again?
and then you would account.
Well,
Yes,
you see
and
the
how
big
would you
splash
aim?
just to the right-hand side of the thing you're aiming for, and you go, we just landed to the right. I might go a little bit to the left. Congratulations, you're a pro gunman now.
And if you miss by in front of, or... like, if you hit short, what do you do?
Sounds like you're coping. Use your brain.
Raise
What
your
would
turret.
you do?
Raise your gun.
I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen to a shell between leaving the barrel and hitting its target. Let's not even get into like unknown defects, right? The shell is slightly misshapen, right? Got pass quality control, all this type of stuff. I mean, these are edge case things, but they exist. I mean, if you agree with us on this, Grumman, what does it feel like the globe just disappears for you? It doesn't have to. It can still exist for a little while longer, but you can concede to this point. Shit, did Lats get a new profile pic? Or is that a different Lats? No, it's Lats.
Oh no, that's the same one. Sorry, I'm just using another account. Just depending on the device I'm on. Sorry to confuse.
No, it's alright. It was momentary. I looked at the profile name. How'd things go with that Val chick? Kind of stepped out once Jedi was speaking with her.
Went and had a break and came back, and there was another young fella popped in, and she asked him if he was a flat earther, and then went silent, and that's all we heard.
Oh, okay, cool. Kind of felt like things were going to go down in flames with her, to be honest.
I think the
Because
language barrier
she'd
in that
already
one was
gone to
most
the
of the
point
issue.
way before she started speaking with Jedi, saying, "Yeah, I need to go off and do my research about this," you know. But we kind of kept just speaking to her, you know, and she seemed decent, though. Hopefully she'll be back around. And keeps looking into it. Just, I think that's something we don't do too well here as flat earthers. Is like we keep grilling people long past. Well, they're overcooked, basically. We need to give them a chance to go away and think on things, you know. I mean, average people get fucking information overloaded in 2 hours worth of some topic they're at university for, some class, you know? Never mind this stuff, which is like, it's a lot of information, and it's a worldview shattering topic into the bargain. By God, I thank my lucky stars that I never had to experience being entirely wrong to a bunch of flat earthers. That must be one hell of an ego blow.
They're like, oh shit. I don't know shit after all.
Well, I mean, it's hard enough coming to that point in your life anyway, you know, because everybody gets there with age. You finally get humbled by something, and you're like, right, I need to wise up. You know, but to have it be like fly earthers that walk you through it, the people that the whole world told you were the dumbest fucks in existence. Yeah, it must be difficult. Like, I wish it didn't have to be that way, but you know, it's not our fault that the rest of society's conditioned people to see it all that way, you know? Shouldn't be this whole us versus them thing or any competitive nature. It should just be human beings sharing information about the world with each other, all on the same team. But we see so many Glovers that come through here, man, and they just suffer so badly from that. They'll disagree with you down to the letter, just because you're a flat earther saying it. And Grumman is suffering badly from this since he's came here. Trace, you still on the mic, or you only text?
I can speak. What's up?
Yeah. Looks like he's just doing some reset here. He's now going to co-opt the entire 250 yards and say that's all about Earth Curve. That's all because of Earth Curve.
I was just reading that. Yo, there's nothing to get.
Where's he getting that from?
What doesn't he understand? That with or without calculating for Earth Curve, that there's a 250-yard spread. If you allow for Earth Curve, it gets you, 30 more yards or 60 yards? Whoop-de-doo.
30 yards.
Those shells that are getting...
way.
Grumman, there's a 250-yard spread. Do you understand that?
Yeah, that's natural dispersion.
Excellent. Just a yes will suffice. I don't need a 4-page essay to go with it. Right. If they do or if they do not allow for Earth curvature, you do understand that that number still falls within that 250 yards.
You just said 30.
Yes or no? If they do or if they don't, it doesn't matter because it will still fall within that 250 yards.
Yeah.
Excellent. So your Earth curvature claims mean nothing. You can't account for it by saying, hey, they fire, therefore it works, because we're just going to say, well, don't worry about using the charts. They fire, therefore it works. So it goes for both sides.
So basically, they can fire the gun, not account for Coriolis, not account for curve, and hit the target dead on.
Okay, your evidence for them doing that is what?
The margin of error, dumbass.
No, because the margin of error is separate.
No,
You
the
can't.
margin of error is far greater than your correction. So it'll hit regardless of your correction. If it hits based
No,
on
if you don't account for Earth curve, you're going to hit short.
Through.
You're going to hit short
Yeah,
nonetheless.
and
Even if you
you do
remove
go
the
back.
error, you're going to hit short.
No, that is your assumption that if you remove the air, you would hit short. There's no evidence for that. What we have evidence for is that when you don't account for Coriolis or Earth curve, you can still hit the target perfectly.
Okay, has there been a time where they haven't done that?
Yes.
Okay, where?
We've had multiple people from within the military come and testify that they don't use the corrections.
Okay, so your evidence is where, other than these people say?
Yeah, that's just testimonials. However, like we just explained to you, even if you did use the corrections, you could still hit the target, even if the corrections were wrong.
Okay, maybe he needs a visual representation. Some people can't do this. Grumman, grab yourself a piece of paper. Anywhere on that bit of paper, I want you to put an X. That is where you're aiming for. That's what you're hoping to hit. Now, on that X, I want you to draw a circle of 260 units. All right, around that X. So there's a nice circle around it. Then inside that circle, I want you to draw one with only 30 units. Notice how the little 31 fits inside the 250? That means that the little circle can go anywhere inside that and you could still get a hit. That little circle is you allowing for your Coriolis and your alleged curvature, which you've still got to prove to us. See how it still fits within the big circle? That's the problem, bruv.
I didn't invoke
You
Coriolis.
are still, Grumman, you still are inside that big circle. So it doesn't matter what corrections you're claiming, you're still within that. If it was the other way around, however, you may have an argument. But
okay, and what about the shells that did hit the target?
Okay, question. What's the range of the explosion? What's the range of the explosion of the shells?
Answer my question.
A shell goes bang, how much area gets fucked up? What's the range of the shell? As an explosive, how much big an area is it?
For a shell of that type to do damage, you have to hit your target.
They hit the water, they still go bang. How much area
No, they don't.
do they wipe out?
They don't go bang when they hit the water, they just sink.
How much of an area do they wipe out?
Why can't you answer my question about what happens if you
Because it's not relevant.
Yes, it is.
It's not. You're still outside your fucking... You're not within the range. Don't you... You can't comprehend that, can you? You're claiming... Listen carefully. You're claiming that a 30-yard difference is going to overcome a 250-yard spread. That's what you're claiming.
The 250 yards is from other things.
The 250 yards has to be factored in also. So you've got your, hey, I'm going to move 30 yards. Congratulations, I've calculated for curvature. And because of all of these other things, you're fucked.
So you account for both.
Okay, so let's say we're counting for curvature and we're counting for Coriolis and we're not aiming where the ship is, and then we shoot the round and it doesn't hit where the ship is, and then we correct and aim for the ship. How did that prove the globe?
Because you're accounting for Coriolis and curvature, and you've hit.
No, you didn't hit the ship when you tried to do that.
Yeah, and then you correct to the side and
then you aimed
on.
Then you corrected your original correction, and you hit the ship.
You correct the side direction because you shouldn't be leading your ship.
Coriolis, yeah.
And you're still accounting for curvature.
No. Like, you also had to also raise the barrel a little bit because you thought there was curvature there.
You would lower the barrel.
It's an illusion. The ship isn't there. It's a hollow. It's an optical illusion because I believe it's a globe.
Drace, you would lower the barrel, not raise it.
Oh, whatever, man.
If you fall short, you raise the barrel. And if you raise the barrel and you hit it...
But you shouldn't because you aimed accurately, so you're full of shit.
The point is, your corrections didn't hit the target because the margin of error is far greater than your correction. So you could correct all day and never hit the target because you were unlucky.
And then what if you hit the target from correcting for everything?
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Because I cannot use your corrections and still hit the target, so it doesn't prove anything. Are you dumb?
No, you can't.
redundant.
Because you will fall
redundant.
short.
Oh, so now he knows what can't as well.
No, I can hit the target because it's within the error margin.
It's within the
dumbass.
margin. He could go long also and still hit. Don't you get that, Grumman? You're aiming for the X. There's a big circle around that. You're going to land somewhere in that big circle. Now, if you're aiming for X and factoring in your 30 yards difference, are you still within that big circle? Yes, you are. You can do this, mate. I know you can do it. I know you're hurting because flat earthers are telling you the truth and you don't like that.
No, it's because you're wrong.
Is that it? Nuh-uh, you're wrong.
You're acting like this is some own. Shooting a battleship is that's those
is what?
circles?
And you're a professional in this. Please enlighten us all how you've got multiple years of naval experience.
Can you calm down?
You think this is not calm? You better brace yourself, sunshine.
You are literally yelling.
You are literally
Like,
not
calm
yelling.
down.
Fucking start that.
Don't
now,
aggravate him.
then. Now that you're on the back foot, don't start that bullshit. Be a man.
Okay, then stop
Don't be a little
yelling at
pussy
me
bitch.
when I'm being calm.
He is not yelling at you.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Your tone policing has no
Hello.
effect. Stop being a wussy and just man up.
Don't yell at
Stop
me.
yelling at random people. Yes, tone.
Oh no,
police.
he yelled at me. I've just got my feelings hurt. You want to cuddle? Like, seriously.
No, it's not.
Toughen
that
up, kid.
it hurts my
He's
feelings.
not
It's
yelling
that
at
it's not
you.
an
You
intelligent
just don't
way
like
of
the
talking
tone of
to
his
people.
voice, and because he is raising the tone of his voice, you don't like it. Just stop this commentary and face the fact.
No, it's because it doesn't.
He just wants
Show
to get away from
intelligence.
this
Just face
feeling
the
argument,
facts.
Drace.
Just face the
Wants
facts.
to get away.
If something's hitting within 250 yards, and you're aiming that center of that circle at your target, it could be going 125 yards in either direction of that target. Do you understand that?
And you still haven't answered my question about
Do
what
you
happens if you
understand
get a
that?
dead-on bullseye.
Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Can
so
you
if
answer
your
my
correction,
question?
If your correction only has 50
You're just not going to
yards-
answer the question.
Because it's
We're
not
gonna finish
relevant.
This line of, we're
Yes,
gonna
it
finish
is.
This line of questioning, okay?
Okay, you get a bullseye, you get a bullseye. High five, happy days. Move on.
And you got a bullseye.
It
by
means
accounting
nothing.
for everything.
Grumman, you've got this idea in your head that because some guy lines something up and it falls within, number one, the bullshit that you're feeding us, and number two, within the margin of error, 250 yards, therefore the lining up is perfect. It doesn't mean sweet diddly. Can you not comprehend that?
It falls within both the margin of error and the
It falls
accounting
within
for
the
Earth.
margin of error.
Shut
That's
the
correct.
fuck up. Holy shit.
Wrong person. It falls within the margin of error. So like I said, on your piece of paper, draw a fucking great big circle of 250 units. It will land somewhere in there. That's it.
It's actually not even the margin of error. It's just the size of the spread. So if you aimed at the same spot and you kept shooting, that's the difference in the round spread. It's not the margin of error for your first shot, which could be way off. Dumbass.
Due to other factors.
Yes, which are far greater than your assumed corrections.
That you haven't even verified are actually taking place.
My question is, when you hit that bullseye, accounting for the fact that it's going to spread, and accounting for Earth curve, what does that mean?
Do you think
It means you got fucking lucky.
Hold on, Matrix. Do you think all them factors
That's what I was waiting for. I was
Do you
waiting
think
for that.
all the factors that were involved in creating that 250-yard spread don't still apply?
It's not what I'm saying.
I'm asking you a question. All the factors involved in that 250-yard spread are nothing to do with Coriolis or curvature.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Right. So if you hit the target, then them factors were just in alignment for you.
The stuff that directly has to do with Coriolis and curvature is that 30 yards. So if you hit within that 30 yards, that means you correctly accounted for not only
But you can't because the spread's greater than the 30. That's the bit that you can't lock onto.
Yeah, you don't understand that if I don't account for Coriolis and curvature and then still hit the target, and you hit the target while accounting for it, what do we have then?
Do you have evidence of them not accounting and still hitting it? Or even within that margin?
Yeah, so it doesn't prove anything, dumbass.
Yeah, it's kind of what we started with half an hour ago. This is not evidence of a globe. Try again.
And I don't want to call you a dumbass. You sound like a smart kid. You sound like you like to read. You like to learn
Not
things.
in here.
But damn.
I don't know why he keeps jumping in and out and then switching to chat and VC.
Because he gets his feelings hurt.
He wasn't even muted. He just left.
When you said to him that it all means nothing, that because you haven't provided evidence of curvature, that's it. It was as soon as you didn't even finish the tour and the curvature, and he was gone.
Yeah, I know. It's like, okay, I just wanted to say them, but you know, for our sake, we'll say, you know, you hit the target, right? You don't keep firing fucking shells after you've blown up the target. Yeah, oh, should we fire a few more to check if that curvature's really there?
Maybe Yoda might get something out of him this time. How do you measure 30 yards with a 250-yard measuring device?
Yeah, it's just talking about the random distribution of the cells. You could literally not move the barrel and keep firing, and the random distribution of the shots is going to be within 250 yards of where you're aiming, roughly.
This is what we consistently find regarding the globe, is that the margin of error in whatever instrumentation far outweighs anything to do with the globe if it was real anyway. And that's why it can survive in the shadows as well as it does, right? It can survive on these manuals without really sticking out like a sore thumb. Because even if it was real, it's minuscule, you know?
Yeah. That's how they kind of get away with everything. Like, the Earth is so big, like, so you wouldn't be able to see anything or measure anything, and it would be so small. But when you actually go down into the math, well, you should be able to measure the curve. You should be able to, like, they claim the horizon is the Earth curve, so we should be able to see that, and we should be able to measure this orbital motion and Earth rotation, all these things playing together. They should have effects that we should be able to measure, but we just don't. And I mean, I wish, like, the next Glober, like, when I came to this, I wish that the globe was true, but it just isn't. And, like, it's an uncomfortable truth to face, but you kind of have to face it when you're faced with the reality of the situation, or you're going to have to turn delusional and spiral into some kind of insanity.
You know, like, I think the real fear for Globers is not losing the whole reality of the globe, space, all that. I think it's losing this perception that the human being next to them is trustworthy, just blindly.
You're certainly correct on that. When it comes to a lot of the younger people we talk to, they still have that rose-colored glasses, being raised by overprotective parents who didn't tell them the harsh reality of the world and how people actually move in the world. And so they're like disillusioned, thinking like, government is my big brother. It's gonna save me if I get into trouble. Like, all the scientists are correct. All I gotta do is copy everything they say, and then I will be intelligent. But it's a massive trap. They don't see it. They're too naive.
Yeah. See, it's funny because on the one hand, like, the average person has this. They've got that idea put inside them that it's a dog-eat-dog world, right? But do they actually really stop and think about that and really internalize what that's saying? Because a dog-eat-dog world doesn't go hand in hand with a blissful humanity all cooperating to one singular goal. You know what I mean? They're opposites. But they hold both in their mind at the same time. Whereas I know it is very much a dog-eat-dog reality. You grab people by the right pressure point, you can compromise them in any direction you want. And everybody has pressure points. Most pressure points are self-imposed, you know?
Yeah. They've been conditioned to kind of accept contradictions as just normal. Like, the world looks flat, but it isn't. It's actually curved. Well, the world appears stationary, but it isn't. It is actually moving. Like, and that kind of breaks their critical thinking down. They kind of outsource all of their thinking to, like, oh, I have an authority. This guy has, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, and so you can't question me. And that kind of makes their foundation so shaky that they get gets so personal, gets so emotional about it, because you're taking away their foundation for their ego.
You know, like, we obviously know that, like, upbringings with physical and emotional abuse are bad, right, in their own right. But there is an opposite to that, like an upbringing in a coddled, fucking fucking delusion-filled environment is equally as disastrous.
Yeah. You can break people in many ways.
Just in different ways.
Yeah.
It's like my upbringing wasn't particularly good. It wasn't particularly bad either, but probably more towards the bad side. But I'm actually very grateful for it at this point in my life.
That's kind of my experience as well. I got like a mixed bag, and then like because of the bad, you get to kind of like see the frame and how some people move in the world, and then you get good people that kind of give you hope for the world, and so you kind of work your way back.
Well, not to be narcissistic about it, but my hope for the world is myself, you know what I mean? And the standard I try to hold myself to.
Yeah, that's a reasonable choice, because that's the only thing you can really control yourself, and how you move in the world. Like, it's your choice to how you represent yourself and how you interact with the world, and that's an important choice. That's the only thing you can control fully. Trying to control other people is just folly.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that no matter how I'm walking through life, I at least know I'm not adding to the chaos. I'm trying to mitigate it. And you could say,
He's still going in the chat.
My bad there. Sorry. A fucking video on my browser started playing randomly. Don't know why. Thought that sound was coming from someone else. What was I trying to say? Yeah. So I'm doing my best not to add into the chaos. I think that's all you really can do at the end of the day.
Yeah, I kind of think of it like this. Because of Flat Earth, I realized how logic works, and then I realized that the creator must be real, because that's the only logical conclusion, because you cannot have information without an informer, you cannot have matter without a maker. So it's the logical conclusion, especially once you understand the Earth is flat. So to me, it kind of brought everything full circle. And so I try to be a good person as a consequence. I try to help everybody I can, because I think that's what the creator would want. And I think that brings good into the world, and I think that's one of the good things about Flat Earth. It allows people to go back to religion more easily, because you're not stuck on this spinning ball in an infinite void where you are a monkey person derived from nothingness. It gives you more meaning and more structure and logic to your life. And that's one of the reasons why I highly value Flat Earth.
It's funny how they played it, isn't it? You have this atheistic generation that they believe they understand rationality and logical thinking, right? But it's the complete opposite. Because when you actually have proper logical thinking and unfallacious reasoning, it brings you closer to creation and religion and these types of things,
Yeah,
it moves you towards them. But I believe that's been a lot of the genuine scientists through history have said similar things. Deeper they go with actual genuine science, the closer to God they feel.
Yeah, that's a common thing that you've heard from many different scientists. Something along the lines of like a little bit of science makes you like question God and
An
become an
atheist,
atheist.
yeah.
But a lot of science, and you go into the depths of science, then you realize, well, then this must be the creator, like the complexity of the DNA and just the cell itself is so astounding that it's hard to imagine that this could be anything but divine creation. And they've been trying for decades to try to create this by happenstance, but it just doesn't work. There's too much complexity in creating life from nothing.
I mean, and you're always going to hit this barrier where the thing can't be reconciled, from this position, within creation,
Yeah, but I think the globe and this atheist whole idea has served its purpose in stripping the rights of humanity away from it under the guise of atheistic governance and science. Meanwhile, we used to believe in God-given rights.
Well, that's the biggest thing that comes with the realization of creator or a higher authority is humility.
Yeah. When it comes to the creator, there's nothing you can do but humility because it's so much greater than you. And I think that's why a lot of people kind of shy away from it because they're afraid of the accountability. They're afraid of like the implications of it, and so it's more comfortable to just accept the easy way out where you don't have any accountability, where you're just a random monkey person living on a ball and you can just YOLO your life away and your children don't matter and the future doesn't matter. And it's just a life I don't want to see for the future. I don't want that for my children. It's just no good. Not in my eyes.
It's unsustainable. What we're witnessing here is like it's ideologies that lead to extinction essentially, so they can't feasibly last more than a few generations.
Yeah. But like history repeats sadly when people don't follow history.
Yeah, and they never do.
Yeah, worst part is history is written by the victors, so if you don't look at history with a critical eye, you're also bound to fall into some kind of pitfalls. But that's the same thing about everything. If you don't look at things with a critical eye, you're bound to fall into a pitfall.
Okay.
But that's because everybody can make a mistake, and it's easy to believe a thing without having enough evidence, because it matches what you want to believe. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why we get taught the globe model so early when we're children, before our rational thinking actually takes hold, and we just auto accept it from the teachers, And so by the time you're further along in your education, you don't realize that the foundation actually had no substance. You just auto accept that and base everything on that. And so your confirmation bias tries to frame everything within that model, within that globe model.
Yeah, I mean, it is a real shame for people that are still stuck in the globe paradigm and they haven't had a real chance to speak with people like us or something. You know, because that stuff, it rots your life in ways you'll never be able to figure out, you know? Unless they're a particularly keen-minded person, right? They're never going to suss it out by themselves. They're never going to, oh shit, I need to look at the actual foundation, right? I need to critically question that and see if that's actually true. But they're gonna feel the effects of that false paradigm in all the other areas of their life, right?
Yeah.
And they're gonna act out in negative ways, compensating against them negative feelings and emotions that it's creating. And they're never gonna truly understand why, you know?
Yeah, and they're also giving up finances and their taxes to pay for these kinds of things, and they don't know any better, so they're just okay. And this goes so much deeper. Flat Earth is like, for me, the linchpin. Like, once you understand that the Earth is flat, once you check for yourself and know that the Earth is flat, you can be like, oh shit, they actually been lying to me on a far deeper level than I realize. Sure, not everybody is lying. Like 99% are just part of this culture, part of this belief, and we're raised in the belief. You don't get to know unless you're deep inside the cult, deep inside the inner circle. And so the majority just believes this. And that's fine. Like, people can believe whatever they want, but it doesn't change what reality is, and they can check it for themselves if they so choose. But it's easy to control people if you can control how they perceive the world, how they perceive their position in the world. And if you control history, you can control legitimacy. And so by pulling this linchpin, you can actually start to understand that the whole world is controlled on a far deeper level than people realize. And this whole countries, we're enemies, left and right, political parties. Like, it's all an illusion. It's run on a far deeper level, on a psychological level, and that's where the globe comes from. It comes from that psychological level where they take away your critical thinking, take away your ability to perceive the world as it is, so that they can manipulate you into doing what they want. Wars, more money, be my slave.
Fundamentally, the biggest thing they've taken away from people is the ability to say no, or the courage to say no, maybe.
Yeah. They're turning them into NPCs. They want them to be domesticated, to be just followers of the ones in the public eye. And so they can control the public eye through their money, which they sucked out of us. And so you just have to follow who's in the public eye. You just have to believe what they just say. It's a sick ploy.
Sure, yeah. So, I mean, the average Glover comes in here and, oh, ships over the horizon. So they have no idea just how badly by the balls they are in this world. You know what I mean? Like, it's sad. Yeah. I bet irrelevant to this topic, like most average people don't even understand the extent of like this personalized information bubble that they're isolated to in their day to day.
Oh, the technological bubble. Oh yeah.
Yeah, like the information that's
how zeroed in the algorithms are on their personality, how they close off their bubble so they don't see anything outside that bubble. And it's really rare for you to like really start to extend out of the bubble these days because it's so controlled. Before 2016, it was so much better. They just don't know how the internet used to be.
Oh, the internet is a pathetic fucking whimper compared to what it was in its beginnings.
Yeah.
It's impossible to describe.
But right now it still gives you the illusion that it's bustling. Like one of the things I saw the other day, and it keeps happening to me when I'm using YouTube, for instance, is the comments, the likes, all of those things keeps shifting at massive speeds between different numbers, and that is weird on its own. And I forgot the point I was going to go into before that because I was imagining that. Mm-hmm.
Now, are you running Grease Monkey or anything like that in the background, Drace?
Grease Monkey, what's that?
That's a no. It allows you to run small apps within your browser. So if you've got Firefox, it allows you to run things in the background that can manipulate the pages. That's why I just thought I'd ask that first. But if you don't even know what it is, then that's a no.
That's interesting. I'll try to look into that. Can you give me the name again?
Grease Monkey. If you use Firefox, if you have a look up in the top right-hand corner, you'll see a faded out little monkey. And see, you can run extensions in the background. Like years ago when we had even more crap internet than what we've got now, the pages used to load up images first, and one of the things you could do was turn that off so it just came up with text, because if you're someone who is more into the reading the articles and not the ads and all the rest of the crap, you can disable images, just little extension things like that. I thought you might have been running something that was conflicting with YouTube. That's why you're getting that bouncing effect with likes and dislikes going all over the place.
Yeah, I use uBlocker. So I block ads using uBlocker.
Yeah, me too. Are you still using Chrome or something?
I think I'm using Firefox, yeah.
The Firefox, nice. He's Brave. I've had ads blocked for about 15 years.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. There's this good video I came across, like 2 hours long. It was this guy, he's doing like a he thoroughly goes through like 300 British adverts, right, that are just on TV. And he's just pointing out like fucking dystopian nature of them now. What with, you know, the kind of perceptions they're trying to sell, you know. regarding races and yada yada yada. Oh, Cups, yeah. Aye, brave man, yeah. Brave team. Sorry, yeah.
Did you hear the thing about Campbell's Soup having like bioengineered meat?
What was that? Something engineered me?
Apparently, Campbell Soup had one of its CEO on record saying that their chicken soup was bioengineered, not like actual chicken. So he wouldn't eat that.
I never
Poor
saw
people
that. No.
food.
I didn't see it, but I'm not surprised, man. You know. I wouldn't be fucking surprised to find out there was some proper Soylent Green shit going on with some products that are on shelves for poor people. That would kind of be an understatement, honestly, if that came out. Like, really? Really? That's the worst you're doing? Putting that stuff in people's food?
Isn't McDonald's, isn't there one of their catchphrases, serving millions daily?
There you go. There you go. Probably are. Yeah, but I don't know if you'd be interested in that video, Race. It's quite good. You can send it to you if you want. One about the adverts. I mean, it's
you can send it to me.
The UK adverts, but you want me to send you?
Yeah, please.
It's actually like, besides the topic, the guy's actually the narrator is pretty funny as well, so it's quite entertaining. But I brought that up, like saying, yeah, I've had ads blocked for 15 years, but when you actually, you know, you haven't been like surrounded in the soup of advertisement for so long, and then you go in and you see what's actually floating around, you're like, holy fuck, this is bad. I mean, adverts used to just be annoying, but you know, now that they're proper, they're annoying plus properly Orwellian.
It's fine. You just eat the meat and that's printed in a lab. Eat the bugs and be happy in your pod. It's fine. Just be medicated. That's what they want for us. I mean, I would rather go out in nature and disprove their whole freaking cosmology.
Yeah, for sure. It's much more fun.
And then once you're done with that, you can actually have a lot of fun listening to flat earth music. At least that's how I live my life. And it's a beautiful life. I can't deny it.
Well, the whole demonizing meat thing, it's like, that's fine. Seeing a lot of kickback against that, and it's like, okay, so kind of all your leftists and liberals and all that they're going to go vegan. And they're going to be weak and stupid and frail. And probably just die out. And all the people that count for anything, they're going to keep eating meat. They're going to be strong and healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
This has
mind
got to
what
correct
you,
itself, you know?
Yeah, I don't mind what you eat. You can eat what you want. That's fine with me. I'm not gonna tell you what to eat, or who to love, or what to do. But you don't tell me what the world is when I can measure it to not be what you're telling me it is.
See, Grumman finally took his leave.
His mum probably got up and he had to go to bed.
Stop talking about goddamn battleships, Grumman. Try to sleep here. But Mom, these flat earthers. They're saying the margin of error is more than the corrections for curvature.
But Mom, I just want them to believe like me.
Oh, that's funny.
Did that happen?
Well, that's what we would presume is happening right now.
That or he fucking clocked out of his, the Langley offices. Take your pick.
Yeah, we don't know. It's just funny.
You could just imagine him ringing up a naval base or some shit like that. Blah, blah, blah. Naval base, how can I help you? Well, is it true that you guys account for curvature? Yes, it is true, son. We wouldn't hit anything if we didn't. I told them fucking flat earthers that and they don't believe me.
Yeah, that's
shit.
all it would take.
Yeah, and that is a response he would get.
Yeah, because the guy on the telephone isn't the guy shooting the gun. Meanwhile, the guy shooting the gun has already come talk to us and be like, bro, I didn't even use the corrections because the corrections made me miss all the time.
I wanted to say, do you think Grumman loses all his battleship board game matches because he forgets to account for curvature? Couldn't get that one in earlier, man. You're in the middle of something.
Oh, that's priceless.
Meanwhile, we're on the end, just like, keep spraying and praying, boys. We'll fucking get them all.
Yeah, so you beat him in Battleship by placing all of your ships along the edge, so he'll always account for Coriolis and never hit your ship.
That's it. Yeah, I think getting an Aussie to laugh at your jokes is a test of your humour skills, you know? Because they're just drowning in humour there, man. You know what I mean? They've heard it all.
Sick and,
We can get
sick
an
and
Aussie
twisted
falling
sense
off
of
his
humour.
chair. Yeah. That's the litmus test. You should be a comedian or not. Here, entertain these 10 Aussies for like 5 minutes. If you can do that, go on stage.
I always thought it was the Dutch that were the true litmus test. Because if you don't get it right, they'll just stare at you till you fucking cry.
Yeah, I guess actually. Yeah, Gunslinger, is he German or not? Like,
which one?
That Gunslinger guy.
I don't know.
Oh, the one that talks like this, man. Man? I can't even do it.
Something like that. Yeah, he's like a knockoff fucking South American or some shit. I don't know what he's going for in his accent.
Yeah, he's I don't know about that one. It's like he's trying to copy an American accent, but he's from somewhere else. Africa or yeah, he did say where it was. I'll have to think about it.
I only remember like the first time he came in, someone was taking the piss out of him being German. They were like, "Oh, German, and you're this clueless," you know. I don't actually know where he's from.
You hear someone, John, you're like, who's that? Someone we can talk to? Someone we know.
Yeah, when the little sound goes off, everyone straight away, they'll be on their second monitor or in the kitchen or whatever. So, oh shit, there's another one. Who is it? Who is it?
Yeah. But it's just more.
Just another flat earther.
We love more of this, but we want more Globers.
I don't know. But the third or fourth Glober that comes in, like fuck man, one conversation ends, you've just walked a Glober through all the basics. And then it goes silent for 2 seconds, and a new guy comes in. He's like, "So eclipses and boats." You're like, fuck.
Yeah, you almost want to be like, just here's the live stream link. Just go back like 30 minutes. That actually might be a thing we could do.
It's fucking. Yeah, imagine we could start at the jumping off point was like. So I looked into boat observations, and yeah, I see things getting obscured, and yeah, that may be Earth curvature, but don't quite think so, you know? Let's take it from there. You don't even really get that level, man.
Yeah, that's rare.
So I mean, it's like flat earthers. People that are going to be flat earthers figure it out themselves, you know. And if they need a place like this, they usually just sit and listen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's my favorite thing to do. I don't even like to talk, but I'm practicing.
What do you mean you don't like to talk, Trace? You were one of the like prime speakers for many years.
No, I wasn't. I was heavy in the text, and then occasionally I'd be like, bad cop, because logic. And then I would fade into the background, and our best speakers would take over. Like, I wouldn't be leading the conversation with the Globers because I don't like confrontation. So the only reason I'm speaking is because nobody is saying anything how illogical this stuff is, and they're just allowing him to just run in circles or just jump to the next topic, and I'm like, bro, you need to listen and actually hear what they're saying and actually make a logical argument, because this isn't good enough for me.
Well, you should lead more often, because you hitting them with faulty logic is a good thing.
I think Matrix also doesn't like confrontation.
That's one of my problems. I didn't like being a bad cop. I don't want to be confrontational with the bad guy, but I kind of have to be.
You're not good or bad cop, Drace. You're a neutral cop.
But they perceive it as that anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
It's so they're cuffed to the desk right in the interrogation room. They got bad cop on the left, good cop on the right, and then you're sitting on the table staring them dead in the eyes while they're engaging either or.
Casually undoing the folder, ready to hit them with all the bullshit that they've done wrong.
You're peering into their souls, just watching their every word and movement.
That's funny.
You hear that, Grumman? Drace can see through you.
Yeah, if he was important, I'd make a song about him, but he's not.
Ooh, not even a shitty song about battleships.
Actually, he's a plane enthusiast.
We got to land the plane somewhere.
Yeah, he sounds like a child that watched Sheldon and was like, I want to be an intellectual, so I'm gonna read up on stuff and I'm a nerd. But the thing is, at this point, he's getting into school and he's getting praised for parodying the nonsense, so he's like, I'm intelligent. And so now his ego is taking over, and so he's not actually thinking straight.
Well, we've got the before and after. So the before is Grummond and the after is Josh. Someone that spent a lifetime of everybody around them blowing smoke up their arse for them speaking shite, basically. Bedazzling shite. So, if you had to pick a position, pick Grummond's, man. He can still walk back from it if he's young. Josh is a lost cause.
Yeah, I think Grumman has enough intelligence that he could figure this out, but the problem is he doesn't have enough confidence in himself. He has confidence in others he believes in, and so that's where he derives his fake confidence from. He doesn't apply critical thinking to any of this. It's just, this guy believes it, and so I believe it.
Well, I mean, this is the ultimate do you want to really be a nerd test when you come in here. It's like,
yeah, you're right. We're kind of just throwing him in the nerddom, and so it kind of feels not great, and so you kind of want to fight against that and try to hold your imaginary crown.
you know what happens to The people that really want to be a nerd in this world, they go fuck around with stuff, they invent stuff they shouldn't have invented, and then they disappear.
I thought you were going to say they fuck around with things and then they find out.
Well, they do. They find out.
Yeah, they either fuck around and find out, or they fuck around and they're like, oh shit, I better cherry pick the hell out of this.
I mean, nobody gets to be a true nerd in this world anymore. Because to be a true nerd, a true seeker of knowledge, right? True curiosity, questioning everything, right? That lands you in hot water quick. So it's like this fucking pseudo-nerdiness now in the world.
Yeah, you're not supposed to notice, you're just supposed to accept.
So that's what I'm saying. When a person like Grumman comes here, it's like we're saying, okay, you want to be a nerd? Because this is the real deal. And there's some consequences.
Yeah, it's all good, kids. Don't worry, join us. You can be victimised, ostracised, bullied, harassed. You will be the black sheep of the family. But it's all good. At least you'll know something.
Yeah, you can have something to build on, build a real character, and be a strong person in the world instead of a weak follower.
¿Aló? ¿Aló?
¿Cómo están?
¿Aló? ¿Cómo están?
No.
Buenas.
English.
¿Cómo estás?
Inco.
¿Hablas inglés?
Hello.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
You speak English?
Para aprender a hablar en inglés.
Okay.
Hi, I hear
You
you
don't
have
speak
your
English.
child on the stream. If you want to speak to us yourself. Do not let your child
I don't
speak on the
speak English.
stream. We're gonna have to
Don't
mute
speak
you
it.
if you're gonna continue this.
Don't speak it.
Yeah, so I don't think you're old enough to be on Discord. So we're just going to mute you.
Brilliant global argument. Once again.
Yeah, did that father just use his 5-year-old as like a body shield against the flat earthers?
Yeah. How pathetic is that?
Maybe if I hold up this meat shield, they won't notice.
I mean, if you want to teach your child English, I understand going to the English hub. That's cool. But this isn't quite the topic for a 5-year-old. If you want to engage in this topic as the father, well, we welcome you. But things like politics, deep level science, or flat earth, it's not for a 5-year-old.
Tricks, you ever do like a barbecue for Christmas Day?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. That'd be good fun, man.
Barbecue for Christmas?
What? Contrary to popular beliefs, it doesn't snow here at Christmas time.
It often doesn't snow in Iceland during Christmas time either. But I've never done a barbecue during Christmas.
But I mean, it's fairly warm, right? During Christmas?
Yep.
It's pretty cold here, but sometimes it's not that cold.
I know it
We got to 41 degrees yesterday.
Above me, Dre, so 41.
Yep.
Alright, fucking that's roasting, man.
That's a warm up.
That's
a fucking
real
warm
good.
up.
That's better
Warm
than
up
my
to
summer.
dying. Warm up the fucking heat stroke.
I mean, I could barbecue during Christmas, but we have different traditions, I guess.
I just like, kind of like the kind of festive meal we have for Christmas time here. Turkey, all that, yada yada. It's all hearty, warm type dishes, which makes sense because it's fucking Baltic outside. But in Australia, it's obviously not. It's hamburgers and fucking hot dogs weather.
Salads.
Yeah.
Like one year for Christmas dinner, a lot of the pubs and RSL clubs and things like that will do a Christmas dinner, so you can pay $50 or $60 and go for all you can eat. So I've done that before. Awesome. You don't have to wash up afterwards. No mess to clean up afterwards. Yeah, fantastic. Remember a couple of years ago, I was not invited to Christmas due to me not liking red Kool-Aid. Fancy that. I suppose a few others probably had the same sort of.
Obviously.
Yeah.
That was just the corporate response. Sorry, you declined invite this year for your disliking of red Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Actually, because you're a flat earth scumbag.
Well, it was funny. The next Christmas after that, my little niece brings me over a Christmas present. You've got to open it now. You've got to open it now. Okay. So I open up this board game. And and the board game, believe it or not, the board game's called Pandemic, of all the named things. And my sister screams out from over the other side of the house, "That's because Uncle AJ's a conspiracy theorist." And I'm sitting at the dining room table across from my husband. And all I've just looked at him and just gone, "Oh, thank God I never mentioned anything about flat Earth then." And he's cacked himself laughing. A few other people sitting at the table sort of, They didn't get it, but he was in absolute stitches, eh?
Oh, well, wonder what you're going to get this year or next.
Yeah.
It will be a fucking wrapped globe. You'll be fucking shaking it around. Like, I wonder what it is. Big ball.
Knowing them smart asses, they'd probably get one of those jigsaw puzzle globes. Something like that.
Yeah, 3D was.
Are you trying to tell me something?
You're sitting there looking at the curved jigsaw pieces like, this is not making sense.
Yeah, knowing us, we'd probably turn it into evidence against the globe.
Where's my hammer?
No. That's where I'd grab the nieces and nephews. Okay, kids, see how this is curved? When we go outside, let's see if we can find the curve. And that's it. Game on. My sisters would want to be careful.
This year's Easter egg hunt is going to be along a 20-mile laser transit path.
A couple of years ago, one of my sisters went and hid all Easter eggs and shit outside, as you do for little kids. It's great. Anyways, they've got this, well, they don't anymore. They had this big black Labrador. And Labradors love eating copious amounts of food. We don't know why. But anyways, they also love chocolate. Let's just say that dog was shitting multicoloured tin foil for the next week.
Holy shit.
And it was funny too, because my sister gets up nice and early, sticks her head outside to have a look, and no little multicoloured egg things everywhere. So this is about 6 o'clock in the morning, and she's driving around like an idiot to all the service stations and any other place before her kids wake up, so she could re-hide everything and keep the mangy dog out of the way. So the dog stripped by the whole yard. Probably a couple $100 worth of chocolate.
Jesus, man. Still alive,
Kill itself. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. It's like, yeah, that's funny.
You're right about labs, man. I had 3 growing up. Black labs. They're just fucking hoovers.
Oh, they're brilliant the way they can smash food down. One of my mates from school, his one, we were at, it was a birthday party, and they had a whole pile of pizzas sitting out on the back table. And we're all inside singing happy birthday. We go back outside, and half of the boxes are open and empty within the time it takes to sing happy birthday. It's crazy.
Somebody didn't train their dogs to stay away from human food.
If you're going to eat it, it's good enough for me to eat it. And it must be good because you've put it on the table and you tell me to stay away from the table, so only good things go on the table.
Always wanted me a German Shepherd.
Never had much to do with them. For me, it's always been Kelpies and cattle dogs.
Forget the German Shepherds have a kind of long coat. There's another similar breed that has a very short, fine coat.
Yeah, the Malinois.
Yeah, I'd like a dog like that.
Malinois really need to be worked. They need to be working dogs, otherwise they get bored.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah, I wouldn't get a breed if I couldn't give it the lifestyle it needed, you know?
Has anyone else had much of a mess around with YouTube, as in putting videos up for yourself? I know you have, Drace. The limit per day that you can put up video-wise, is it capped at 10?
You're gonna have to ask him in 1 minute. I sent them after drinks because we finished the drinks.
Oh, fair enough.
Sorry, that's my bad.
Quick.
I was like, I got the last round, you get the next round. And he went downstairs to get some drinks.
No, that's all right. If it's his shout, then make him go and do it. He's already admitted to being soft and he doesn't want to lead.
Wait, I think we got joined by Moon 1989. Welcome to the channel, dude. If you got any questions for us, feel free to open your mic and ask them.
Sorry for disappearing. Welcome, Moon 1989. I heard you had a question.
Ooh, another volunteer. Welcome, Stroke. You can talk to us, Stroke. We ain't gonna bite you.
Jennifer ABC as well there.
Oh, I didn't see that one sneak in. Anyways, Drace, with YouTube, there's a limit per day on how many videos you can upload. Is there any way around this? Or you just have
I
to...
don't know. I'm not an expert on YouTube. I just have a couple of songs I uploaded and random junk on my YouTube.
Right. The reason I'm asking is I'm uploading the entire Subarats collection. And as you all know, that there's more than 5. And I get limited to, I think it's about 10 a day. So this is somewhat painful for me. I'd like to just pick the whole lot up, dump them, walk away and come back when they're all done. But at the moment it's here, 10. Come back tomorrow, 10.
Doesn't he have hundreds of live streams?
Yeah, they changed that a year ago, the upload limit.
Yeah, I've never had anything to do, other than watching YouTube videos, I've never had anything to do with the other side of it. And that's why I was just wondering if it is just
It may depend on your channel and how many, whether it's fully verified and stuff like that, or whether you're still a new channel.
Oh, right. Oh, well, I'll just put up with it. Yeah, it was the list that Yoda did up. Hold on. Where's my...
The new channels might be limited to 4 videos a day, and older channels
10.
maybe 15.
To be added. I think there's about 170.
I remember hitting that 10 limit at one point when I was uploading songs, but yeah, I don't know how to bypass it.
No, that's all right. I just thought you might have known of something.
I mean, I got 53 songs to upload now to YouTube, so I'm probably gonna hit that limit.
I thought it might have been an actual, like a total limit. So you can upload, say, 10 hours worth of video or music time or something. It doesn't matter if it's 100 videos or if it's just one. You've got that limit. But no, it's not. It's sort of...
I think it's number of files or something like that, because I think I only hit that limit once, and then the next day I didn't hit that limit. because I wasn't uploading as many songs.
What do we got? One.
I haven't really watched his stuff. I really need to go through all of it.
Yoda made up a list. Got AI to go through and sort them out, and gives a quick summary. So, just for example, the first one, Eratosthenes debunked. It's got the web link there for YouTube, and then there's a couple of dot points. Challenges the historical narrative of Eratosthenes, calculating Earth's circumference. Claims, was it Hipparchus actually derived the figures using a 360-degree system, and argues that the equatorial mounts prove a flat plane rather than a globe. There's just little dot points that go with them, and that's what I was going to put as the references for all these videos, so you could go through and see the comment underneath, and put them all into one folder, and just have it as Subarat's collection or something like that. But yeah, when I hit this download limit, it's like, great, I've got 180 videos total, and this is going to take a while.
Yeah, I was there during most of that, most of those videos. In the chat, is the chat recorded in those videos?
I could have a look for you. Any particular video you want me to have a look at?
Any of them. As long as there's any of the chat recorded, that'd be pretty cool, because yeah, I've been in the chat since the beginning.
That one's not showing any chat. No, it's not showing chat in that video.
Ah, that's fine.
But it doesn't mean it doesn't happen in any others.
If it was YouTube channel, then it won't be with the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Unless he had the chat like up on.
Yeah, he didn't.
His overlay.
Didn't have any overlay.
No.
Where is he getting the videos from? It's like an archive or something? Someone downloaded it?
YouTube. I've already downloaded all the videos. Actually, how about, let's see if I can do this. When I find it. Copy. Where is Drace over there? There you go. Check your DMs.
Interesting.
So I've already downloaded all of those, and it's just a matter of re-uploading them to YouTube on a different channel. But I'll still have the links back to the main, wherever they come from. So if anyone wants to drop in there, I'm not going to be for profit or anything. So if anyone wants to drop back to the original thing and pay them or give them a high five or anything like that, they're more than welcome to do so.
What kind of videos are they?
All flat Earth related stuff in some way or form. It's not entire videos of it, but there might be just one section of something that's really important in each video, and that's what they were selected for.
One of these days I'm going to have to, like, open the entire Flat Earth bookmark folder I have. Like 500 plus links. Just all in one. And just see how many videos are gone, you know?
Yeah, that's the bad bit, when you start looking at the links and you realise this one's dead, this one's dead, this one's dead. It's like at home base, there's quite a few when you go through the channels of dead.
If only they made an app or something that could check all those links for you and tell you which ones are dead.
Just have one huge database with a bunch of videos.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I'll have to get that up. Really.
What the hell is this channel, by the way?
I don't know. You take a guess. Let's see if you can figure it out.
Yeah, but can't believe in that. Is this something else? Like, why is this channel so popular? Always.
Because it's a popular topic.
So how are you today? How are you guys? What's on your mind today?
I'm good today. Believe everyone else is. It's on our minds. Not much. We're just sitting here chit-chatting casually. Waiting for some Globers to come by that want to prove the globe to us. Since all we seem to get when we try and prove the globe is a flat Earth.
Are you like serious? Seriously?
Oh yeah, serious.
Yeah. So they're all like Americans.
I'm not American. Would it matter if Americans or not?
Are you like sure you're like mentally well? Anything like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you believe you live on a spinning globe?
Why would you believe in a flat Earth?
Well, it measures to be flat, so
And maybe you're having like a psychosis or something. Like,
Well, no. I mean, spent the majority of my life believing it was a globe. Then I actually went to verify them claims and find they weren't true. So
did you take drugs or something? Like,
no, I don't take any drugs.
what happened to you?
What happened to me? People made claims, and I went and checked if the claims were true or not. Understand the globe's a claim, right?
Can you prove me that Earth is flat? Or like, what the hell?
Certainly.
I just don't think there's no way you can prove it to me. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't know how this channel exists.
Well, you understand, right, that there must be curvature to the ground in reality for the Earth to be a globe, right? And if there is no curvature, there can't be a globe.
I don't speak English so well, so
Well, that's okay, man. If you don't understand it, then just ask me to repeat it.
I don't know what's curvature like. I think I know what it is, but sure.
Yeah, so the globe that's claimed to us comes with specific dimensions, and from these dimensions we can derive a curvature rate that we should expect to find. And then when we go out and perform tests and measurements, we don't find this curvature showing up in reality. From there, we can conclude the Earth is flat. It's a topographical plane, essentially. Got hills, valleys, all that, but it's along a planar surface.
Yes. By the way, are you using an AI voice? Because I think I've heard like there are a few like voices like yours, and I think I heard them like 10 times. Like they sound
That's a
like
first. Nobody's ever said I sound like an AI, but there you go. No, this is my real voice.
Wondering. Really. Okay. Well, anyway.
What? Why do you have a default profile? Don't you want to express yourself?
What?
Never mind.
Well, all the best luck to you. Like, why are you here? Like, you want to make people believe that Earth is flat? And is that your like mission? Like, that's your way to make a better world or something like that?
No, we're just trying to share information. People are welcome to take that information on board or reject it.
So what's the end goal? Like, to make people like informed that Earth is flat or something like that. What is your agenda? Just interested to hear.
Well, I don't know. I mean, just sharing information, does there have to be an agenda behind it?
So let's imagine Earth is flat. So then what? What after that? What's your plan like?
You came in here and insulted us for no reason.
Then we will be happy. All of us will be happy.
Yeah.
We're a
We'll be
better
here.
place with our flat Earth.
Yeah, Walter, we're not asking anybody to believe us, and we're not trying to convert people to believe anything. We're sharing information. We're offering you probably information you're not going to find in the mainstream, and they're not going to tell you about, basically. And if you want to look into that information and follow where it leads and adapt to the conclusions, then you're free to do so. But you're also free to not as well. So it doesn't matter to us.
So you believe that what is in the end of the world? Like what is there? Do you know? If
The end of the world. Did you say the end of the world?
Yeah, if the world is flat, then what is in the end? And
Well, I haven't been to any such end of the world, so I couldn't tell you about anything like that.
how about the moon? Is the moon flat also? What do you think? All the other planets.
Couldn't tell you about things in the sky. I haven't been to them. I've been able to look at them, tell you some basics, you know. Some seem to emit light. They seem to be round in nature, at least. Can tell you that much.
Yeah, that makes sense, but just asking, like, how the sun is still round, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah. The objects in the sky are their own objects. They are free to be of their own nature. They're not necessarily in the same category as the Earth. In heliocentrism, of course, you're told that the Earth is in the same category as these objects in the sky, such as it's a planet, right? So they're round, therefore Earth is round. But in reality, that's not necessarily true.
So do you guys have like some religious aspect to this, or are you
What's that?
just like they have like some kind of religion or something? Just
No,
interested.
I'm not particularly religious in a conventional sense.
So you don't believe in God, or
I believe in a creator.
okay.
But I mean, I believed in a creator when I believed in a globe. Yeah, this is more of a. This is an empirical thing. This is about what we can go out and test and prove to be true. What is versus what's not. It's not philosophy. It's not ideology. It's not opinions. Not feelings. It's not religion. We go out. We measure the ground. It doesn't curve. Can't be a globe. That just is the way it is, irrelevant of anyone's feelings about it.
When did you became like this? Like,
Well, I already told you. Investigated the claims of the globe.
sure. Good for you. Okay.
Don't know if someone else wants to take over this guy, because I need to head off. It's pretty late.
No problem. Take care. Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Walter. I was fixing to get off before you came in. It was nice speaking to you, though. Oh, he did that anyway. Yeah, anyway, I'll catch you guys later on. You have a good night.
Catch you, mate. This is where Drace sneaks in and plays a couple of tunes. That seems to attract Globers.
Lol. Well, you asked for it.
False virtues denied the full view. Bureaucratic sorcery enforced with cold conformity, presenting normalcy while morphing cause moral sovereignty. They punish curiosity, reward disturbing emolosity, and call it order though it's borderline despotic policy. Despotic policy, the counterfeit conviction and condition contradictions, fabricating frictions in the mind until it splits into divisions. Truth revision, the proof is missing, used in prison, chasing manufacturing missions, tangled in twisted systems.
Once you see the strings, you can't unsee the hands. Every hidden plan unfolds where the powerless stand.
They dilute integrity with rhetoric that's predatory, fallacious sophistry predicated on a population medicated, sedentary, sterilize the unwary, lie about what's necessary, weaponizing voluntarily.
You're scaring me.
Psychological choreography, perform forms so methodically, shaping personalities with calibrated fallacies. They sabotage morality, distort collective memory, replace fatality with compliancy, chemically, methodically.
Once you see the strings, you can't unsee the hands. Every hidden plan unfolds where the powerless stand. Clarity has cost, but blindness has a bill as well. Choose the truth or follow lies into a deeper hell.
In whisper corridors, they orchestrate the doctrines off. It's often sharper thoughts with constant nonsense taught to cause a scholar swap wisdom for a system built on thinly veiled imposters. Tragic how they package panic as pragmatic practice, wrap the masses in the routine of their manufactured habits. And the saddest pattern happens when the fractured mind adapts it. Mistakes a gauge for safety till his soul is stuck in his entrapment, giving up enlightenment for lowbrow entertainment, content and containment.
Once you see the strings, you can't unsee the hands. Every hidden plan unfolds where the powerless stand.
Puppeteers and their peers with their smirks and sneers hidden behind a thin veneer. It's time we take back the wheel and steer.
It's my new band, Dao Duo. Because me and Karma love to discuss the Tao, or the truth of the world, and we're a duo, and we make music together. So, am I playing my music, I guess? This song is called Logic Warrior. You can find all these songs on our home server with the radio bot, FE Radio, and you can do /info whenever the song is playing and get the Bandcamp link and the lyrics to the song.
Yeah. Step into the ring of reason, where claims get tested and logic gets seasoned. You say orbit proves it. Let's take a closer look. Yo, you size satellites like that's airtight truth, but I'm seeing hidden premises sitting right in the booth. You said orbit proves curvature, but that's a disguise. Your model assumes the thing you're trying to verify. Parallel rays, distant suns, gravitational play. You stacking unspoken assumptions like it's child's play, but logic ain't Lego, it ain't built on because. You gotta show your causal chain, not the myth of what was. You lean on definitions to claim empirical fact, but that's model-dependent motion, not the evidence act. Orbit ain't observation, it's determining your scheme. You're confusing how you talk with what can actually be seen. I'm a logic warrior, slicing through the noise, breaking every fallacy you think is poised. You bring me weak claims, I break them at the joints. Welcome to the battlefield, reason over points. Yeah, I'm a logic warrior, cutting down the fluff. If your premise ain't explicit, then your proof ain't enough. Don't mistake interpretation for reality's call. You wanna claim certainty, you better bring it all. You point a satellite, say they circle above, then jump to Earth's curvature, but that ain't logical, bruh. That's a category error, mixing models with proof. Treating theory like observation, master back from the booth. Equal finality hitting hard, multiple ways it can look, but you clutch one explanation like it's carved in a book. You ain't ruling out alternatives, ain't setting the stage. You just pick the interpretation that fits the modern age. You claim X per se over, but that ain't no guarantee. That's appeal to authority. Do better empirically. Show me raw measurements, not just stories you heard. Logic don't bow to consensus, it bows only to the word.
No, I don't need conclusions. I audit the chain. I'm here to check reasoning, not preach what's insane. But if you bring me weak structure and call it airtight, I'll break it apart like a fraud under light.
Logic ain't biased, it cuts through the fog. I'm surgically cold like a philosophical scalpel dog. You can keep your conclusions, I'm after the why. And if your wise assumptions, yeah, I'm calling that lie. I'm a logic warrior, squeezing through the noise, breaking every fallacy you think is poised. You bring me weak claims, I break them at the joints. Welcome to the battlefield, reason over points. Yeah, I'm a logic warrior, cutting down the fluff. If your premise ain't explicit, then your proof ain't enough. Don't mistake interpretation for reality's call. You wanna claim certainty, you better bring it all.
So next time you drop claims like they're carved in stone, remember logic checks structure, not what you condone. If you wanna prove something, don't skip the trail. Make your premises explicit or prepare to fail. I'm out, but the reasoning stays. Logic warriors don't sleep, we sharpen blades for days. I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior. I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior.
That's Logic Warrior by Dao Duo. I'm done with making the artwork for all the singles and the artwork for the albums, and so I'll be uploading them in the next day, most likely. Since it appears to be Trace's radio hour, I'll play another song. This is Measurable Reality.
You drag the spotlight off the point and toss it down the hole. Start talking stick, shadow, stars, anything at all. A trail of shiny nonsense that you swear is relevant, but your detours only show you've got no evidence. I chase you once, I chase you twice, then I just stop the chase. Your breadcrumb trail's a map of how you run from what you face. You can't distract a mind that's built on measurable reality. Your tricks dissolve on contact with a little rationality. I'm a critical realist fortress, you're a whisper in the wind. Your weak manipulation never stood a chance to begin. You hold your premise like evidence and deny conclusive proof, as if repeating something louder makes it any more true. Because it is, you chant a loop that never ends. A serpent swallowing its tail and thinking truth's a trend. If logic were a test, you'd fail the multiple choice, but somehow still declare yourself the loudest, highest voice. You can't distract a mind that's built on measurable reality. Your tricks dissolve on contact with a little rationality. I'm the last bastion of science where the data stands a line. Your circular little dance can't penetrate this kind of mind. You had me cornered with that rhetorical parade. Cute, I've seen more solid reasoning in a late night lemonade debate. You juggle fallacies like fireworks, hoping I'd be impressed. But I read your moves like textbooks titled How to Fail a Test. You can't derail a truth that's grounded deep in observation. Your logic leaks like faulty pipes beneath a shaky foundation. I'm an empiricist logician, evidence is my domain, while you're red herring through the ruins of arguments you stain. When your tactics crumble, don't look shocked they didn't land. You can't outwit the laws of thought with nothing but an empty hand.
The end there wasn't perfect because this is an older version on my voice mod, and not the version that's on the radio.
What are you saying, Drace? If they want to hear cool tunes, they've got to go and listen to the radio?
Well, that's a good place to go. And if you're a flat earther that's making music, contact me, send me your music, send me your lyrics. We'll add that into the bot so people can prompt it, and give me your socials so the bot will prompt the socials so that they can link to your song if they like it. We need to create some kind of ecosystem where people can share the music, because we have a lot of great artists. Since we still got silence, I got more songs. This song is called Method Over Myth, and is designed to teach globe believers who don't know what science is, what science is.
Cold mind, clean line. Let's separate method from myth. People call things science when they're barely observational. Man-made objects posed as proof that's operational, fictional. Pseudoscience copies language, but the logic's imprecisional. Skips the steps that make a theory verifiable or conditional. Real science starts simple, watch a natural event, something happening by itself, not a gadget you invent. A phenomenon's an action, so the effect is what sense. The dependent variable, the thing you measure at the end. If you're testing human constructs, then the method's misapplied. Cause science needs nature's behavior, not a diagram supply. Method over myth, that's the line we draw. Truth comes slow when the steps stay raw. Observe what nature does, no tricks, no props. And follow each phase till the falsehood stops. If the test don't break, if the cause might stand. If the test disproves, it rebuilds your plan. That's real science, no faith, no guess. Just the world revealing what the world does best. Now once you've seen the action, you presume a cause. And if the structure built with precise mental laws, if heat then water boils, simple conditional clause. Not assumed as truth, it's a model that waits for flaws. And a hypothesis ain't fact, it's a testable prediction. Two outcomes on the table with symmetrical conviction. One heat, no boil, that's your no condition. Two heat boils, that's causal recognition. But you need both options open or the method gets derailed. Cause a test that can't be falsified has already failed. Method over myth, that's the line we draw. Truth comes slow when the steps stay raw. Observe what nature does, no tricks, no props. And follow each phase till the falsehood stops. If the test don't break, if the cause might stand. If the test disproves, it rebuilds your plan. That's real science, no faith, no guess. Just the world revealing what the world is best. Just the world revealing what the world is best. Prediction is the hinge must swing. Cause a good hypothesis risks losing everything. Pseudoscience fears failure, locks outcomes tight. Science needs the chance it could prove itself wrong tonight. If you can't break the model, then your test ain't strong. And the claim ain't knowledge, it's belief dreads long. The method's not glamorous, it's repetition and grind. It's letting nature dictate what you get to find. No authority, no school, no movie design. Just data exposing what aligns in the mind. Cause an effect emerged from the predictions fulfilled. Not from stories or symbols or the things we're told to build. It's a discipline of failure, sharpened and distilled. Where the world writes the answer and the ego stays still. Cold mind, clear sight, let nature speak.
I like that song. But I'm losing people. They'd probably rather prefer silence. Welcome, Jerry, to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You have 10 seconds to comply and speak before I will play music.
Yeah, time's up.
Yeah, I was gonna go. Oh, yeah.
Step in the lab, I'm a falsification hunter. Models break fast when the numbers pull asunder. Optical G on the climb, altitude test. Signal shifts sideways, put the theory under stress. Hold up. If Earth spins constant, drift should stay tight. But the waveform bends when I change the flight height. Why though? Empirical strike, I don't care who said what. If prediction don't match, then the premise gets caught. Snip, snip. Snip, snip. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. No beta over doctrine, that's the realist saying. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. Boom, if the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. Too flat, no hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. I'm the signal to noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Pendulum swing, yeah, I clock that phase. But anomalies pop in eclipse time haze. Call it alleys, alias, whatever the craze. But the system misbehaves in repeatable ways. Accelerometers chill when the orbit should bite. No tangential pulse where the model needs might. You can't conjure motion from a theory and fry. You test it on the ground in the dark and the light. Let's go. Jealousy flatline based on too pure. Survey chains close with a radius and show. If the ground stays level way beyond the brochure, then the comment stack cracks, no foundation. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. Beta over doctrine, that's the realist saying. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. That's right. No hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. I'm the signal to noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Fall back. Circular logic, yeah, I slice through claims. If the premise loops back, then I torch those frames. No assume spin, no narrative game. Show me raw data or retire your aim. Facts only. Framing variant truth, that's the path I chase. Rotation relative, not a trophy for the play. If the cause ain't fixed, don't force it to the case. We revise, refine, never fall from grace. Keep sharp.
belief, it's epistemic discipline. Scrutinize the roots till the false breaks thin. Yeah. Foundation cracked, then the tower caves in. Cosmic scale trembles when the earth's not pinned. I'm a flat nihilist, but the real definition. Empirical, bigger, not a faith-based mission. No belief, follow data conviction. That's the one true position. I'm the falsifier general, science not tradition.
I'm sorry, but the Globers just don't have as much fun as us. That was Snip Snip, one of my favorite new songs. You know you guys are just asking for it with the silence. Yeah, Platter, that's Snip Snip. You can find it on the radio. You can get the lyrics there. And tomorrow, all of the songs will be available on Bandcamp. And then the next mission is to upload the songs somewhere else, like YouTube or SoundCloud, or where people can actually listen to them without paying for them. But Bandcamp is where, if you want to support us, you can pay for them and get the high quality file, the WAV file. So it's just an option for people, but
can you post the link for that inside chat
for people? Sorry, what?
Can you post the link inside chat for Bandcamp, whatever it's called? Thank you.
There you go. I have like 9 songs on there so far, and I'll be adding the rest of them today. I've just finished making the art while I was listening to people talk earlier, so I can finish uploading and finalizing that page. It's not complete. I'm most likely gonna like edit everything and like change the value of like how much you pay for each song. I'm just gonna charge people $1. That seems reasonable. But you can pay more if you want, according to this site, if you want to support. But that's not a requirement, and that's one of the reasons why I'm gonna make it like, so you can like access it on YouTube and put it into your playlist there, or something along those lines. Because I really just want people to have music to enjoy, and like, if you want to support, that's great, but that's not a prerequisite.
Is there any way you can set it up as complete albums?
Oh yeah, it'll be incomplete albums once I finalize updating.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna upload all of them as singles with their own like images, and then I'll wrap it all into an album with its own album image.
Yeah, cool.
I also need to make graphics for the site itself, like the band, but currently I'm just placeholdering using the graphics I made for the bot we're using on our home server. Yeah, that link is if you did /info during any song that's playing on FE radio on our home server, that's basically the link that will come up inside the embed, which has like a picture and the basic information of the song. And then if I have a lyric text with it inside the bot, then it'll also spit out all of the lyrics of the song. So if you made a song through any means and you want it to be played on the FE radio and you want the lyrics to be displayed, or you want your social linked to your YouTube or TikTok or whatever you're using to be displayed when people type /info and your song is playing on the radio, then we can easily do that. You just talk to me, give me your lyrics, give me your song, and I'll put it all in there and make it play on the radio. Because there are no Globers in here, you guys might be able to appreciate this song. This is called Gravity Theory Stack, and it basically goes over about 20 different theories that are competing for gravity currently. So I have another song that's like based on the Einstein and Newton. But this song is just based on the theoretical gravity and all of their attempts to replace the current already debunked concepts of gravity. So I hope you guys enjoy this one.
Newton started with a law, absolute time, fixed stage, instant interaction force written on the page. Einstein flipped it, no force, just curvature we trace. Math tells space-time how to bend, objects follow in that space. Brands, Dickey, added scholars made G a shifting rate, variable coupling, constant cosmic fields that modulate. FNR rewrites the action with a generalized R, modifying dynamics when the curvature gets bizarre.
Whole increases gravity's a boundary projection. Book to brain dictionary mapping fields to intersection.
Different theories, different rules, different ideas they unpack. You gotta keep the logic straight when you climb the theory stack. Don't cross the wires, don't mix the frames, don't blend what they abstract. Every model has its domain in the gravity theory stack. Loop quantum gravity, quantas is area like a grid spin. Networks weave geometry with everything they did spin. Phones give the pass when the networks start to shift. Quantum space-time built discrete, every node a little lift. String theory brings gravitons from a close string oscillation. Extra dims curl tight in a higher formulation. M theory brains vibrate 11 total ranks, unifying all the cousins with the membranes in the banks.
Holographies is gravity's a boundary projection. Bulk to brain dictionary mapping fields to intersection.
Different theories, different rules, different truths they unpack. You gotta keep the logic straight when you climb the theory stack. Don't cross the wires, don't mix the frames, don't blend what they abstract. Every model has its domain in the gravity theory stack. Causal sets say space-time is discrete in how it links. Partial orders build the cosmos with relational bricks. CDT keeps Lorentzian slices clean and neat. Triangulated time steps with causity's concrete. Asymptotic safety hunts for UV fixed point strong. Renormalization flow that keeps the theory running long. Einstein caught in theory adds torsion sourced by spin. Twisted geometry where fermions plug in. Emergent gravity claims information runs the show. Entropic reconstruction from microstates below. Group field theory lets space-time be a condensate. Field modes on group manifolds build geometry as a state.
Holography says gravity's a boundary projection. Bulk to brain dictionary mapping fields to intersection.
Different theories, different rules, different truths they unpack. You gotta keep the logic straight when you climb the theory stack. Measured effects stay solid, but the cause is still abstract. Pick your framework, keep it clean in the gravity theory stack. Massive gravity claim to give the graviton weight. Careful with the ghost, DRGT claims a slave. Biometric model, double metrics, heavy modes appear. One field bends your path while another shifts the gear. TeVe's tries to mimic mine with vector tensor scalar, altering galactic curves without dark matter as a tailor. Well, in conformal theories introduce scale symmetry, stretching metrics freely with a gauge identity. We got models for the motion, but the cause is still unknown. Every theory paints a picture from the math it calls its own. And you can pick your favorite framework, any lens you want to claim, but that choice stay philosophical until experiments can end. Cause we can tweak space-time fabric, can't adjust the master dance, can't manipulate the variables the way them recommend. So belief fills the gaps where the data can't connect. Different stories for the cause behind the same observed effect. Choose a theory, keep it constant, let the axiom define, till we find a way to probe the causal test and realign. Till then every model stands as possible but none exact, cause we can't touch the source itself, only measure the aftermath.
I don't know if it's just me, but I love all my new songs. And since I'm alone and keeping the live stream alive, I'll play one more song before I go to sleep. I'll play Rigidity in Space. This is a song I love.
Spin it up, let it race, feel rigidity in space. Little we holding still while the world shifts place. Move the frame around the globe and the story with Drace. We're learning how to reason, not a model to embrace. I set a rotor in a gimbal, let it with a word. Fast spin, thin rim, watch the axis stay short. It resists any twist, cause momentum's in place. Point fixed, wheel sticks, that's rigidity in space. No compass is here, this is a basic machine. No external torques, yeah, they keep the physics clean. Balance bearings, true mass, that's the rule of the game. If the spin starts drifting, then the gyro's to blame. Not an imaginary world, a pure hypothetical sphere. We teach logic without a model, keep the purpose clear. We walk north, south, east, west with the gyro in hand. Exploring what will happen in this apparently flat land. Spin it up, let it race, feel rigidity in space. Little wheel holding still while the world shifts place. Move the frame around the globe in the story with Drace. We're learning how to reason, not a model to embrace. In the atmosphere seen lesson if the ground were curved. As we roam across the surface, then the housing gets swerved. The rotor stays pointed at the star first face, but we would arc round the globe so the frame gets displaced. In that model on that journey, we'd expect a slow twist. The rotation of the housing, that'd be hard to miss. That's the if-then setup, a conditional track. Pure logic, no assertion, that's how you determine the fact. Now here's the structure of the reasoning pattern. If this were true, then this would happen. But if that then doesn't show, you can flip the scene. That's motors, Toland's logic, crisp and clean. If the world in our lesson were a spinning sphere, then the gyro frame twist would appear right here. But the twist doesn't show and our storylines test. Therefore, not the case, then that model we rest. Spin it up, let it race, feel rigidity in space. Let the wheel holding still while the world shifts place. Move the frame around the globe in the story with trace. We're learning how to reason, not a model to embrace. Spin it up, let it race, feel rigidity in space. Let the wheel holding still while the world shifts place. Move the frame around the globe in the story with trace. We're learning how to reason, not a model to embrace. So that's the gyro, the logic, the hypothetical sphere. A classroom demonstration wrapped in rhyme right here. Study tools, firm conclusion, that's the heart of the art. Cause science and logic both play their part.
I love that song. All of the songs I'm playing currently are things that are already in my voice mod. So the finished versions have better fade outs at the end and things like that, and even fade outs in the beginning. And sometimes I would go in and edit the song and remove a whole track that was in the background. Like in the last song, you could hear like I don't know what to call it, like a shh sound that almost can become unbearable if it's too loud. And so I lowered the volume on that one. A lot of the ones I either removed if it was bad, and edited the song a lot of the after the facts. These are the previews that I created when I was creating the songs originally, and I found things I liked, so I would throw them in here and play them for people. And then I would continue to work on them and eventually finalize them. That's the things that are on the radio, and that's the things that are available on the Bandcamp. And I guess since everybody left who didn't like it, I'll play another one. Another one. Just for fun. It's better than silence.
Yeah. They said climb a tree, bro, that proves geometry. But they never learn perspective, let's teach them real sight. They say Earth is a globe, just climb a tree, you'll see farther. The line of sight's the reason, not a curve, making it harder. On a flat plane, vision pinched to 0 degrees. Ground meets sky in the distance, that's perspective squeeze. Ray clarity on the retina. Angles too tight, sky and land overlap, unresolved in your sight. Depth gets compressed like a hallway line. Vanishing point where the grounds resign. At ground level, you're stuck in that optical bind. Everything merges in the far field of the mind. Then you rise a few meters and open up that view. Angle widens to the surface, nothing spherical in that cube. Climb a tree, they swear that's proof to me. But that's optics, that's perspective, not a claim of geometry. See farther when you rise, yeah, that's how vision be. Don't reify a globe from a trickle what the eye can't see. They were globe in equations, then declared it as fact. Reified the abstraction till the map became the act. Compared photos in perspective to drawings out of scope. Images that break human sight, selling faith like it's hope. You can't take a math projection and pretend it's the same as a view bound by optics in the limits of the frame. They sketch perfect curves with a God eyesight, but nobody sees the world from an infinite height. So don't mix a diagram where we're in this detect. Don't confuse what we model with what sense reflect. Your angle to the ground is the thing that sets you free. Not a curve, just the optics when you climb a tree. Climb a tree, they swear that's proof to me. But that's optics, that's perspective, not a claim of geometry. See farther when you rise, yeah, that's how vision be. Don't reify a globe from a trickle what the eye can't see. Ground to sky compression, that's the horizon line. Not the edge of a planet, just a visual design. Raise your point of view, the angle starts to free. More terrain appears, but that don't show curvature to me. So next time they claim man that's proof we live on a sphere. Tell them vision and geometry, the logic isn't there. Teach them how perspective works, let them hit with see. Seeing farther when you climb in Earth's sphericity. Even the globers have to admit that what you experience is a locally flat land, brother.
Since I'm getting ready for bed, I'll just play more songs until I fully am ready and jam while I'm at it.
This one's for anyone breaking out the loop. We see you. Learn young classroom globe in the center. Teacher said this is the world, so the image enters. Repetition hits deep, that's how anchors form. Belief sets in long before the mind transforms. You didn't choose that lens, it was handed down. And what's familiar starts feeling like solid ground. Once the frame locks in, every sign seems to match. There's confirmation bias, the mind trying to catch. You see what you're told to see. When the script gets written early in your mind, belief grows roots and the roots grow deep, so every clue looks pre-designed. If the edges start to shake one day, don't be afraid of what you find. We're right here walking with you as you take back your own mind. Belief bent sight, yeah, the brain fills gaps. You start hallucinating patterns that fit your maps. Not madness, just habit. The mind loves the known, rewriting every scene to protect its own. When a model gets installed before doubt can speak, you grow up filtering now what doesn't agree. It's not that folks lie, it's the lens they wear, a lifetime loop they don't know is there. You see what you're told to see. When the script is written early in your mind, belief grows roots and the roots grow deep, so every clue looks pre-designed. If the edges start to shake one day, don't be afraid of what you find. We're right here walking with you as you take back your own mind. Every movie shows planets spinning in space. Every intro splash puts a glow in your face. That's culture reinforcing what school began. Visual repetition, keeping tight the plan. And when you defended that view your whole life, sunk cost cuts deep like a man of knife. Changing course feels risky and cold, but growth hits right where the grip gets old. It's heavy to question what you held so long, 'cause the crowd shouts certain and the crowd feels strong. But the courage to rethink is a rarer trait. It's the mind stepping out of the locked-in state. We know the shift shakes everything you believe, rewiring how you see what you see. But take your time, no judgment, no rush. We're hearing the quiet when the certainty's hush. If the lens cracks open, the world looks strange. Breathe in, step back, that's the start of change. Truth isn't given, it's something you find, and we're right beside you as you free your mind.
I love that song. I hear some ting-tings, probably some people leaving. Too much music. But I'll make you suffer through it. One more song.
They told me every corner's charted, every map is complete, like the whole world was solved from the soil to the street. Wrapped the planet in a picture, locked it tight in a sphere, made it sound like there was nothing left to question or hear. And I felt my wanderlust fade like a washed out sign, like the mysteries were gone and the frontier resigned. Every road seemed settled, every line predefined. When you think it's all known, you stop looking to find. But there's a cost in pretending that the model is the land, when it's only just a map that we drew by hand. And a soul grows quiet when the unknown shrinks, till you shake the frame and start checking the links. Yeah, the world turned color when I measured the ground, when I questioned the givens, flipped the script around. Not to break the science, just to see what I see. And it woke up the wanderer buried in me. Now I walk with wonder, every step reborn, 'cause the world gets bigger when the veil gets torn. It wasn't about the shape of the earth or the sky, it was about what I was told and the reasons why. How ideas get handed down, polished and neat, while the messy parts hide underneath our feet. So I took a ruler to the real world, touched the terrain, not for certainty's sake, just to break the chain. And the moment I did, something shifted inside, like the map dissolved and the truth got wide. There's beauty in the cracks where the questions breathe, where you test what you're taught, not just blindly believe. And the world's more alive when you peel back the gloss. Curiosity returns when you carry your cross. Yeah, the world turned color when I measured the ground, when I questioned the givens, flipped the script around. Not to break the science, just to see what I see. And it woke up the wanderer buried in me. Now I roam with wonder, every step reborn, 'cause the world gets bigger when the veil gets torn. No model is the territory, no chart is the place. And reality smiles when you meet it face to face.
It's the courage to verify that brings the magic back, to lift the painted sky from the world's true track. So here's to the seekers who test the ground, who revive the wanderlust when doubt comes around. Not defying the signs, just keeping it alive, cause the frontier grows real when your questions thrive. Yeah, the world turned color when I measure the ground, when I question the givens, flip the script around. Not to break the science, just to see what I see. And it woke up the wanderer buried in me. Now I walk with wonder, every step reborn, cause the world gets bigger when the veil gets torn.
I'm drowning you with music. I'll play the last song before I really go to sleep. I've done most of my prepping by now. This is Empirical Eye by my band Dao Duo.
To the scholars on the globe side, I'm addressing you direct, not to challenge your conclusions, but to tighten the respect. In the field of observation, every model must align, not with faith in old assumptions, but the data we can find. This is not about conversion, not a battle to be won, but a method of inquiry grounded in what light has done. Before we set up any lake test, let the evidence decide. Walk with me through optics, let the wavelengths be our guide. Before you trust a model, take a moment, take a view. Let the cameras and the spectra tell you what the air can do. Infrared against the visible, to pass through the same sky. Show the bending and divergence, no equation can deny. Look at all the world-read images the internet has stored. Analyze the color drift before any test is scored. This is not about believing what another voice implies. This is just a simple call to open up your empirical life. Every long distance photo, every skyline, every shore carries signatures of optics you might not have seen before. When the air is shifting density, when the ducts and layers rise, white light isn't uniform, it fractures subtle in disguise. Infrared may mark a boundary, visible may reach beyond, but the difference in their horizon shows the medium they respond. If a distance breaks the limits of the geometric sphere, check the wavelength separation, see what physics makes appear. Before you trust a model, take a moment, take a view. Let the cameras and the spectra tell you what the air can do. Infrared against the visible, to pass through the same sky. Show the bending and divergence, no equation can deny. Look at all the world-read images the internet has stored. Analyze the color drift before any test is scored. This is not about believing what another voice implies. This is just a simple call to open up your empirical life. You don't need to change positions, don't need theories in advance. chance. Only treat the data fairly, give the evidence a chance. Study how the lower edges shift their contour with the heat, how the waterline distorts when refractive gradients meet. This isn't globe or flat, it's the discipline of sight, letting spectra write the narrative in the presence of the light. So before we build the setup, before we measure lake and sky, start with what already's captured, let the photographs reply. I'm not asking you for trust, I'm not asking you to bend, only asking you to question how the wavelengths comprehend. Let the optics speak their language, let the evidence extend. This is just the first foundation.
At most I have time for one more. I'll do I See What You Do, in honor of the people who stayed here and listened, because I see what you do.
Yeah, I pulled up to the convo, quiet but aware, watching how you move, how you think, how you care. Not flexing loud, but the truth's in your tone. You and your crew out lifting up minds on your own. No ego, no stun, just disciplined eyes, critical real is seeing through the world's disguise. You break it down clean, every angle, every fact. While most folks argue, you just teach them how to act. You keep the minds on the block, waking up, staying sharp, handing truth in the dark like a flame to the heart. Humble with the ground, but the wisdom hit deep. You raise the city mindset while the rest still asleep. Yeah, I see what you do, I respect how you think, how you lift up your people, bring them back from the brink. Never loud, never proud, yeah, your impact is deep. You teach them how to reason, not just follow the sheep. You stack evidence, quiet, no performing for cloud. If the logic ain't right, you help a mind figure it out. You don't preach what to believe, you teach how to see. That's why the whole hood trusts you more than authority. Your crew full of thinkers, each one on the spark, turning alley conversations into seminars in the dark. For me, I just vibe with it, respect from the core, cause mine's built like yours. Always break open new doors, you keep the minds on the block, waking up, staying sharp, handing truth in the dark like a flame to the heart. Humble with the ground, but the wisdom hit deep. You raise the city mindset while the rest still asleep. Yeah, I see what you do, I respect how you think, how you lift up your people, bring them back from the brink. Never loud, never proud, yeah, impact is steep. You teach them how to reason, not just follow the sheep. Street academics, no degrees, needed no hallways, but you learn more in alleys than most do always. Iron sharpen iron, yeah, your team built solid logic, running deep like a pole. With a prophet's wall of your crew, don't chase fame, don't beg for applause. You just chase understanding, break illusions of falls. If the world got more folks with the lens that you bring in every block on the map would start waking to think. Yeah, I see you, I see your people, clearly not sheeple. Quiet minds with loud truth, empirical teaching the youth. Sharpening the streets of reason, 24/7 all year, every season. Stay humble, stay silent. And keep teaching the world. How to think for itself.
Although I could go on forever, I really need to go to sleep. I have everything ready. I guess I could play you one more before I turn this off. But that's it.
Yes. Yeah, you pointing at the sky like you solved the case, saying satellites prove Kurt with that smug ass face. But your chain of logic's brittle, man, it's barely a trace. Cause you start with assumptions that you never replace. You build your little model like it's truth on command, but a model ain't reality. Try to understand, you confuse what you claim with what's actually at hand. That's a category error, rookie, learn the damn plan. You don't test alternatives, you don't scan for conditions. You just leap to conclusions like your speed running missions. But logic don't care about your tribe or traditions, it cares if your reasoning survives real competition. You got equifinality, baby, many cause the same effect. Under determination, your conclusion ain't correct. Hidden premises smuggled in like you think nobody checks. Your argument collapse, what do you expect? Model that evidence, better show some respect. Cause logic gon' expose you if your reasoning's a wreck. You shout they orbit like that proves a whole plot. But orbit is a model, not the evidence you got. You assuming parallel forces, distance, unstable ride. Bro, you baking all the answers straight inside the mixing pot. That circular reasoning, congratulations. You smuggling conclusions like covert operations. You claim it's empirical, nah, it's fabrications. A house built on models, not observations. Oh wow, objects moving far in the sky, congratulations. Sherlock, so does a fly. Relative motion, genius, did you even try? Many models fit the data, your certainty's a lie. Equifinality, many causes, one display. Underdetermined logic, your conclusion ain't the way. Hidden premises everywhere like you hit them in the clay. Your argument is fragile, I could break it any day. Model that evidence, remember what I say. Logic don't bend cause you wanted to play. To the narrative like a comfort blanket, but logic don't care, it ain't soft, it won't thank you. Your whole reasoning shaky, man, I'm here to bank it. Appearance ain't no ontology, rookie, you can't fake it. Interpretation, not fact, that's the realest vibe. Stop mixing up the map with the world outside. You want truth, then learn how logic's applied. Till then, take a seat, you ain't qualified. Don't point to the sky like that's all you need. Reality's subtle, it don't follow your creed. You skipped every premise like you're trying to speed, but logic wants rigor, not belief, not greed. Equifinality, many roads, same sight. Under determination, one view don't prove right. Hidden assumptions dragging you into the night. Bad logic ain't science, it's just noise on the mic. Model our evidence, get that lock tight. I'm done teaching basics, go study alright. Yeah. Next time you flex with your half-baked claims, bring an actual argument, not your model's remains. Logic's a game, you ain't learning the lanes. Class dismissed. Yeah.
I see we got Be Calm Banana in here, so maybe he wants to talk. Lol. I enjoy people thinking I'm an AI. It's pretty hilarious. Like, AIs are pretty dumb, in my opinion. But that's because I debate AIs every day just for fun. But I'm not an AI. And so I'll give you another song. It's called Pay Attention.
sit down. Glow believer, yeah, you in the back. Start waving screenshots like you're bringing real facts. You don't know the distance, don't know the height, don't know where the curve should be. If the globe was right, you quote numbers from memory like a half-awake kid. But when I ask for the sources, you forget what you did. You say horizon proves everything. Okay, slow down. Tell me how far it is, genius. You can't sit down. Pay attention, classes in session. You're believing without checking. That's the first regression. Infrared invisible, ain't bending the same. But you post blurry screenshots like it settles the game. Pay attention, look before believe. A claim without substance is paper thin, weak. Measure your distance, your height, your refraction. Until then you're just guessing with misplaced traction. You got city skylines way farther than they should be, but you never plot the miles. Just do, look, I can see. You don't check the atmosphere, the temperature band. You don't even map the target, do you understand? Light bends in layers, yeah, that's basic stuff. But when I say compare wavelengths, you freeze like it's tough. If infrared drops early, invisible goes long. That's the air telling you something, not your belief song. Pay attention, stop guessing the view. If you don't know the numbers, then the numbers on you. Every model means nothing if the data's ignored, and every claim turns to dust when the evidence is stored. Pay attention, quit playing pretend. If the world is so obvious, then measure it, friend. Look first, think second, don't build on a myth. Belief without substance is a tower built on myths. Tell me how far the mountain is, no, don't estimate. Tell me how high the shoreline sits, don't approximate. Tell me where the curve should fall if the globe holds true. And show me how your photo even matches the view. But you won't, cause you can't, you don't check that part. You just trust what you're told, like it came from your heart. Yeah, at the moment someone questions the lens or the light, you fold quicker than a student who forgot how to write. You keep drawing side view diagrams flat on a page, like the world is a blueprint stuck in engineering stage. Or the graphic ain't perspective, that's your first mistake. Cause no eye sees sideways through the scene you make. You map curves from the side, then compare to the front, like the camera's supposed to see the world in a stunt. But perspective compresses distance, that's how sight behaves. Lines meet, floors rise, and the far field caves. Pay attention, classes in session. You're believing without checking, that's the first regression. Infrared invisible, ain't bending the same. But you post blurry screenshots like it settles the game. Pay attention, look before believe. A claim without substance is paper thin, weak. Measure your distance, your height, your refraction. Until then you're just guessing with misplaced traction. So here's your homework. Yeah, I know you hate that word. Next time you show a picture, make sure the numbers are heard. Check the wavelengths, the distance, the height of the place. Then bring it to the table with a straight, honest face.
Anyway, I'm going to sleep. Good night, everyone.
Thanks, Trace. See you, man.
What the fuck? You so muted. What the fuck?
Yeah, Giga, you don't have to think the Earth is flat to be in our channel. We have Globers that have been hanging out with us for years. Because, I mean, you came in saying like you think the Earth might be flat, but I don't really think you think that. I mean, that was my question to you when then you went back to satellites. I asked you what evidence you've seen that makes you lean toward the flat Earth, because that was your premise coming in, that you were only hung up on satellites and hurricanes, but really you really believe in the globe, right? I mean, you're a glober, right, Giga? That seems to be the case.
Well, I don't know what shape the Earth is. I've never been to space. I've been right here on the surface the whole time.
Yeah, so what leads you to doubt the globe then?
Let's see. Laser observations at the ocean. So you can see laser light much further than 8 or 12 miles, the globe Earth say. You should be able to see. You can see lasers for like 30 and 40 miles. And that shouldn't be possible if we're on a big ball, you know?
Yeah, a lot of the laser tests, are demonstrating lasers hitting a target at distances that would be impossible on the ball of dimensions claimed. That's right.
That makes me question the ball. But also, there's things that make me question flat Earth too. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you understand laser tests and long distance observations, and you've looked at the multitude of different laser tests and long distance observations that have been done, each one which is a counterexample to the geometric claim of a 3,959 mile radius sphere, then these other incidentals that are happening in the sky and could just as easily happen on a flat surface are irrelevant to the lack of curvature on the ground. The globe's just not there. If the globe were there, then the curvature would be observable and measurable. So you don't have to go to space. You said you hadn't been to space, so I don't know, like, which laser tests have you looked at?
I can't remember what the name of them was. It was just some guys on YouTube, and they were filming it, the whole thing. It's been many years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I could show you some if you're interested, and you could look at them in more detail, because once you have an understanding of those, then these other questions about things in the sky, they can be interesting side notes, but they have no effect on the ground measurements, like you discussed. The laser
Right.
tests are conclusive. There's no globe. There's no curvature that's been measured. For example, I'll share the FE core laser test. Their longest test was 25 miles. There's a 28-mile laser test that was done in British Columbia. Can find that one for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember it was like over 20 miles away. They were able to see a laser. It was like over the water.
Yeah, so those, for example, the longest laser test for the first link FE core, the target should have been hidden by 297 feet of drop, but the laser hit the target. So the distances, the missing curvature, it's very large, 297 feet. So it's not even close. Yeah, and the Matrix put another one in there, the Great Salt Lake laser test, 21 miles. That's cool. You've actually looked at evidence and you remember it. That's way ahead of most people that come in here.
You know what the best cure for hiccups is?
Being scared.
Globe evidence cures hiccups immediately.
Oh, I thought it would be flat evidence for Globers who would cure it. They'd be so scared. They usually seem kind of scared of it, don't you think?
Yeah, they're scared of globe evidence.
They're scared of anti-globe evidence, or they're scared?
No, they're
that
scared
there
of
isn't
globe
any?
evidence.
Yeah, because it's not there. That why they're scared.
Well, they never bring it here, and they talk about all the things that aren't globe evidence. So they must be scared of it.
Yeah, I guess so. Sounds about right.
Exactly. Because the globe evidence that's required is directly demonstrably measured surface curvature. That's what they're scared of. That's why they always want to talk about things that aren't that, like the sky. Right? Because there is demonstrable measured surface curvature. 0. That's the value. There you go. So if they have to talk about it, they have to talk about 0 curvature as the value for the measured curvature. That's why they're scared to death of it. But our friend who was previously speaking isn't a Glober, so it doesn't apply to him.
I just looked in my DMs. I got a DM from Fight the Flat Earth that says, "When are we debating?" How should I reply? We're not booger eater, or should I just post the gif of him eating his?
No, dude. Be like, I showed up to the place for the debate. You didn't show.
We already did. That wasn't you. I debated someone. They said they were Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, that'll really drive him nuts. Send him an invite to the channel. Yeah, right here, right now, 9 p.m. Politics channel. Let's go.
Yeah. Or you can eat boogers. You're welcome.
He's got to bring his own though. He's not eating mine.
That was at 3:11 p.m. Too bad I missed it.
Tell him he has to donate all the proceeds to the gynomastomic surgery center. For the guys that didn't catch that, that means dudes with boobs.
Thanks, mate. I was wondering.
And for the other people who really don't understand what's going on, that's dudes that are dudes that just look like they have these massive boobs because of their fat condition, not necessarily because they wanted to look like they have boobs, if you catch my drift. Sorry, I had to caveat that in these times.
Oh, Geiko's back. Did you watch one of those videos? Is that why you're deafened, or is that just too optimistic for me to be thinking that?
A little optimistic. I did pull the video up. I've not watched it yet.
Okay, well, I hope you will. I hope you will.
Yeah, it says this one 21 miles out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There's someone that did one over land, 35 miles over land on a Salt Lake bed.
Oh, were they at the same elevation? I guess so.
Wouldn't matter. It's a salt flat. It's the bottom of the lake bed, and it's the elevation profile is like maybe I can't remember exactly, but you're talking about 35 miles away. You're talking about hundreds upon hundreds of feet of differential. You know, so it's not even close. By differential, I mean if the Earth is a globe, it's supposed to curve down and away from your observer's point at a specific rate.
What is it, like an inch for 8 miles, or what is it again? I forget. It's like
8
inches per mile.
See if I can do it real quick.
I love flat Earth. Do you
That's
love flat Earth?
great. That's beautiful. Yes, we love the flat Earth. It's so wonderful.
Oh, yes, I love it. I love it. I want a flat Earth disc for Christmas.
Flat Earth is not a disc. 23 Hashem. You're misinformed.
Oh, I'm learning more about flat Earth. Oh my God. Tell me more.
You came to the right place.
Yes.
Yeah, the misconception of a disc in space, as popularized through ridiculous internet memes, is nothing more than a
So wait.
let's say propaganda
Is the Earth
campaign.
not
Propaganda campaign.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where is
yeah,
it?
Yeah.
Like,
That's the end of my sentence. Go ahead.
Are we the center of the universe?
Many say that. Many say that. Is that what you're saying, 23 Hashem?
No. I just burped because I'm drinking
No,
wine.
he's so gross. Somebody else could talk to him.
I'm sorry. No, they know me here. I'm a normal guy, but I'm drunk right now, so I'm a little bit exaggerated right now.
But that ball Earth propaganda.
Are we like okay? If it's flat, does nothing exist outside of the disk?
There is no
Yes or no?
Oh, it's you again. Get muted. Yeah, get muted, bro. LARPing ass LARP-tastic. He's a LARP earther. He only comes here to make flat earthers look stupid by acting like a flat earther and being stupid.
Yeah, I just told him there wasn't a disc. Yeah, then he said disc again. Then Matrix had to tell him no disc. I mean, how hard is that? No disc. It's not that hard. We'll go back to Giga. Maybe it's Giga, like 1.21 gigawatts.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Put the math in there, brother.
It's more like giggity.
Says
nasty.
So the at 35 miles it'd be 816 feet of raw drop from a level line if the Earth was curved. But it's even worse than that because you have the off angle from the apex of the arc, right? To which would make your sight line increase even more. So I mean, seeing a laser on the ground 35 miles away while you're on the ground. I mean, it's just not possible, bro. And if I'm not mistaken, they put it in a pickup truck, shined it back at the observer's location, and then drove the truck away, and they saw the laser the whole time.
By the way, that dude 23 Hashem has Earth is round in his bio, in case you didn't notice.
Yeah. Dude, he has Earth is round in the inflections of his voice. He has Earth is round, it is permanently attached to his lips.
Also, in his
Yes,
bio,
Earth is round in the contours of his shadow.
it also says in the next sentence in his bio, the government is full of great people. He might as well have said the Earth is round twice.
Hey, did you know that Globers can actually prove the Earth curvature rate? Did you know that, Indio? I just realized that 3 minutes ago.
Oh,
Simple.
for you, Studio
I
Man.
want to see if you can figure it out. No, I just want to see if you can figure it out. Take like 30 seconds before I tell you the answer. It's so simple.
How globe earthers can prove the Earth curvature rate.
Yep.
They could measure it. Or did you want me to be more
Right.
specific?
And then they'd prove the Earth curvature value, correct?
Yes.
Which would be?
Proof of a globe?
No, 0.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Carla called it. I was thinking it.
I told you it's so simple, dude. Like, it's so simple. It's obviously simple and so simple, but then it's like, it sounds complicated.
It's R equals 0, man.
Well, actually, me and Dandelion were talking. I was saying, Globers are afraid. I can't remember why we were talking about fear. Globers are not afraid of flat Earth evidence. They're afraid of globe evidence because the only evidence would be direct surface curvature measurements, and the curvature rate of the Earth is 0.
We were talking about it as a cure for hiccups. You brought it up.
Oh yeah, I don't have hiccups anymore. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Dude, that drunk dude was like, I've been a flat earther. I've been in this channel for 2 years. Everybody knows me. That's what he said last time he was here.
There's one the other day that said he'd been coming in and out of here for the last 2 years or over 2 years, and you look at his bio, and his account was only created 2 months beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Well, let me ask you this, Peter. Who is actually a good globe Earth debate partner? Notice I didn't say opponent. I said partner, because you'd be engaging in a debate, actually answering each other's questions, actually working together. Like, who would be a good guy to have on the other side?
Let me think. That guy, I had a good debate once on TikTok with this PhD relativity guy that looks like a nerd. Dr. Galaxis or something weird. He at least let me speak, so, at least we had an exchange there for 10 minutes.
Let me ask you this, Peter. Other than yourself, what person that globe earther that debates this topic is the most substantive? Meaning, they A, stick to the topic, actually present evidence for their claims, actually know what the evidence says about in their claims, and have actually evaluated whatever the fucking evidence is. Who does that as a globe earther?
Mordy did a good job debating Shane and that other idiot.
Morderwin?
The ether hallucinating boys, yeah. That was a good
Unfortunately,
debate about maps.
I have to give him the title, even though all his shit is retroactive. See, what he
Doesn't
does
matter,
is
but they
he
talk
goes and
about
tries to
maps
bullshit, and then he gets cooked, and then he goes reads the shit he should have read before he said it, and then tries to take another bite at the apple.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's what he does. But at least he's trying. I'll give him credit for that.
Well, okay, so not so bad. I think
he's just a shit debater. So I mean, not to
Professor
shade
Dave would
Alan,
be
with all
good,
due
but
respect to them.
he'll never agree to.
Oh, he said it.
Are you kidding, dude? Professor Dave is the most disingenuous a-hole, dude. He's not a good debate partner. You kidding me, bro? Dude's a total loser.
Now, give me one good reason why I should let him continue. Just saying that name makes my skin crawl. He's a muppet. Fair dinkum. It concerns me that we've got this whole pile of this young generation that look up to Professor Dave because he's got so much knowledge and wisdom and he passes it on, and all I want to do is not throw up.
Intelligence agent left because I wouldn't sign his contract.
He's probably concerned that what was coming next.
He's allergic to Matrix. Matatrix. Listen here, Matatrix.
Matatrix. Made of Tetrix.
Isn't it Matrix?
Yeah.
Mate.
Matrix. Sounds kinky.
Oh, well.
Anyway, I can't think of a single upside thing to fight the flat earth that wouldn't be just completely ego driven. So everybody goes, "You kicked his ass." I'm like, so what? I wouldn't even feel good about that. It's not an achievement. Oh, I debated fight the flat earth, and I won. Yeah, and where's the rest of the story?
Yeah, it'd be like a high schooler going to the kindergarten playground. I beat them all up.
Yeah, dodgeball, dude. Just oh, Doyle rules. Freaking just smashing him with the dodgeball.
If FTFE wants to crawl out of the primordial soup and climb his way up the ladder and come and visit us, he's more than welcome to do so. But I can assure you now, I am not going to chase him down. And I doubt it. I wouldn't expect anyone else to either, in all seriousness.
Hey, listen up, bro. He may or may not have had his leg amputated. I need to find out for sure because I could have sworn he was having it upcoming. He was on he was on a Creality show, which who's that guy? Flatzoid. And he was saying, "Oh, I'm going to have this done soon," and he'd be willing to accept his prayers. And so I was like, "Wait a minute, is he had his leg amputated?" But I never validated whether that was happening or not. So I'm still out in the dark.
He took money for that. He owes us the amputation. Did you see that QN feed video about his amputation?
What?
Did you stream it? I've seen it, man. It's so fucking funny, man. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Is it about FTFE's amputation or about QNFE's amputation?
FTFE's amputation.
Oh, I gotta watch that.
Like, you owe us an amputation. You took my money.
Wow, I gotta watch that, dude. Well, dude, listen, dude. If you ask for an amputation money from Christians and then ask for prayer, and then you don't get amputated, it's because it was a miraculous healing. It's a good scam. Man, I had to go to Mexico to get the doctor because I can't afford a U.S. doctor. And then they stole the money, and I was like, oh, my goodness, I don't know what to do. But then my leg was miraculously healed from all your prayers. And now this new yacht in my backyard, I don't know where that came from. It was just a gift from somebody.
And on this latest episode of Judge Judy, the money or the leg?
Rick. Rick said you.
No.
Rick said.
Yes. Tell me more.
You guys are a bunch of stupid buttheads, and the Earth is a globe.
Prove it.
Oh, Mansky's in a bad mood today. Gosh. I didn't
Kopsky.
expect that.
Bad mood today. Oh my gosh.
Speaking of copers,
You don't mock
Really,
me.
Nibbles?
The most childish thing one can
I
do.
know.
Imitation is the greatest form of flattery.
Yeah, it makes me want to talk like a Valley girl more for Nables. Hey, Nables, gag me with a spoon.
That was like that can be done, but I was more so mimicking your southern accent.
Oh, yeah, I wish I had a Southern accent. That'd be so cool.
Don't ruin his day by telling him what kind of accent you have.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've been accused of having a Southern accent before. So, yeah, maybe once or twice.
You don't go too far south, you'll end up sounding like me.
Wisconsinner?
Yeah, I just want to point out. The other day, me and AV were speaking to Mez, and we wanted him to have a debate with Peter, right? And Mez was acting all like he didn't know who the fuck Peter was anymore, even though they were GF6 squad, right? Best buddies. And then they both fucking pop in there right at the same time. And they're on this drive to get Indio to give FTFE content.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they getting a royalty?
So, yeah. Peter, still highly sus.
Dude, I don't know if you know this. I told Peter on X, man, when he first started this little shtick he's doing. Tom said, Peter, you're never going to be considered a flat earther until you debate a glober. Like, actually debate a glober, like, on YouTube, the same way you debated flat earthers on YouTube. So, because he can't say that he's averse to that, because he's already done it.
I haven't even seen him, heard him put forth coherent arguments as to why he knows the Earth is flat yet in here.
True. I mean, that's true. But I wasn't even holding him to that standard. Because that's not enough for me. Not from him, because he could parrot the flat earth arguments. If he wants to convince me, him, that started I can't say it, GF6, insert the whatever F word you think appropriate after the G. Yeah, so since he was like in a cult against flat earth, he needs more than just parrot flat earth arguments to convince me. He needs to actually put his face, like he already has done, on the internet, debating the other way, which he'll never do.
I'll put my face on the internet against flat earth.
No, you don't understand. Look, Peter has debated flat earth and put his face on the internet for the globe side, and now says he's a flat earther. So in order for me to believe that, he needs to do the same in the opposite direction. I don't care about your face.
So he needs to put his face on the internet, and then
he already did.
And then dissolve.
He just needs to do the same thing in reverse. Do you understand? I'm holding him to the same standard he held himself to.
Does this guy even understand the context of the conversation here? Who are you?
He needs to argue against flat earth in favor of the guard.
How much heroin did you do?
Sir, I've got a question. Sorry. How
Less
can you...
than you to believe in flat earth.
I don't believe flat earth, though.
Oh, okay, cool.
It is flat. Like, I don't have to believe it.
Some of us. Yeah.
I can just go, like, I go by the Atlantic Ocean. I can just walk over there and look at the Earth being flat.
Yeah, I understand your mistakes.
Want to know it looks flat? Flat things.
Okay, right. No,
You know what also looks flat? Big round things.
How do you know that?
Because I'm on a big round thing.
That's circular logic.
Yeah, you talking about
Flat things looking flat?
fallacies. You talking about fallacies doesn't make any difference because you don't
it's still
understand
fallacious,
the
but it's
biggest
still circular logic.
of fallacies, which is the one that you're promulgating right now.
Which one?
The oldest conspiracy theory.
Which conspiracy theory is that?
The one where people thought that they were going to fall off the edge of the earth
No one ever
when they
thought
went
that.
sailing.
No one ever
Yeah, they
thought
did.
that.
Yeah, they
Okay,
did.
but I
If you
want a
read a
primary
history
source.
book, if you read a history
No, I want a
book, then you
primary.
would know that.
No, I don't. Look, that is apocryphal. Okay, I want a primary source.
You want a primary source of all
A primary
of the
source is
historian...
someone writing that shit down that the contemporary people of their time thought they'd sail off the edge of the earth. Like something from the 1600s, 1400s.
Yeah,
1200s.
look
That's
it up.
how you do
brother.
history, right? I mean, look it
Yeah,
up.
look it up. Look it up.
Where
I'm
do
not
I
gonna
look? Tell me where to
spoon
look
feed
it
you.
up.
I'm not
going
going to spoon feed you.
It's your
Anywhere.
claim. You need the evidence.
Yeah, the evidence is everywhere.
The evidence is your claim?
No, the evidence is everywhere.
The evidence is everywhere.
Everywhere.
In my cupboard.
Okay, you're just going on mute. I'd rather talk to the other guy that had a legitimate question. Go ahead.
Hummus.
Hummus? Was that what it was? Hummus?
Yes.
Oh, right. Someone called my name. Yes, I had a question. Right. So, I don't know how the flat Earth is still a thing after the 24-hour sun. Like, what on earth is going on?
Okay,
it's just preposterous now.
Okay,
This
so
is counter.
Can you tell us how the 24-hour sun disproved the flat Earth?
You just.
I asked a question. I want you to answer it. How
Okay,
did
this
the
is
24-hour sun disprove a flat Earth?
Right. Make a circular table. Go to the edges.
We're not
of
talking about a table. We said the flat Earth.
Simulate a sun.
Sorry, why?
The inability to make a simulation is not a disproof. Okay.
Sorry, India. Why is this table circular?
It can be whatever you like. It can be whatever you like. The idea is that you've got some sort of table. You go to the edges of.
Your ideas are not proof of anything. Now I asked you again, how does the observation of a 24-hour sun disprove a flat Earth? I don't care about your imagination.
You're on the edges.
I want a logically coherent statement.
If you simulate it, you go to the edges.
A simulator of what?
The sun is supposed to go around.
Okay, a simulator of what? What is this simulating? What is this simulating? What is this simulating? What is this simulating?
Okay, I want to say something, right?
I'm going to ask you for the 5th fucking time. What is your simulator simulating?
I want to say something. Just before I answer that, I want to say
No, you're getting muted. Dude, answer the fucking question. Or shut up forever. What is your simulation simulating? Hummus, what is your simulation simulating?
Oh, did you unmute me? Thank God. Goodness gracious, what the fuck is that?
Okay.
Fucking embarrassing.
You got one more chance to answer the question. What's your simulation simulating?
Let me say something before I answer.
No. You're not the mod. This isn't conditional on what you fucking say.
You're also fucking stupid. My God.
That's really a great argument. You really cooked us. You said we're stupid. Oh, you're amazing. I want to know. You made a claim, and I'm just. Well, you made a claim.
I'm not a scientist. I'm a simpleton.
We're well aware of that.
I'm a simpleton, and I'm just echoing simpleton thoughts. So let me just echo simpleton thoughts. Okay. So prior to the 24-hour sun, you had multiple flat earthers say that, well, a 24-hour sun would pose serious challenges.
Like who?
Name one.
I think Darwinism did that. I think Whitsitt did that. I think
no, he didn't.
Multiple people.
No, Whitsitt did not say that. You just made that up.
Not Whitsitt. Jeranism did do that, though.
Jeranism said a lot of things, hasn't he?
Yeah, but
And what does that mean if Jeranism says, whatever we don't follow Jeranism. We've never followed Jeranism. Nobody follows Jeranism. The only one who seems to be obsessed with him are Glovers.
Right.
Right.
Okay,
And even if see, this is what you Glovers don't understand. You try to apply the way you think about the world to us. You think about the world. No, you think about the world in an authoritarian hierarchy in which the edicts come from on high and people believe it based upon something that somebody says. That's not how we formulate our worldview. Our worldview is created by the natural world and evidence, empirical evidence of that world, not what Jaren said. We don't care what Jaren said. Who cares what Jaren said? What does that mean?
No, I don't care what Jaren said. I'm collecting people's thoughts. It's not an absolute thing. I understand that.
Jeranism is an idiot.
Or something.
Dude, listen, most flat earthers think Jeranism is an idiot and have thought that for a long time.
Okay, right. Well,
going way back, even before Beyond the Curve, that documentary, people thought he was a fucking idiot. Even way back then. You guys give him merit.
Okay, right.
You guys are obsessed with him. Real flat earthers ignore him.
Okay, right. Well, I'm still telling you.
Glovers watch his shit. That's the crazy thing.
If you create, your own little experiment. So, not an experiment, your own simulation, right?
What?
I told you, like you've got a little table. It's flat. It's
what are we simulating?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what we're simulating.
It doesn't make any sense. A sun going around.
You're not making any coherent argument. You can't tell us what we're simulating and then you're saying it doesn't make sense. I agree. If you're making a simulation of a thing you don't know what you're simulating, that makes no sense. Then it's not a simulation because similar means similar and you don't even know what you're making similar to. So simulation of what, dude?
What do you mean simulation of what?
You said
my word.
A simulation of what we're experiencing.
So what is your simulation a simulation of it? This is your idea. Don't ask me to fill in your blanks.
Okay,
what is your little tabletop test? Simulate.
Okay, right. You're on the edges of it, supposedly.
Why?
And,
why? What edges?
Well, that was the idea of that experiment, unless you believe it's some sort of hoax.
The idea? So simulating a round table. What are you simulating, dude?
When were they
Bro,
this is what you don't.
No, you're trying to gaslight me out of my experience.
No, you made up a flat earth in your head and then tried to push it on.
I'm not going to fall for it.
No, brother. No, the flat earth you don't believe in, we don't believe in that flat earth either. So the table simulation that's simulating a flat earth, that's a flat earth we don't believe in.
Okay,
that's why I asked you.
Did the experiment take place on the edges of our...
The edge? What edge? Who believes in an edge?
This is why I stopped you at table, right? Because that would have a finite distance and have a shape to it. Like, you circular table. This is where you keep getting edges from. No flat earther in this room is making a claim to the shape of the table. We can't do so.
How are we doing today?
Shh. Clearly talking. So at the moment, you'll be annoyed you interrupted.
Clearly? I'd rather find...
Okay, right. Guys,
you understand what Ingo's trying to point out, my friend?
How does it even work on any sort of...
Well, darling, if the Earth was flat, would there be a sunset? Would the sun set?
Okay. Yeah, well... I mean, I think according to the flat Earth idea is that it's going to...
I'm not asking about what flat Earth idea is. I'm asking you, sir.
This is where he's got a problem, right? He thinks that we think the Earth is a disc like an AE map, like people have made claims to, and he thinks that this is a true representation of flat Earth. We don't make this claim to the dimensions of the Earth. To tell you it was circular and people were standing on the edge of it, looking inwards. We don't make that claim, dude. That's a map. That's a bit of, I don't know, a straw man, let's call it that, because it most definitely is. So that's not what we say the Earth is. So this observation of a 24-hour sun doesn't really debunk a measurement of the surface of the Earth anyhow. It might, from some people's point of view, debunk a map, but those people would be stupid if they reified a map, wouldn't they?
Okay, right. So the measurement of the Earth, you measure it as flat, but the globe
water
Earth
is a horizontal reference datum.
No, I understand that. I've seen this line of reasoning before, but the globe Earth is going to say that, well, refraction.
I mean, they can say refraction all they want. They still don't have a direct measurement of Earth curvature.
That's the problem. They can't justify the refraction claim.
Right. So the globe Earth,
how would they justify? No. This is very fundamental.
Right?
This is very fundamental. No. You're trying to win the best.
I'm giving you points, dude.
What's the justification for refraction? What is it?
So what's flat refraction makes it a ball.
What is the justification for refraction? Do you want to know what their justification is? That the Earth looks flat. That's their justification.
That's great.
Okay. Well,
is it not? Is it not the justification for it that the Earth looks flat? And the flatter it looks, the more refraction there is.
Okay.
Think about that for a second. They have no justification for that other than a flat Earth.
No. I've heard it like before. It's respectable.
You've never heard that before, okay? You've never thought about it that way before. You've never heard that before because only I've said that. Okay, the only justification.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about it's the idea that the globe Earth idea, it depends on refraction.
It's worse than that, brother. It depends on gravity. So check this out, Hummus. You probably never thought of it. Check this out. No, just listen for a second. You might find this interesting. Okay, they say, right, in the Goldberg idea is that gravity has a bunch of particles and then it forms the Earth into a ball. That gravity then makes the air form a pressure gradient. And that pressure gradient causes light to bend around that ball in such a way that that ball looks flat. Now think about that. Gravity creates flat-looking balls.
All right.
Yeah, dude, that's how retarded their fucking worldview is.
Okay, look, I'm not saying that I'm not even a globe earther.
I know that I said their worldview, not your worldview.
I understand. Okay.
I know it's not your theory. We realize this. And nobody that comes in and defend it, it's not their theory, but they defend it like they're the ones that invented it.
Sorry to interrupt. You must understand that any claim of refraction just be the backwards engineering of any observation to the preconceived idea that the Earth is a sphere. You understand that, right? No matter the conditions of the day, refraction takes place, so any observation has got to be backwards engineered to the Earth being a sphere and those days. So we must bend the light in our mathematical formulas and little diagrams to conclude our worldview that we preconceive. Refraction's not a good answer, dude.
Okay, but I want to circle back to the 24-hour sun with all due respect.
Okay.
So I just bear with me.
Okay. All due respect, you change subject. Okay.
So the guys that went, to that planet and they conducted their experiments and whatnot. The flat earthers, when they witnessed the 24-hour sun, all of them, I believe, they said that it poses, it throws a curveball, right?
Which is still a flat earther. What are you talking about?
No, I understand. They're still going to hold to their beliefs, but it did throw a curveball.
What does that mean?
Sometimes I don't have the time to research the topic.
That's what he said. What does that
mean? What
mean?
do you mean hold to his belief?
And so I sort of appeal to the opinions of experts in certain scenarios until I've done my own in-depth research.
All it was a debunking of a preconceived. Sorry, my friend. All it was a debunking of a preconceived idea that idea was a reification of a map.
Right.
And again, this is no fault of anyone. Right, this map was really here when we all got here, right? So don't really know where it came from. It's not my map, it's not India's map. It wasn't Whitsit's map. It's not Jerry's map. Right? It's just an idea that maybe it looks like this, but it's just a reification of a map, and that map is a projection of a globe. So that's a globe map, really. But ultimately, from no fault of anybody's, this straw man was burnt down in Antarctica. People are coming to understand that we shouldn't really reify maps.
So, Hummus, okay, before this test was ever done, they were told no observation of the sun can prove what the Earth is, just as a matter of logic. They were told this, they knew this, they should have known this, because it's very simple. Can you prove what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house?
No.
Okay, you can't prove what the Earth is by looking at something that is not the Earth. You know that, right? So, very simply, simple logic. It's not even complicated. Another thing they should have maybe checked out is how the 24-hour sun's even predicted in the first place. You know what? They don't use a globe to predict whether a 24-hour sun would happen or not. They use a different model, a model in which you are the origin of coordinates no matter where you are. No matter where you are. And it's relative to the celestial equator and where the sun should be at that time of year. That's it. There's no globe. There's no flat Earth. There's nothing. This is what time and date uses, sun calc, and all those things. And thirdly, on my X account, after the 24-hour sun, I posted a thing, and all the main frickin' Globers, it's a simple question. Yes, the 24-hour sun was observed. Please put it in a logical syllogism. How this proves a globe or disproves a flat Earth, and no one could do it. Because it doesn't do it and can't do it as a matter of logic. It's not possible. But the main thing is, you can't even claim that it matches a globe prediction because you don't have a globe prediction that it happens. You have an explanation, you have a just so story that it would happen, but you don't have any mathematical model that predicts it would happen. Because you can't even do that. How would you even do that? Think about it. You want to predict where the sun is on the sky. Hold on, dude. This is important. If you want to predict where the sun is in the sky in the globe model, how are you going to model that three-dimensionally? A fucking sun 93 million miles away? You sitting on the surface of the Earth, where the Earth is relative in the height of the orbital plane, where it is in the fucking what do you call it? In obliquity of the fucking orbit, and you're going to position it, and then you're going to have to project that onto a fucking plane to see where the sun looks like it is? That would be an actual globe model of a 24-hour sun. No one does that. No one's ever done that. No one can do that. Okay, so you don't even have a globe model that would even predict whether that would happen. You have a half-ass observer-centric model assuming a celestial fucking sphere. And that's what exists. Not an Earth sphere, a celestial sphere. And maybe they should have told everybody this before they went on their little adventure to Antarctica to prove nothing. All they proved is there's a 24-hour sun at some spot on the ice in Antarctica.
And that's quite pertinent.
But it doesn't mean anything other than there's a 24-hour sun on some spot in the ice in Antarctica.
No, this is all malarkey. I mean, if you didn't witness the 24-hour
that's nuh-uh is not a refutation, dude. Nuh-uh is not a refutation, brother.
It's just nonsense.
Yeah, that's not a refutation either.
What's the 24-hour? What does it mean when you see a 24-hour sun?
No, we're just dancing around.
What does it mean?
Yeah, you said I gave you substantive arguments, and you said nuh-uh.
No, I mean, look, you can't model it on a flat plane.
Yeah, I gave you substantive. Yeah, that's cool. What flat Earth is that you're modeling it on?
No matter what you do. So
what model are you using? What model are you using? Yeah, what model are you using?
Literally impossible.
I just gave you a model that works on a flat Earth. The model that's used now, time and date, which is an observer-centric model. That
So
works.
we're no longer using AE, and we're using something else, are we?
The AE works to tell you your local longitude and the time. That's it. That's all it's ever meant for. That's what it's designed for.
Okay.
It says that's what it's patented as a longitude and time calculator. You know that's what it's printed on the map, right? That's what the patent is for. Longitude and time calculator.
So you're saying that?
It's not what I'm saying. It's what the U.S. Patent Office is saying.
Okay. All right.
What the patent says. What's the map says? They printed right on it. You know, maps come with instructions on how to use them. The Gleason's map's got front and back instructions on what it is, how to use it. It's an extortion of a globe. Though there's other extortion means a twisting. So they added some features to it, which are a little different than a straight AE projection. I'm not going to get into the details of that. But if it's wrong, the globe's wrong.
Okay, I'm not a globe, just to clarify. But okay, whatever.
Well, you have to understand that the coordinate system itself, latitude and longitude, are a projection of the celestial sphere. They're not a projection of a globe. Because you can't find latitude and longitude without the sky. You can't use purely terrestrial means to find your latitude and longitude. You have to reference the sky. This proves that the coordinate system is based on the sky. Okay? It's very simple. And since the coordinate system is based on the sky, you don't need to assume anything is under you. All you have to do is look at the sky and disregard the ground. So the way a 24-hour sun is predicted now uses a certain model of being underneath points on a celestial sphere. A flat Earth is just as justified for a flat Earth to use it as a globe. In fact, it's more justified because we're measuring 90-degree angles from a plane. We're not measuring the 90-degree angles of the solar elevation and the azimuth from the surface of a curve. We're more justified to use time and date than you guys are to say this is the globe model.
Okay, all right.
Do you understand that the globe model for predicting it? I just want to make sure you understand this. The globe model, the so-called globe model for predicting a 24-hour sun, doesn't actually use a globe within the mathematics.
We're getting quite complicated with all due.
It isn't complicated.
No, it is. You're delving into mathematics now.
No, listen. In the mathematics,
I can't verify any of this information. I need to
you can. You go on the U.S. Naval Observatory website.
No, dude. You're talking about mathematics now. Look, you're making things needlessly complicated. And
you're claiming. No, you're doing. No, you Glovers are doing stolen valor. No, you Glovers are doing stolen valor. You're claiming you have a globe model of the sun and you don't. You're just claiming it.
No, I don't. Look.
Okay, post right now the globe model for the 24-hour sun. Post it in the chat right now.
I'm not a glober. I'm simply posing problems.
Post their model.
Yeah.
Post their model, 24-hour sun in the chat.
He wouldn't be able to tell if a model would work or not because he doesn't know the globe, how it would work on a globe. So how can he say work on flat Earth or not?
He doesn't know how it would work on a flat Earth either. He doesn't know how the sun works at all. That's the whole point of this.
If you're not a glober and you're not a flat earther, what are you?
A questioning agent. That's what
Maybe just agent.
That's hilarious. I'm an agent.
It's really simple. What you've been sucked in by stolen valor. You've heard a whole bunch of You've heard a whole bunch of times that there's a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun. There is not.
Look,
what don't you understand?
Famous.
Hummus, I'm going to ask you one more time. Let me ask you this: do you think there exists a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? That they're out there somewhere. I can go on the internet, look at a text somewhere, and find the equations to predict. Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me? Do you think that I can go find a globe model that predicts the 24-hour sun somewhere out there in the academic literature based upon a globe?
I haven't looked at it.
but
Okay,
based on
so
my
why do you think that the globe
I'm going
predicts
to guess
24?
that
Well, why
it's
do you?
probably easier to explain it. It doesn't mean that it's true, but it's probably easier to explain it more so than an FE. And like I said, many, FE thinkers, they do admit that it is a curveball. That's all I'm saying.
No, no one, no.
Because
You just tried to move it. You just tried to get in the same
Okay, look,
bullshit. No, hummus. No, it's not going to be allowed. Okay. No, you just said many FE people. You can only name one fucking person.
No, I swear,
and you just tried to go right back to the same bullshit lie you told in the beginning.
No, it is a curveball. Oh my god.
It's not. It's a curveball to Jeranism.
Right.
That's all
well,
you've established.
Jeranism is a thinker, isn't he? Like he's done more research than I.
Oh,
He's
really?
a proponent. He's a proponent for the globe. Jeranism is a glober.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought. Did he change?
Changed a while ago.
He's a grifter.
He stopped calling himself a flat earther almost 5 years ago.
Okay, all right.
He made
called
enough
himself
money
a
on
true
flat Earth.
earther.
Now he's
That's
trying
what
to
he
make
started
money off
calling
globe
himself.
Earth.
Jeranism started calling himself a true earther 5 years ago.
Still don't think it's a curveball. Right? What do you even mean by that? This curveball to you, my friend.
Unmodelable. It's unmodelable.
But the
It's
globe doesn't.
unmodelable.
You are correct. It is unmodelable in 3D space for the globe too.
No.
That's what I was just explaining to you for over 5 minutes. That it is okay. That is true. Okay, Hummus, post in the chat the globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun right now.
I never looked into it.
Okay, then why are you telling me it's not true? Because I have looked into it.
Okay, fine. Based on my intuition, though.
Your intuition. We're going to go with Hummus's intuition.
If you're on a spinning globe, it's more explainable. Come on, just using your.
What does that even mean?
brain.
More explainable? What does that mean?
It doesn't mean that it's true. It just models that
It
phenomenon.
sounds better. Makes you feel better. No, you
That's
don't have
all
a
he
model.
knows.
You just keep
That's
saying
why.
model when you don't have a model. You got told there's a globe model.
No one has a model.
No,
dude.
shut up,
Dude,
bro.
no one
Shut
has
up.
a model.
Shut up, dude. You got told there was a 24-hour sun predicted by a globe model, and that was false.
Right.
And you believe it, and you still believe it, and you're fighting for something that
Right.
doesn't exist. You're literally fighting for something that doesn't exist, Thomas.
No, I'm not a glober, nor am I a flat earther, so I'm immune.
But you're fighting for a belief that there is a globe model of it that predicts a 24-hour sun when there is not.
Okay,
How many times am I going to tell you this?
If
You
what you're saying is
adopted a
true,
belief that is untrue.
you are a person on Discord. I need to do my own research.
That's fantastic.
But I never looked into the other side.
Okay, I told you what would
Because
be
I was-
required to even do it, right? Do you think
Look,
a model?
I'm scientific. I eliminate all possibilities, and whatever remains.
You have no. I am scientific. No, you're not.
No,
You're
I
very
truly
far
think
from
I
it.
am. I truly think I'm scientific.
Go do some science.
Yeah, you might want to rethink that thought.
Yeah, you might want to reevaluate your aptitude.
All right.
You're making claims with no scientific basis, and you're calling yourself scientific.
No, on what claim did I make? That the 24-hour sign is unmodelable.
No. What you said was it's easily explainable, but that's not how science works. Science is based upon empirical observation, not explanations. So you have an empirical observation of a 24-hour sun. Well, you would need to fit that into some geometry to infer that the Earth is a globe from that. And such a geometric calculation does not exist and is not done because it's nigh impossible. Because you got to convert an orthographic coordinate system with fucking large numbers and large uncertainties because the small angles, right? You have very small deviations of angle, which will cause a large deviation in the way something appears, right? So if you're off by, I don't know, one 1/100th of fucking degree in the direction the sun is, right? The sun is going to be displaced at the other end by freaking hundreds of thousands of miles.
Right.
Okay? Not only do you got to take this orthographic coordinates and then turn them into a projective coordinate perspective, right? A perspective projection to see what the sun, quote unquote, looks like. Because we're talking about what the sun looks like, right? Is that not what we're talking about? What the sun looks like?
Okay, right.
And we see in a projective geometry. So you have to convert the Euclidean orthographic coordinate system into a perspective projection. And then do that math. And then to see what it looks like. No one does this. It's fucking nearly impossible.
Okay, right.
Okay, so there is no globe model for where the sun should be. We use a simplified model based upon a celestial sphere. This is easily verifiable, and it's just as justified for us to use it as it is for the globers because it is agnostic about the ground. It doesn't say anything about the ground. It only says something about the observer. The observer is at the origin of coordinates. If the Earth is a globe in that model, the Earth is a point in space. A point, a geometric point with no dimensions. Okay? This is what the math says. So when you say there's a globe model of this, no, there's a fucking story. There's no globe model about it. Stolen valor, bro. That's all it is.
Stolen valor.
Stolen valor, claiming that a model that is not a globe is a globe model. Like when someone goes on Time and Date or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory and looks up when the sunrise is, they think that that is using a globe model when it is not. They just make it up in their head. They have no basis for thinking it. No one ever told them that. They just fill in the blanks. Earth's a globe. That must be what they're using. The same with eclipses. Oh, eclipses? They predict eclipses. Oh, it must be a globe they're using. They're not using a globe for that either. People just fill in the blanks with their imagination. Do you think eclipses use a globe to predict them when they happen and all that shit? They use some heliocentric model with orbiting balls and all that?
Okay, I've got a question. Let's say
I had a question.
Let's say you went to Antarctica or whatever, wherever, right? And and let's say for example you didn't observe
fucking eating a penguin if
a 24-hour sun, right? Let's say you didn't observe a 24-hour sun. Do you think you would use that as evidence?
No.
For a flat plan?
Wouldn't prove flat Earth.
Do you think you would?
That's the point. You can't disprove
the globe Earth or something.
No. Because listen, they could go to Antarctica and see the sun.
Isn't it valuable data though? Like
India already answered this question earlier.
You can see the sun.
Dude,
it's valuable data about the sun, though. It's not valuable data about the Earth.
Indio answered this question earlier. Why are you asking again? He gave you the analogy of looking at somebody else's house.
Needlessly complicated.
Don't look at somebody else's house to figure out the dimensions of yours.
Okay, I'm going to be blunt. I'm going to be blunt. I can't process all the information that's coming at me.
Okay, so I'm just gently reminding you. Answer this question. Don't make observations of the sun to determine the Earth shape, much like looking at your neighbour's house to figure out the dimensions of yours.
Come on,
dude.
What?
You can't prove the thing by looking at not the thing. You understand that? What's so hard to understand about that?
You can't prove the thing by not looking at the thing.
No, by looking at not the thing. By looking at something that is not the thing in question. You can't look at something else. If I want to know what you are, I can't
Okay,
look at what
right.
somebody else is. Do you understand?
Right, and so what you're looking at quite clearly, so you're looking at the Earth, and quite clearly
sun.
it is that.
You're looking
But
at the
now
sun.
I'm looking at something else to
Yeah.
try to prove that that original thing is not the thing. Is that
Yes,
the idea?
That's basic logic.
Okay,
Not even an
right.
idea.
Okay, I've got
Like the
it
law of
now.
identity,
Yeah,
bro.
I've seen this sort of reasoning before. What
Yeah,
if
in the
your
law of identity.
senses?
I should fucking hope so.
What if your senses? Why are you laughing?
Because
I'm trying to be
you've seen that
respectful.
reasoning before, yeah, when you were in preschool and you put the square
This is
block
very
into the square hole and you put the round block into the round hole. Yeah, you saw it then. Yeah, it's patronizing. I'm glad you identified it. Good job. You're getting better.
My
You
goodness,
identified
you guys
patronizing. Well done.
How rude. How rude.
This is
Yes,
just a
he's not.
troll.
And
He's now identifying reality. He's identified rudeness and
guys, no one's
patronizing.
stepping in.
Well done.
No
Well
one is you
done.
fucking assholes. Goodness gracious.
It's funny.
You're a troll with a fake
You're so
voice.
clever. Look at you. You're so clever. I'm a
your voice
dumbass.
is changing.
We're clever
Your voice keeps
hillbillies.
changing. It's very weird.
No, that's because you muted me and I got angry. Don't do that, please. I was respectful all the way through. Please don't
Everything
mute.
that's been spoken about in the last 20 or so minutes has been basic logic and
fuck
reasoning.
Discord. Like, this is Discord. What do I expect?
Dude, if you were paying attention, it is real basic stuff.
No, okay, right. Maybe I'm a dumbass. Then treat me like a dumbass. Okay?
No, not treating you like a dumbass. Just pointing it out. You probably haven't thought. Hold on.
Right.
Trying to give you a bit of a knowledge branch. You probably haven't thought about it from that point of view before because it's a preconceived notion and a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a sphere from many people's points of view. And they probably haven't really thought about it. But when you think about it, it's kind of really simple and it's basic. Really, it's logical. That's all we're pointing out.
Have you ever considered that the globe idea is built completely on fallacious reasoning? Right from the ground floor.
Right, I'm not a globe earther. Quite possibly. That's true.
Well, it is.
Okay.
It's based upon affirming the consequent. You have to assume a globe, and then you go out into nature, and then you cherry pick and look for things that confirm it. In things that don't confirm it, you ignore or come up with some phenomenological thing that can't be measured or verified to say, hey, it looks flat, therefore refraction, or something like that. They do this all over the place. That's just one example, but this is done all over the place. It's like duct taping the globe together. Things like tides, seasons, and there's all these anomalies, right? That they have some justification that, oh, it fits within the globe. With this, we're gonna just talk about there's some special phenomenon that happens. And how do we know the special phenomenon that happens? Because it doesn't match the globe here in this particular phenomenon we watch, such as tides, right? So people think tides are caused by the fucking moon pulling the oceans of the world. What they don't know is that most of the oceans of the world experience no tides at all. The vast majority, I would guess probably like 60% of the ocean has no tides at all. What do we do with that anomaly? How do they explain that away? Why isn't the moon pulling on that water? Why? We know the Earth's a globe. It's got to be something happen. No, they've come with some crazy model with 20 variables called an anthropomorphic point or something. Right? So they have some convoluted model to how to maintain how this body of water negates gravity using 50 variables like current, temperature, wind, all these sorts of things, because you got to negate the tides there. So they create a complex model on how the Earth is not subject to gravity at that place. In the same way that it affects the other water. Okay, this is done all over the place, where they have these band-aids that they stick on shit. Selenelian eclipse. That's an eclipse where the sun and moon are above the horizon. And the so-called shadow of the Earth is moving down the moon. It's called the impossible eclipse. They say, hey, dude, that's refraction causing that. But even so, that refraction explanation can't account for the shadow coming from the top because it's coming down from above the sun and the moon. But you're standing on the Earth, which is under the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are between from where the shadow is coming from and where you are. It's physically impossible. Can't be caused by fucking a globe Earth. But, you know, they just say refraction, and everybody's like, oh, refraction, fine. No, that makes sense. This happens all over the place. And see, the reason we're here is that people just don't understand. I don't know what people think why we're here, but it's a very simple thing why we're here. There's a bunch of claims on the table that people have made, and that has been pushed around Western civilization. We went out and we tested that shit, and the real world doesn't agree with what they're saying. It's literally that fucking simple.
There's a lot of preaching tonight.
Well, I'm just giving you the basis. It's not a preaching. I'm telling you,
No,
like,
it's quite religious,
intellectual
darling. It's quite
foundation.
religious. It's symptomatic of a religion.
Shut it.
What did I say that was religious?
You don't need to do all of this talk. Honestly, it's fatiguing.
It's not for you.
Yeah, he could have just said it's flat. We deal with it.
It's just I don't have time for
Was the
it.
religious part the part where I said we go check in the natural world? Was that the religious part?
No, it's just typical. I mean, goodness gracious.
Was that the religious part?
Going on ways of double think, aren't there? It's going to manifest.
So now
it's
you
going to
can't
manifest
address in substance anything that was just said to you. So now you're going to talk about us and make social commentary because you can't address anything of substance.
I don't have time.
Why don't you actually address what I said?
It's just a lot of info, dude. Look, I've got a short
attention. All our conversations very quickly. You brought up the
I need written shit to be submitted to me. I don't.
Dude, I don't
pay
write
attention.
Fucking Google Gaga. This is like baby talk level, bro.
Yeah.
No, you can't. Look, you're confused about basic shit.
Maybe I am.
By the law of identity,
maybe
the law of
I am.
identity is like you recognize that logic.
No! Don't strangle me on that. It was just a misunderstanding. I know what you're talking about. It just took me a while to latch on because it's been a long day or whatever.
I think you have a bias.
People are going through different things in life, right? But anyhow,
sorry to hear that.
Yeah, dude, it's just a lot of information, and
it's really not.
What can I do? No. Okay. You know what? It isn't. At the moment, it is for me.
Okay. Well, do you want me to summarize this so you can internalize it? I can summarize it in probably like 7 sentences. Okay. It's really simple.
Go on. I'll pay very close attention.
They made a false. They had a false premise that somehow looking at the sun could prove the shape of the Earth. They also had another false premise where they thought there was a globe model that predicted the sun in the first place. Okay, they can't actually say how the 24-hour sun or any other sun could prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth, no matter what they observe. They can't say in any way how observing the sun do any fucking thing, no matter what it did, can prove what the shape of the Earth is. Sun could have done fucking loop-de-loops and fucking whirls. That wouldn't have disproved the globe or a flat Earth. At best, it could have disproved the heliocentric model that did loop-de-loops and whirls, but the Earth could still be a globe just flipping around in space like mad, right?
Right. Okay, so from what I gather, right, you've got the law of identity, and they're using a different, observation to disprove what's apparently apparent, and they can't even use the flat Earth. And they can't even use the 24-hour sun. They can't model it effectively in a globe Earth. So why am I here complaining about it being modeled in the flat Earth? And both sides should shut the fuck up because no one really knows anything now. Is that the idea?
No, it's more. I'd say almost. You're a 75% there. You slightly
What's the 25% that I'm missing?
Okay, the 25% is the model that's used to predict the 24-hour sun works. It's agnostic. It doesn't say anything about the surface of the Earth. And the main problem with looking at the sun is that any conclusion you're reaching about the Earth is an inference using inductive logic, which by its nature can't prove things at all. All you can do is say, I'm confident in this, it fits this model, it correlates with this other thing. That's all you can say. You can't make any claims to prove is or anything like that. You can just have some personal certainty about the inference. That's all you can have. So you can, like you said, you kind of revealed the truth when you said, well, I think this explains it better. Well, that's fine, but that's like a personal evaluation based upon how you feel. That's not objective in any way. Right? And these inferences aren't objective in any way. The only thing objective we have here is there's some people that went and stood on some ice somewhere and saw a 24-hour sun. That's the only objective statement we can say. The conclusions reached from that observation, other than the observation itself, descriptively. Why does it happen? How does it happen? They don't have enough information from that observation to reach any of those conclusions. And I pointed out they don't even have a model that is what would you call an actual geometrically physical model that geometrically physically represents the environment that they were in that makes that prediction. We have some abstract model which assumes the celestial sphere of infinite radius and observing from a point in the origin of coordinates. That's what the model is. Now think about it like this. It might sound confusing to you. You know what a grid is, right? A Cartesian grid, X, Y, X,
No
and
doubt.
Y.
No doubt.
You don't know what X and Y Cartesian grid is?
I do.
You ever
I
seen
do.
a map before? You do?
No, I know what a grid is.
Okay, so the origin where the X and the Y meet, that's the origin of coordinates. In the model for predicting the sun, that's where you are. You're at that point at the origin of coordinates. You're not on anything. You're not on a globe. There's not a globe underneath you. It's not the globe at the origin of coordinates. It's just you. And that model can work anywhere. It doesn't matter what you're on. You could be on the back of a freaking rabbit. You could be freaking on a, surfing the freaking big kahuna waves. It doesn't matter what you're on because it's based upon what you observe. It's based upon from your viewpoint. That's why you don't have to do the conversion that you would have to do for the globe model because it's literally modeled from your eyeball out. It's an inside out, not an outside in. Understand?
Right.
So, that being said, there is no globe model for a 24-hour sun. There's no flat Earth model for a 24-hour sun. There's only a point-based observer-centric model. But, like I said, they do have an explanation, right? Which is a cool story. I mean, we could make up a story too, but we just don't. Why don't we
With
make
all due respect, I think it's because you
Would you feel
can't.
better if we made up a story
That's
that
my point.
like was palatable?
Okay, so now that we've
But should we?
delineated what we're talking
Should we make up a
they
story?
Yes.
No, let me ask you. We should make up a story that we can't prove.
No, this is needlessly pedantic in my view.
No. It
now,
goes to the
so
crux
now
of the
we
problem.
need to name it. I think
It goes to the heart of the problem.
It's pedanticism.
No,
It's
it is pedantic. No, you're using the word pedantic wrong, number one. We're getting to the heart of the problem. We have an observation. We can make an inference that supports a flat Earth and make up a whole fucking story about it. But that inference also would not prove a flat Earth either. And we'd be in the same position of the Globers, right? Making inferences about observing the sun and applying it to the Earth and not actually knowing anything. Just saying, yeah, well, it's a good explanation. It makes me feel better. We can make that flat Earth explanation that just makes everybody feel better. Okay, let's do this. I'll do it right now. The sky is like a hamster, like a hamster in one of those hamster balls when they walk around when you move around the world, the sky spins around you. Like you're a hamster in one of those little balls. Now imagine inside that ball, there are little stars poking holes in there, right? He's running around the ball in the dark and he's got holes poked in his little hamster ball. That's how we move around the Earth. There's a little hamster ball spinning over us. So there's your explanation right there.
That doesn't work.
It would work perfectly. Just stop.
No, it wouldn't.
Because then half the Earth will be in darkness at any one time.
Yeah. No, dude, the hamster
Well, that
ball,
isn't what
half the
happens.
hamster ball is black, bro.
Yeah. So half the
didn't get
hamster
it.
ball
You
will be
didn't
underneath
get
the
it,
Earth.
depending on
You
where
wouldn't
you
be able
are.
to see the sun.
Dude, you can't see the sun in South America.
Try again. What's your other inference?
Can you see the sun in South America from North America?
No, but you can see the sun in South America
Yeah,
from South
exactly.
America.
So your little argument meant nothing. So you're just going on mute, Mez, because you're just trying to run interference like you guys always do. So, and this was just the motto anyway, by the way.
So if you went on mute, that's nuts.
Do you know
That's
him?
nuts.
Do you know him? Do you know his history here?
I don't.
Okay, then don't white knight for him. He doesn't.
Okay, fair enough, but I'm going to trust your judgment.
Out of anybody, he don't deserve it. Believe me.
I'm going to trust your judgment blindly.
Well, I mean, you can trust there were many, many, many recordings we have of him over the last 2 years of him just being an absolute fucktard. So we'll give you an example of something he did. Him and another Globe Earther and several others, they started a group called Globe Force 6. So there were 6 of them that would come in here and argue with us. Peter is one of them. Mez was one of them. Today, Mez claimed he didn't know Peter at all, that he never met Peter in his whole entire life. Mez is a compulsive liar.
What the fuck?
So, yeah, Mez never met Peter now.
The fuck, dude? These people, man.
Well, because they don't know them by their name. They only know them by, like, their, you know...
He was Peter there, too. He's always been Peter, though.
To be fair, if you're going to talk about him like this, you should unmute him just so he can defend himself.
Hell no.
I'm not going to talk about him so he doesn't have to defend himself.
You're going to be worrying about your own mute in about 5 seconds, dude. Don't white knight for Mez, bro.
No, it's just like kind of like backbiting, you know, when you can't.
No, I'm banning him so I can solve the problem. No, we don't have to talk about him no more. I don't even know how he keeps getting back in here, quite honestly.
That's the best.
Because you only banned him for 2 days?
Yeah. Oh, I can ban him for longer? How do I do that?
No, I think bans now default to 7 days.
Really? It's just 2 days in my chat. Anyway, the point was, we could come up with some
maybe that's for guest rooms.
explanation.
For the creator rooms, it's 7 days.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we could come up with some cockamamie explanation. We could just make some shit up. If you don't think we can make up a fucking cool story for a 24-hour sun on a flat earth, dude, you seriously lack imagination. We could do it if you're properly motivated. But it wouldn't prove anything just because we have a story. And you might like our story better than the Globe story.
Okay, I understand your line of reasoning. I never thought about it. I respect it. Okay. Oh,
yeah. So there's this thing that like we often go through, in this topic of explanation versus the empirical evidence. Now, what we do is modern, let's call it science, for lack of a better term. They have a lot of explanations. And people think the explanations are the science. But the science is actually the data, right? The observational data, the results of the experiment, all those things. But that stuff's boring. Looking at fucking charts and graphs and freaking spreadsheets, that shit's boring. So people don't want to talk about that. What the data actually says, they want to talk about the explanations. So a lot of times people come in here and they'll give us some explanation. And then we go, okay, where's the evidence for that? Meaning, where's the data? And they don't know what it is. They try to chat GPT or Google it or find it, and it's not out there. So what's passing as modern science is just a bunch of explanations, but science is empirical. It's based upon empirical evidence. It's not based upon storytelling. And that's what explanations are. They're just storytelling. In fact, it's so bad that people such as this. I'll give you an example. This is a prime example of the eclipse. The eclipse is, I saw a solar eclipse. I saw the moon go in front of the sun. That no one's ever seen that, ever. Do you know why no one's ever seen that ever? Because you can't see a new moon. So no one's actually ever seen a new moon on the day of any solar eclipse ever. So descriptively, that's actually not true. So they confuse their explanation of why it happens with the description of what it looks like. See what I'm saying? One is true, right? I saw an eclipse. I didn't see the moon. That's factually true. The explanation, it was the moon that caused that, even though I couldn't see the moon. But they don't say that because that don't sound as cool. Don't sound as cool as, well, it got blocked by the moon that I couldn't see. Then that makes it sound a little shakier. People might question, like, well, why? How did you reach the conclusion if you couldn't see it? And then they might go, oh, because we have a globe model that predicts when that happens. Okay, show that to me. And then they can't do that, right? You go, okay, you can't actually predict that when that happens with a heliocentric model. How do you predict it? Oh, well, just regularly happens at regular time intervals. That's how we predict it. Has nothing to do with a fucking globe or a flat earth or any other thing. This is just typically what we deal with on a daily basis here. People with their fucking stories and explanations versus what does the actual data, the empirical data, what was it has been observed in the natural world. Here's another one. Outer space is a vacuum, and there's an atmosphere that's pressurized. And the gravity is holding the air away from the vacuum. Well, yeah, that's a cool story. What does the data say? The data says that's fucking impossible. Fuck the data. I got a story. It makes me feel better. I'm going to Mars, bitches. They ain't going nowhere. Because the place they think exists can't exist. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here.
Oh, well, maybe Hummus is listening. I don't know.
Maybe. And I'm not going to... Everything I'm saying is factually true. I'm not making anything up. I'm not putting in speculation. I'm not making claims. This is just basic fucking reasoning.
Right, yeah, right, okay.
Before I said no one's ever seen the moon block the sun during a solar eclipse, did you think you saw the moon?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, it's well known. Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon, and lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. And eclipses happen at regular time intervals. It's a coincidence of 3 periods. It's called an eclipse year, the animistic year, and what's called like the metonic year. I'm not trying to look. I'm just saying that when these time periods are up, right, this cycle of each one of these 3 cycles, when they end at the same time, on the same day, at the same moment, there's an eclipse. You don't need to know anything about any space balls or heliocentric model or anything like that. They've been using this method of predicting eclipses for 4,000 years, well before the heliocentric model even existed. And this is another instance of stolen valor. Because if you look up how does NASA predict eclipses, you're going to get the Soros cycle. Everything I just said. The bigger question is, you weren't taught this any of this in school, and the question is, why not? I'm not blaming the teacher. I'm not blaming the school system. I'm not blaming anything. But how come is like, are these lies by omission? Should they have taught you the full truth? They sell you a used car, man. They're like, man, the engine runs great. Should they tell you the brakes don't work?
Yes, they should.
Yeah. Might be a good idea. Safer for everyone involved and people not involved.
We have Fry, feminist, atheist, vegan, authoritarian, left, and anti-authoritarian. I think we've talked to you
Kyle?
before. Yeah.
Jesus, you're a little bit of everything.
Did you have any questions about the globe or the flat Earth, Fry?
Nah, not really. I'm just listening. I just wanted the chat permissions though. I don't know why that was revoked.
Seems to be a common.
Yeah, mine were revoked too. Like 3 weeks ago by old dude, maybe a month ago.
Yeah, me too.
Did you deserve it?
No, he just hates me. He thinks I'm a fake.
Wait, what about me though?
Who was it that revoked yours?
Fry.
What's that?
Somebody probably hates you too.
Oh my god.
I don't know how to take. Yeah, I don't know.
I'll do it. I like you.
You're gonna fix it, good.
was
I don't know how to
satisfied,
take him away or put him back. I guess India knows.
Old dude is here, so I'm not gonna like pull rank on him. So you're gonna have to ask him yourself.
Yeah, no.
Maybe that's why he hates you. You don't bow to his
No, he hates me because I think it's because I'm, I'm proponent of wraparound, and I think he thinks I'm trolling or just like faking or something like that. So he accuses me of being a fake flat earther.
I thought you were trolling until you told me why.
Yeah.
I don't believe it, but at least you have some basis. Because of Islam, right?
Rolling my boulder.
That and all the real world data, like every projection basically is debunked by real world observations. So, like, the only thing that brings them all together would be wraparound. Like, you're either a globe, in my books, you're either a globe earther because of all these real world data points, or you're like a wraparound earther, flat earther, or you're just like, you just haven't figured it out yet. All of the flat earthers that don't believe in wraparound, I feel like they're still late to the game.
What the fuck is wraparound Earth, dude?
Like Pac-Manning type thing, but not so obvious.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you say that, but you can't have a working flat Earth with it's been debunked. Any kind of
You have no
projection
idea
that you
how
imagine,
the
any map that you imagine
how the
wouldn't work.
sky works or how anything works. You have no idea. Saying it's impossible and you can't do this and you can do that. So since you can't prove any of it, it's silly for you to even talk like that.
According to what you know, it's impossible, percent. Okay.
What, sorry?
According to what you know, it's impossible.
No, I'm saying by the observations that we have via deduction, like that's the only option that remains. Because every, like whether it's a dipole model or AE map, whatever it is, they've all been debunked individually.
This is the same problem, is that these are models of the sky, they're not models of the Earth.
But the sky has GPs on the Earth, like the sun has GPs on the Earth. So it doesn't, like anyone who says, "Oh, we can't tell."
GP shit, dude.
What do you mean, man? Like on the equinox, the sun actually has a GP along the path that they call the equator. It's like
but bro, those GPs they're fucking approximations. It just gives you in the general area. They're not fucking actual points in space.
So you're
Look,
saying
dude, when
on
you
the
get within
equinox,
50
when the
miles
sun
of
rises
fucking
from
the
the east,
Statue of Liberty, right? Say you get the GP for New York, dude, it's 50 miles off. You're still gonna get to New York City.
yeah, no, of course. But I'm talking about on specific times, like the equinox, the sun rising from the east, setting the west. Its GP is going along the equator. So
that's
say, like, for
that's
instance,
disputable.
What do you
Antonio Stubratz had a bunch of video from on the equinox, and the shadows were casting. They weren't casting east-west. There was a problem, and when the sun were at the solar point, there wasn't a shadow directly under. They have like an obelisk there. You know how you have Kahana noon where nothing casts a shadow. So at noon on the equator, on the equinox, nothing should be casting a shadow.
subsolar point, yeah.
Yeah, so when it was at the subsolar point, it was casting a shadow. So it's debatable whether this happens. There's also other problems with the equator. I'm not going to get into. I'm sure you've heard it before from me. So there's issues with all this. I mean, there's this idea that somehow you can align the Earth to the sky, and we can in a very general way, in an approximate way, but it's not as close as people think. I mean, they've known this for a very long time. This is why we have that fucking curved plumb lines and shit, dude.
All right, forget the sky.
I don't think you guys understand the import of what them curving plumb lines is doing. They are curving plumb lines to quote unquote fix the coordinates to the Earth.
What do you mean by curving plumb lines? You talking about like reciprocal zenith angles, or?
No. So what they say is, so say you go to a spot and you're supposed to be like at the GP under a star. But then when you set up your theodolite and you look straight up, the star is not right directly above your head. It's not at zenith, somewhere else. What they say is, the gravity vector is tilted. Right, the direction of gravity, because that's how you set up the theodolite. Right, you level it, and level indicates the direction of gravity. That you're actually not vertical relative to the surface of the Earth. You're slightly tilted, and that's why you're not matching the celestial sphere, because the Earth has lumpy gravity. So
that sounds
this
kind
is
of
all over the surface of the Earth. This isn't at one place. This is at every place you could possibly measure. There's an infinite freaking vertical deflections everywhere.
Why wouldn't they just chalk it up to
ground.
refraction? You know, like minimal
Because it has
refraction.
zenith, there should be no refraction if it's directly
I mean,
overhead.
no, I mean that's if the air above is perfectly isotropic, but you can assume that there's some variation, so it wouldn't be perfectly, you know.
Well, I mean,
above.
don't give them any ideas. They probably will chalk it up to refraction if you tell them enough.
But anyways, leaving this guy out of it.
The way
For
this
instance,
was,
with
just let me tell you how this was figured out. So what they did is this happened like there's a book called Determination of the Figure of the Earth, and they go to kind of through like all different tests that were done. So like sometime in the 1400s, they started at like the end of the boot of Italy, and like worked their way north. Now they used two different methods to determine distance. They used celestial navigation, and they used chains where they actually physically measured the distance by pulling chains. And then when they got to the end, they noticed that there was like a fucking 10% difference or 1%. Yeah. So you're like, hey, how could this possibly happen? And it took over time. It became, the lumpy gravity, that we have vertical deflections. So when we try to actually that the instrument isn't exactly perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Then we get the oblate ellipsoid, and because you got to think, if you have an oblate ellipsoid and you're on 45 latitude, that line, like say you took the tangent at 45 latitude and took the perpendicular line to that and drew it straight, it wouldn't intersect the core, the center of the Earth. It would be off a little bit. So you have these problems. This is what the globe is. It's just this fucking band-aid, duct tape over here, sew here, staple there, all over the place. But the point is that we know that we can't get the sky to exactly align to the Earth one way or the other. We know that. So I don't have a lot of confidence in, things like GPs, and because it's so hard to sail anyway.
Okay, but like even if you leave the sky out of it, like say, the dipole model, you have a straight line equator, and you have like the Pacific Ocean on both sides of the map, for instance, if that's where they want to, put the ends of the Earth or what have you. But we know that there's like freightliners and stuff like that going trans-Pacific every day, so they're either all, wrapping around, or like the map is just wrong, right? So the dipole model's out because you have to have some sort of wraparound on the equator, or the AE map. As you go down towards the pole from different continents, or up towards the pole from different continents, you're going to see that on solstice that the sun's going to level out on the tropic. Like in the nights in the sky, it won't rise and lower. It'll just be a straight line on the tropic. And as you kind of come together from different continents, you're gonna meet up with these people as if it is a pole. So in the south that'd be an issue because it's supposed to be a ring all the way around. So the AE maps out. All these maps are.
It's ever done what you're proposing anyway, brother.
No, I mean, even with this, I think when they went for the TFE thing, they went from different, like a couple of them went from different places, and they saw that the sun was leveling out as they were traveling south. So the idea would be that when they get to the pole, it would be completely, even in the sky. It wouldn't lower and rise.
Well, I'll say this: they did measure the solar elevation angle, and it wasn't what the globe predicted. I do remember that. It was off by like 7 degrees or something.
I'm very, I'm certain that if they were to do this, they would see that, as they came from different continents, they would meet up. Like that the ring works as a pole for the AE map, at least. That there's wraparound in that aspect.
Maybe like there's an extra dimension.
Maybe, but I think that would kind of work towards wraparound too, because the Mobius strip is kind of like it's weird like that.
Look, I'm just not one of these people that think that. I'm not a uniformitarian person. I don't think that like the sky has to match the ground, and I don't think it ever will and ever does. I think we just have misconceptions about how reality actually works.
Yeah, but I'm not just talking about sky. I'm talking about people in a boat traveling across the Pacific, or people, traveling down, towards the south.
It's always, but like it always comes down to, okay, what that person is experiencing, and trying to turn their freaking observer-centric experience into some external one, and then make some universal claim about all observers. That's what we're trying to do.
Well, I'm saying it's not a subjective thing. I'm confident
that they did some things. They moved a certain way. I get to the other spot, and you're like, well, if I over here, I take this other observer, and this observer saw the stars move a certain way. How would this other observer see the stars move? Right? Like, we're always trying to transplant our observation to some other place and try to make some uniform rule that applies across all of them. I just don't believe in that. I just don't think that's justified. Not only do I not like it, I just think no one ever thought this way. This uniform thing of like the celestial the celestial geometry and the terrestrial geometry, I've talked about this being the same. This is new. This is new human thought. This isn't old human thought, if you believe the timeline.
Yeah, no, to be clear, that's not where I'm going with it at all. I'm saying that if you have these different people traveling from south from different continents, on an AE map, they're all going outwards towards the southern ring, if you will, right?
Outwards relative to what? From where?
Relative to the north, the central north. They're all going to be going south outwards, right?
Which is designated by what? Polaris?
Whether you want to use the geographical north or the celestial north, the point is
I'm not even
traveling
sure.
south.
I'm not, but I don't think that Polaris. I don't think it's been shown that Polaris is above the geographical center of the Earth. I just don't. I've said this before. It could be completely fucking asymmetric.
Sure, but either way, if they're all traveling south, or like they're traveling away from each other on this AE map, they shouldn't ever meet up. And I'm confident that if they were to do it, they would eventually meet up. You know, people actually traveling would meet up, not relying on Sky or anything. Just they're traveling all in different directions.
Possible. Have you seen the map Yoder's posted with the magnetic field corrected map?
I can't say.
It was. He hasn't. Not today. He did post it today, but way earlier today. It's a magnetic field corrected map. So the magnetic field lines are straightened out, and then the latitude and longitudes are twisted to make the compass line straighten out, and it looks totally fucking weird, bro.
Okay.
And this is just if you go, okay, yeah, my compass, when it says north, it's actually pointed north. And the fucking stars, if they don't align with it, fuck them, we don't care. Right? So you could use this coordinate system. This is an absolute coordinate system that you can use anywhere. Just based completely on the compass, you never need to look at stars.
Okay.
But you wouldn't be able to use latitude and longitude. That would be completely freaking useless. Not the celestial latitude and longitude. You might be able to concoct one with a north and south magnetic pole. No, you'd end up in the ocean or some shit twice. I mean, does that make more sense?
It makes sense, but
the magnetic poles are in the ocean. That they're both in the fucking ocean.
Oh, I don't know how they would explain that, but yeah.
Well, I mean, that would make more sense. Well, as far as like a uniformity thing, because the geographical North Pole, it's like that's water, and then the other one's land covered with ice, right? So you got the Arctic, and then you got the Antarctic, and those are like quite different. Whereas if you go by the magnetic pole, they're at least in the same environment. They're both in water, underwater somewhere.
And it's like maybe the salt of the oceans is like playing a factor or something.
Who fucking knows, man?
Yeah.
I don't think that the Southern Ocean definitely has not been explored, probably at all. They'll explore. I think they explore like close to the continent, close to the ice or coastline. But like, actually, the seas are too rough. You can't like anchor a ship there and hang out. You'd be freaking deader than a doornail. We're gonna do some submersibles in the Southern Ocean. Oh yeah, we'll just sit up here up top with 60-foot waves. Like, no one's doing that. Maybe just submerge the entire ship.
Yeah, I mean,
but the
I'm not sure how relevant it is to what
I don't know how I feel about that, unless it's some extra dimensional thing, which seems weird that I'd accept extra dimensions before Pac-Man, but it's kind of the same thing.
It is, yeah. But my point is that it's just
the thing is Globbers. Here's the ironic thing, that Globbers wouldn't accept it. They'll believe in fucking wormholes where you can traverse the fucking universe. They'll believe in that extra dimensional space, but they won't fucking believe in extra dimensional Earth.
Yeah, they'll never believe in it because it presents as a globe basically. So they'll stay positive. It's just kind of like why Jaren went with the globe, because he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that there would be this dimensional type stuff going on.
Dude, Jaren couldn't wrap his head around the fucking basic arithmetic, probably.
No, see, he's viewed the AE map being broken, and for him that was like
he doesn't even understand what the AE map is.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? He doesn't understand what it is. What was Gleason trying to do? What did he make? What's the patent say? How do you use it? Like, what is it? He doesn't even understand what it is at all. That's why it's like his opinion about whether the AE map works or not. He's not capable or is too lazy to even evaluate what it even is. I mean, he's like the Globbers, dude.
I think he was.
Well, he's like the Globbers. He doesn't understand that, like, on the AE map, all the distances actually are correct. If you measure the way the map says to measure, they actually are, well, I shouldn't say correct, but they match the globe. But he'll run around just like a glober and say, none of the distances work. Right? He should know better by now. Like, by now, after being a so-called flat earther for 10 years nearly, he still doesn't know what the AE map, the map that he fucking pimped out, he doesn't know what that is. He's not, look, I don't want to call him a grifter, but I will call him fucking lazy.
I don't know, man, because, like, I'm not going to speak for him, but for me, the AE map is broken as well. You know, I share that with him, but I have
It works for its purpose. It's not broken for its purpose. It works for its purpose.
For its purpose, yes, but as a representative of the true world, I think
he wasn't trying to do that. Gleason's wasn't trying to make a photograph of the world, dude.
I understand.
Or a drawing of it.
And I'm not speaking to what its original purpose was. It's just that flat earthers, a lot of flat earthers, at least before, you know, proposed that the world was like that. The flat world is such that you have a central north and a southern ring all around. And I think that has been broken by real world.
Why they said that? Why they did that? Why they invested on the Gleason's map? It wasn't because of the evidence or anything like that. It's because they felt compelled to have an explanation for everything. Because, you know the shtick. Explain this, explain that, explain this everything. And they thought they had to replace every element of the globe with some flat earth version of it.
Mm-hmm. But my point is, any kind of map that you can, like, you know, conceive is broken without wraparound. There is no map, quadrupole, dipole, Gleason, whatever it is. None of them stand like the observations that have been, you know.
Mobius strip, bro.
Yeah.
You know what a Mobius strip is?
Yeah, I do, of course.
Yeah. So you can just flip around.
But
right?
I haven't seen a map that's a Mobius strip yet.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's some topological frickin' space that frickin' Klein, what do they call it? Klein bottle or something. There's all sorts of weird topologies and shit that could work. I'm sure. Probably infinite number. I mean, that's why I said it's like, as far as you don't know, it can't work, but like, I'm not an expert in fucking topology and differential geometry. I know a little bit of differential geometry, but I'm not an expert in topology. There's some weird shit in topology that they do. They're like, that's a whole branch of fucking mathematics. Now think about that. There's a whole branch of mathematics just dedicated to the surfaces of shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, dude. How can surfaces even be that complex where it should have a whole branch of mathematics? That's why when people say, hey, the surface of the earth has to be this or that, I know how complex topology is, and I'm like, maybe. What can I?
Yeah.
You know, there's probably some freaking goddamn Japanese nerd writing a 900-page fucking paper on how fucking weird topologies can actually exist.
Yeah.
Some 27-dimensional
question is the surface of the sphere 3D or 2D?
I mean, I just don't presuppose reality works that way. Like I think we got everything backwards. I'm just starting to reach the conclusion that we just got it all backwards. The whole idea that reality is like a blueprint drawing. That's how reality really is that it's like an engineering drawing, draw blueprints, build things, build houses. And that's a better representation of reality than how we actually experience the world in the observer-centric sense. They're projective and we see out and everything seems to be in our own experience relative to us. That is actually the way it actually is. And that we're like, well, fucking reality can't compute the fucking observer the observer effect for 9 billion people. Oh, no, we can't compute that. Doesn't mean reality can't compute that.
Mm-hmm. So for the record, if you were to imagine, like, theoretically, people from like somewhere in the north, all going in different directions, traveling in straight lines, different directions. Do you think that they would eventually meet up?
I don't know.
Like, do you
no, probably not.
I think they would.
Well, if they said, "Hey, we're all going to walk toward Polaris," they probably will meet up.
No, I'm saying they're traveling like opposite directions from Polaris, for instance.
Well, they're going to lose sight of Polaris eventually.
They're going to what? Yeah, they're going to lose sight of Polaris. And I'm saying I'm confident
maintain
that
their direction or orientation after that.
Well, let's just say theoretically they're dead reckoning or going in straight lines or what have you. Theoretically, right?
Go around. I don't think that they would meet up, dude. I don't think there's a South Pole.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm confident that they're traveling on a flat Earth, and still they will meet up at the South Pole. You know, like.
I mean, do you need fucking money, man? You want to go ask fucking Alex Jones? He wanted to do an Antarctica thing. I think these directions are fucking arbitrary, and I think they're just based upon some coordinate system we choose. And I think if a bunch of people agree there's a point and we're going to call it, and everybody walks towards that point in the sky, they will meet up. But when they're separated, that point, their orientation relative to that point, what that actually is geometrically outside of everything, know if that's even knowable.
Okay, so given that there is some sort of uncertainty depending, like on the GP of the sun, for instance, on the equinox, you wouldn't say that
I don't believe in the equinox percent, dude. What are you talking about?
What?
I don't believe in the equinox, dude.
You don't believe
there's no equinox.
What do you mean? The sun rises in the east, sets in the west. You know, like exactly.
Equinox means equal day and night. There's no place on Earth that has equal day and night. Ever.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. I just know that equinox.
That's like equinox, right? Equal night. Nox means night. So
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so
never thought about that. But
at the
like it's still east to west,
equator,
right?
And equator means place where fucking there's 50% day and night on the equinox, right? So they both reinforce each other, right? So you got the phenomenon, which is the equinox, and then you got the location where that phenomenon happens, would be the equator. The phenomenon doesn't happen, so that location can't exist. You understand?
What about the
location where that phenomenon happens?
Okay, I wasn't aware of the phenomenon, like it being equal day and night, but it makes sense etymologically. My point is,
yeah.
As far as I know,
I'm not trying to make an etymological argument. I'm just saying, even geometrically, that should happen geometrically, but it actually doesn't happen in reality.
So in reality, it doesn't actually rise due east and set due west?
No, it's not 50-50 is what I'm saying.
Yeah, forget that. But I'm saying in terms of the azimuth, does it rise due east and set due west?
Yeah,
basically what I'm asking is,
I don't know if it's exact. I don't know if it's exact.
Okay, but I think we can agree that it's not going to be zigzagging.
Another problem, percent. The equator, the east is defined as the direction the sun rises on the equinox. So you're in a definitional problem. Like, yeah, does the sun rise east on the equinox? Yeah, of course, because that's how we define what east is.
Okay, well, forget that it's
we run into this problem where these are all like definitional problems where we set up this whole fucking thing with these words, and it's like saying the sun rises east on the equinox. That's almost like saying the same thing twice.
Okay, fine. Forget that it's east. Can we agree that on like at least on that day or whatever, that the sun's rising and setting are polar, are exact opposites in terms of the azimuth?
As far as I know, that's what happens.
Okay.
So I don't have any direct evidence.
And I think we can both agree that the path isn't like a shadow of the sun or what have you.
I'll say yes, it happens.
All right. I think we both agree that the shadow of the sun isn't like zigzagging. It's not like some weird irregular path.
Yeah,
It's consistent.
yeah.
Okay.
I'll just
So
say
the
it goes
question
in a
is,
straight line. It doesn't take an arc, a visible arc.
all right, you think it's a straight line?
Yeah, east-west, right? Rises
Yeah.
90 and sets 180. So that should be a straight line to you from your visual perspective, right?
Okay, but like let's say we had a bird's eye view, it could still be curving and rising due east, or like not necessarily east, but the polar opposites. It could go 180 degrees, but still be a
Yeah,
curved
but what I
path,
mean that it's
right?
a line, right? So if you were looking east, you'd watch the sunrise. It would rise in a straight line. Then once it got overhead, you have to turn around, and it would set in a straight line, right?
Yeah.
It would drop. From the
My
sky
point is,
straight
like,
down.
it would help us to know whether or not
I'd
it's
like to
actually
see
straight line or a curved line in terms of making the map. Because if it's a straight line, then like the Gleason's is out. Anything with a curved equator would be out. You understand? If it's a curved line, then the type of Mercator, anything with straight latitudes, at least for the equator, would be out. You understand? Like the dipole model, for instance.
I understand. Well, how do we determine which one it is?
I think it moves straight. I think if I was thinking like one way you could do it is by stitching together like equatorial mounts that just travel on one axis, and they have like the sun perfectly in the center of the field of view, and they're tracking the sun's movement. And as one mount loses sight of the sun, the other one catches it, and they're just like stitched together for a large portion, like a large distance, and that would confirm that it's straight-ish.
Yes, that might work.
The other way would
I
be
want to
dead
see
reckoning.
someone fly under the sun at 1,040 miles per hour in like a F-14, right? And just keep the sun at zenith. Like, look at your speed, 1,040 miles per hour. Sun's right over your head. Just fly that for a while.
No, but you could still be flying in a very slight curve, if that's the case.
Yeah. I know. I would just like to see, to verify the speed of the sun. That's what I'm talking about.
Got you.
Because I've seen some stuff on like how fast the subsolar point moves over the surface of the Earth that didn't even match itself, much less the globe model. Meaning, these people, they did a tropic measurement, Kahana noon, right?
Mm-hmm.
When there's no shadow. So when the sun is going right along the tropics, they found 2 locations on the tropics, and timed when it was Kahana noon in one spot, and then how long it took it to be Kahana noon in another spot on the tropic. They did this at 2 locations. And the speed at which it traveled the subsolar point over the surface, according to the globe surface distance, didn't match. They didn't match each other.
Yeah.
And it was like way off. It wasn't even fucking close.
So it can't be something like attributed to topography, for instance. It was way off.
It was off by like why would topography have to do? You're only measuring noon. The time difference between noon in one place and noon in the other place.
Well, I was thinking like it was the transition that they're measuring the speed of the shadow moving or what have you. Because if that's the case, like
why do we not see the shadow? Right now, Kahana's noon. We don't mark the time. We have a place that's along the tropic, frickin' say 10 kilometers away. Now, when you mark the time, it should not. You should be able to see a shadow on that stick. And then when that stick eventually shows no shadow, it's solar noon there. Mark the time. Now you can calculate based on that 10-kilometer distance how fast the sun moved from being above one stick to the other stick, right? And then you can calculate how fast the sun moved across the surface of the Earth. Now they did that in Hawaii and another place, and it turned out that one was different by a lot. I want to say like one showed like a surface speed of like 700 miles per hour, and the other was like 1,300 miles per hour. It was something like that. Don't quote me on any of this because I don't remember the figures off the top of my head, but it was significantly different. Significantly, like this don't even make sense. But it should be like identical. The miles per hour should be identical.
It should be, yeah. What's the Glober like excuse for it? Do you know?
Well, no, I've actually never showed it to any Globers. The guy that did it, he's like a fucking Russian guy.
I feel like that would be a proof against the globe right there. I thought initially what you were talking about was that like they actually tracked the shadow of the sun, and they noticed that overland, some places it was speeding up, and overland it was slowing down. That's why I was saying maybe topography, because if it's going up a hill, for instance, you'd expect it to be moving slower, and then as it goes downhill, it would be going quicker. That's what I thought you meant initially.
His name's Sergei Mastubov. I don't know where he found the kid in Hawaii. He doesn't even say what his name is. They just were like live streaming it. They were like constantly live streaming it, and this is done a while back. This is I could probably find the video somewhere.
But how would that work on a flat Earth too?
I don't know. It's just
like unless there's some atmospheric magnification going on.
Well, the problem is that we have preconceived notions about what the sun's doing, which aren't correct.
Yeah, we know next to nothing.
Yeah, like they've made a model. They don't check this shit. You think they checked if the sun's moving over the surface of the Earth at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator? Of course not. They never checked. This is what happens when you construct a world, which most of the elements of it are based upon a calculation. Like you have like a few data points of different things here and there, and then you construct this whole fucking thing out of calculations, and then you make claims like, well, if the sun's moving at 15 degrees per hour up the sky, and the Earth is a globe of 25,000 miles circumference, then the sun has to be moving over the surface of the Earth at 1,040 miles an hour. All those are calculations, right? Whoever went and confirmed that the 1,040 mile per hour sun motion is actually a thing. Yeah, like I brought this up to Professor Phil, dude. He fucking flipped the fuck out. He didn't like that. Everybody at the Tropic of Cancer, they're under the sun on the solstice, right? Like, I don't know. How would I know that? Where's the Tropic of Capricorn? How do you know when you get there? Well, because you're under the sun on the solstice. Like, it's fucking circular logic, right? Like, how do you know when you got there? That's like a lot of these things. They're like, well, if you go to this spot, you're going to see this. Well, how do I know when I'm at this spot? Because you saw that?
That's a good point.
Like the dude yesterday with China. He's like, prove to me China doesn't exist. Well, I'll prove it to you. How would I prove it to you? How are you going to know when we got there? How are you going to know when you're in China? How can I prove it exists to you? You're either going to make up the name China and say, I made it up. Yes, China exists. Or you're going to ask somebody else, hey, am I in China? That's the only way to know if you're in China, right? You can't know you're standing on some dirt somewhere. How are you going to know that dirt is China dirt?
What did he say?
Oh, he was just
spiraled.
I don't even know. Yeah, it was kind of incoherent. He thought he had a gotcha too because AB cooked them, Radwin cooked them, or Professor Triangle, and like then he came up with that. Well, you can't prove China exists. Yeah, just because China's an abstract concept agreed upon by people that there's some dirt somewhere that everybody calls China, and if everybody died, there'd be no place called China anymore. He says, prove to me. He asked me to prove that to him. He asked me to prove that China would not exist if everyone died? I'm like, bro, I said everyone died. Me and you aren't here. How am I going to prove anything to you? Dude, it was fucking crazy. It was pretty funny though, in a way. It's funny watching their brain just turn into mush.
Yeah. It's like sometimes the video's buffering, but it never plays,
Yeah, exactly. I just couldn't believe it, man. He was just like, I'm like, if nobody exists, China's not here. Prove that to me. I said, if nobody exists, that means I don't exist, you don't exist. I can't prove something to you if I don't exist. And I definitely can't prove it to you if you don't exist.
Yeah, for the record, I don't think it's a Mobius strip because then we'd have curvature. And
it's a Mobius strip that's so big you can't detect the curve.
It's a flat Earth.
That's the funny one why they like circumnavigation. You'd have to turn left or right. Nah, man, it's a circle that's so big you just seems like you're going straight. Same shit they say.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would go for the Mobius strip because you'd still have like people on the opposite side. So flat earthers would be like, what's keeping them from falling? And globe earthers would be like, you know, it's too sharp of an edge.
Water. Of course it was. You want me to show you?
It was done on land, you dumb fuck.
Okay, let me show you the experiment then, and you tell me if it's on a lake or on a surface. You'll tell me.
Are you talking about Jeranism?
I don't remember their names.
Netflix. TikTok.
Yeah. Netflix.
There was no water, bro. They did it next to a canal, but they did it on the land. There was a road next to the canal. They did it on the land because the canal had a freaking steep ass side. If they would have tried to go down into the canal, they never would have got out. You know, there was like 100 people there.
Let me find you the experiment 1 second.
It wasn't an experiment. Doesn't say it actually demonstrated a flat Earth, but you're too dumb to know that. They would have had to be 18 feet tall to lift the light over the curve of the Earth. You know that, right, Mighty?
I know that. You don't. That's why you.
So they would have to be 18 feet tall. Do you think they're 18 feet tall?
Well, why would they even do this experiment if they don't know how to do it in the first place?
Okay, who's they?
Your people, the flat Earth.
They aren't my
community.
people.
Yeah, they're flat earthers. So what are they?
So what? Well, who made that club?
You.
No.
Flat earthers. Yes.
Dude, no. So most pedophiles are globe earthers. You know that, right?
No, I don't. But it wouldn't surprise.
Yeah, they are though.
Most pedophiles are flat earthers.
No, they're globe earthers.
Well, yeah, that's because 99% of people on the globe.
Yeah. So guess what? You're suspect.
Okay.
See how stupid that is? Cut it out, dude. Grow up.
It's not really. Doesn't.
No, grow up, dude.
I am grown up, but
okay. Whatever Jeranism did has nothing to do with us, me. I don't fucking endorse him. Never did, and never will. Okay. Your conclusion is based upon a fucking hit piece that selectively edited his. That's interesting. That he said fucking 4 hours before. Okay. This is what you got to rely on. So, outstanding that, you said that, hey, flat earthers do experiments wrong. Which one? And then you named one where he proved the fucking globe, you said. Did he do that wrong?
He did his experiment wrong. He was expecting.
So it was wrong, so he didn't prove the globe.
No,
so he didn't prove the globe.
What I'm saying is, he did the experiment.
And he didn't prove the globe because he did it wrong?
No, I'm saying he didn't prove it flat because it didn't work out with how he thought the experiment would go out.
It's because he burnt out the fucking laser, dude.
It wasn't a laser. It was like a flashlight or something.
I know, because he burnt out the laser. He had a laser with a collimator, and he left it on too long, and the collimator gets hot and melted to the laser.
Okay.
Of course you know all this.
Well, if you do, then I guess you know more about your people than you're saying.
Well, you know, after it happened, he did a stream where he described everything that happened in the test. Plus, I know Geolove, who was there.
Amazing.
Yeah, so people were there. So give us the one where that was done wrong. Actually, what I really want you to do is tell us how to account for refraction. That would be interesting.
Experiments. It's not.
Tell us. Well, since we do it wrong, tell us how to do it right.
I would, but I don't have time.
Yeah. Tell us how to account for refraction. Since we do it wrong, why don't you give us the right calculation?
I mean, you're claiming you know how to do that, right? So
no. Give us no. I'm claiming it can't be done. That's what I'm claiming.
You can't calculate distance without refraction?
No, I'm claiming that there is no model of refraction that works.
There's no model of refraction.
There is no way to quote unquote account for refraction because there's no model that works.
What do you mean? There's no?
It can't be accounted for. Any model of refraction that you can think of out of the 20 or 30 for terrestrial refraction, none work.
I don't think that's true, but okay.
Well, I know it's true because I've looked at the academic literature, Mighty. What have you done?
What is your profession?
Irrelevant.
Okay. If I read academic literature from like let's say medical school, does that mean I'm a doctor?
No. What the hell's that got to do with anything?
It means you need the experiment. You need the fucking experience. Sorry, to read the literature and understand it. That's what it means, and that's not.
No, it doesn't. Okay, because listen, you can read the medical literature and understand it and not be a doctor.
Okay.
Okay, that's idiotic to suggest you have to be a doctor to understand it. You know, the people that read it mostly aren't doctors yet.
What?
Yeah, that's retarded because if that was the case, then nobody
they're
could
in
ever become a
pre-med or they're
doctor,
going
so
to
they'd have
school.
be a
They're reading the
doctor first.
medical literature. They're not doctors yet.
What I'm saying is, if you really want to conduct,
What I'm saying is, you're a fucking moron.
you could take an engineer with you. You can take someone who knows science, and do the experience with the experiment with him.
All the data has already been done.
Okay, ask for a peer review then. Ask for a peer review. Send it to a university.
All the data. Why would I reinvent the wheel? It's already been done, dude.
Okay, so show me where it's done. I want to see the peer review on your article that you posted on an experiment. Go ahead, show me.
What are you talking about? Article I posted on an experiment? What?
Yeah, you did an experiment. You came up with conclusions, right? You wrote it down. You wrote down the
What
measurements,
experiment?
the calculations.
Who
You
said I
said
did an
you did
experiment?
experiments.
Who said I
So
did
you
an
didn't do
experiment?
experiments. So you didn't do experiments. You just said fucking 2 seconds ago that you did experiments with your own eyes. What are you talking about? You said I did experiments. Did you do experiments, Mighty? Yeah, you did experiments. Okay, show me. Show me the fucking data. Go ahead. Give me
No,
the raw
I said
data.
I made. I didn't say I did experiments.
do
I said I
experiments.
made
Lying then.
observations.
Observations
I've actually
is not the same
tested
thing as
shit,
experiments.
whereas you haven't.
You fucking called me out for not doing experiments like 2 seconds ago, and you said that you did.
That-
Observations
Listen,
is something
what were we
everyone-
talking? What was
I
it?
did
What were we talking about? What specifically were we talking about when I said you don't do any experiments?
We were talking about the flat Earth experiment, and then you're like,
Refraction
No,
models.
no, we were talking about the horizon
Yeah.
moving around. And I
Yeah,
said, go
you
to the
said you
beach
have
and make an
evidence for this?
observation.
I
Did
said
you ever
have
observe
evidence for
anything?
this, and you said, I don't need to give you evidence for this. And then I said, okay, so why should I believe you? And you're like, because I did experiments. And then I was like, okay,
No, I
show
did
me
not
this.
fucking say that. You fucking lying piece of shit.
Okay, I'm going into the recording right now on YouTube, and I'm going to
Please do it.
I will. Okay, give me 2 seconds.
Fucking lying piece of shit. Go on mute till you come up with it. Post when you come up with it. Piece of garbage.
That guy should just be canned.
I know, dude. Listen, that's why I said the first thing when I came in, it's like, why are we even talking to this guy? He's just a lying piece of garbage. Look, dude, he freaking told 3 lies in a row the last time I talked to him. Like, in a row.
Yeah. And then he's playing interference for anybody else that jumps in. In the meantime, his cornhole is flapping.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to make an executive decision, even though I'm not an executive over here. Oh, he deafened. He made it easy for me.
Yep. Like, I don't know how we can do it. Just maybe possibly doing it over and over again. That's the only way.
I think AI and Heretic can ban people.
All right, who here actually believes in a flat Earth, or are you just a grifter?
Man, that's all today, Indio. I
Grifter.
swear. That's what it started.
Where's
like
my
this
check?
morning. When I first, that's what I said, and you know what he responded with? That grifter means something else. But you already know that's not what they meant. Yeah, that's what the guy in the morning said. He said the
You guys aren't
exact
receiving
same
a
thing
check,
this guy
you're
said.
doing something wrong.
Grifter
probably the
means
same
you're. Do you know what
his
grifter
name?
means?
I do, but what's that guy's name? Dave,
Okay, define it for us.
Grifting?
Define grifter.
Grifting, do you want like the actual, like, do you want me to look it up right now and get it from
You said you know what it is.
Yeah, it's engaging
Just tell us. I don't need you to look it up. I need you to tell me from memory.
It's engaging in petty or small scale swindling.
Okay, what are we swindling people out of?
Money.
Oh yeah? Where's my check?
If you're not getting a check out of it, you're fucking stupid. I know Dave does. You remember Professor Dave?
So he's not a grifter then.
Yeah. So what's your argument for the Earth being a globe?
You know that Dave, hold on, Flat Earth Dave was already a multi-millionaire.
His name was Flat Earth Dave, I forgot.
Flat Earth Dave was already a multi-millionaire before he ever engaged in this topic, I hate to tell you. He sold an IT company for something like $110 million. He don't need money.
Or present your globe argument, dude. See what you got. See what you got.
All right,
yeah, because you're not on point. What is the argument for the Earth being a globe?
He bounced. Bitched out.
That's all they got. Oh well. All day long they've been saying that.
We got Josh
Who
in
here's
here.
a flat earther? Who here's a
Josh
flat
was
earther?
like white knighting for fucking some troll yesterday. Yeah, I know.
Ingersoll, the guy
Dude,
that's
me
in
and
there?
you kicked this shit off, dude, this morning, man. It's still going.
That's what I'm saying. The theme today has been who here is a flat earther? That's the first thing they say when they come
That's
in
so
here.
funny. Who here's a flat earther? Insert unsolicited comment. That has nothing to do with the topic. You're like, who here's a flat earther? Me. Hi. You're short, bald, covered in Cheeto dust. Like, how did you get all that out of hi?
The first thing you ask Mighty to do is go ahead and present the argument that for the Earth being a globe. Well, first you take a flat plane and you're like, I don't know. And then the guys who actually white knight for him, they're like, oh, let him speak. If he could just get off of mute, he'd be able to tell you. No, he gets off of mute, crickets. And he opened up his mouth again and is back to, well, if the Earth is flat, like the first thing he says.
Yeah, but your oil rig picture, I love how he brought it up.
Look, man, you know how bad I'd feel about myself as a human being if I lied like as much as that guy does? Like literal lies. This isn't like subjective lies. I actually, the last time I talked to him, I ran the audio through through Gemini, and it said he lied like 11 times. That was like in a 30-minute conversation. That means he said he didn't say something, but he actually did say it and denied saying it in the first place. I don't get it, man. Oh, I know who Josh was white knighting for. He was white knighting for Blay. Have you talked to Blay, maybe?
Blay, yeah. He was on about the edge of the Earth. If we can't tell him
Joshua?
Hold on, let me quiet him down. If you can't tell me that the Earth has an edge, then I won't believe it's flat. That was Blay. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just asking, who's Joshua? Sorry, also I didn't say that at all. That was that girl.
No, you said
Joshua
it too.
was white knighting for you yesterday.
I don't know who that is, sorry.
I know, but he did it anyway.
Sometimes I just join here, I talk for like 10 seconds, and then I get muted, and I just go on, like, I just, like, disappear.
Well, like now?
Blay, you talked yesterday to me, and then I asked you to repeat what I said, and then you weren't listening. Remember?
Yesterday? I didn't talk to you guys yesterday. I talked to you guys 2 days ago.
Whatever it was.
Or 3 days. I don't know. When was that? I wasn't on yesterday. I was busy.
Can you tell us a single flat earth argument?
Flat earther argument?
Yeah,
I mean,
anyone.
some of you have differing opinions, but I've
No,
noticed
not opinions. I said argument. God, you guys are fucking hard of hearing or something.
There's a comprehension problem, dude. They don't know how to. You're saying words in English, the same language they speak. They just don't know how to it doesn't register the words you're saying.
Yeah, can you just repeat any flat Earth argument? Don't worry, we're not gonna clip it and say, "Hey, Blake, turn to the other side." It's okay to, this is a hypothetical.
Okay. So I've spoken to like 6 of you. The most common one I've heard is it's all of the math stuff doesn't matter because you started with the presumption of a ball, right? That's the boiling down. But it's I can experiment. I know that the Earth is flat because I stood at the edge and I observed with my own eyes. There was the camera argument that the space videos are fake because the curve on the lens.
Can you go through one at a time? Because I didn't even know what you said in the first one. What was that first one?
The first one was the math is, what do you say? The math is wrong because they assume it's a globe or something?
I don't know. I didn't understand what he was saying. He speaks like word salad, and then he's want us to decipher what he's saying.
Yeah, give us that first one again. Yeah, give us the first one again.
I use the the light argument with the I think his name's Eratosthenes, where you can calculate.
Give us the first one again, dude.
Yeah, this is the first one. Okay, I'll just clarify what I'm saying. In the past, I used the Eratosthenes argument with the angle to the sun, and then someone in here said that that's wrong because you can't tell me what the sun is, you can't go to it, you can't measure it. So it's
not that it's wrong. Okay, it's that it's not a globe exclusive proof. It also works on a flat Earth. Key variables in that presuppose means you hasn't or can't be proven. The distance to the sun, right, and the surface you're standing on. It presupposes that you're on a sphere, and it presupposes the sun is a near infinite distance away.
Yeah, hold on, Blair. Can you go through the reasons why it's even worse than that? Compounding also the problem that you'd have detailing whether or not that story was even a story that could be validated as an actual human being named Eratosthenes that did a test such as that in the manner in which he did it, because it sounds like an ever-changing story. 2 sticks, 2 wells, 1 stick in a well, an obelisk. We don't even know what the exact. Again, I mean, you never get a concise way of that they're being able to detail what Eratosthenes and who he did and how he did it. You got, these professional striders that went from Alexandria and Syene in between there. And supposedly, they're comparing notes between the angle to the sun in one location and angle to the sun in another. And it's the thing is so obscure, whether or not it's even coming from a first primary source. You don't even know that information to then come around and say that that's solidifying a point. So it's really bad, dude. Honestly, if we were to critique you on that much, could you tell us if you know if it's a first-hand account?
Hold on, dude. It's even worse than that. Number 3. Degrees did not even exist in fucking Alexandria at the time. They didn't use those units for another 360 fucking years. So that's one problem. Problem number 2 is there's the length of a stad, the measurement. Yeah. Varied. There was no standard unit of measure, and it's unknown what that distance was within even 30%.
Could you not repeat the experiment today to get a calculation?
Yeah, you could. You'd make the same presuppositions.
Okay. Because as far as I can tell from
it's
talking
not
to
our
people
opinion.
here,
So I'm going to just end this. Hold on. It's not our opinion that there's a problem. It's in peer-reviewed papers that it's a problem. You think flat earthers invented this shit?
Well,
can you link?
So I'm going to post in the chat a paper where which is from a scientific society that says Eratosthenes made some assumptions, and if you used different assumptions, you would have came to a different conclusion. Okay,
well, that's a big problem. But what about the other ones that we mentioned? How does he know that it was a primary source that we're getting this information from? The man Eratosthenes, there's no account of this. This is
That is
Somebody
a
trying
valid concern, actually. Like, you can't verify anything up until, like, I think the 1940s or whatever. When did they have a video audio recording?
You're getting it. You're getting it. So we're talking about historical facts and how things are taken into account from, people that wrote back in the day. So it's not unlikely for something to be fabricated or a story being told that people are taking on as this is what an actual historical event that took place. It's not beyond the realm of, like, imagination, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how can there's just a lot of people just taking it for granted? Like, this is something that actually occurred. Like, let alone like what Indio just brought in there. Like, the math that we're using wasn't even the kind of math that we're using at the time where Eratosthenes would said to exist in that time period. But like the timeline's incorrect with a lot of information, bro. Like, is what I'm saying. So
yeah, I get that. When was the first mention, like, in modern history books of that experiment? Because we could actually verify if, like, it came from that period, not who actually wrote it.
Pliny
I
the
don't mean, like,
Elder. It came from Pliny the Elder, who was writing about Cleomedes, who was talking about Eratosthenes, but there's no primary source. There's only a tertiary source, so it's 3 people removed.
What
and
year
Pliny
was
the
it
Elder
written
was
down?
something like 800 years later? Or no, Cleomedes was 800 years later. Pliny the Elder was like 1300, something like that.
Look at the gap of time, though. That's almost a millennia, bro.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's like he's going to be the first one. I was just meaning, like, we could verify if it's even a first-hand event based on when it was first written down.
Well, okay.
If it is like 800 years later, then yeah, we could probably make the argument that someone just bullshitted it. Like, for example, a lot of European countries bullshitted their history in the early, like, 1900s, late 1800s.
Yeah, and I'm only just challenging the veracity of that specific claim on the merit of, like, that this is an actual account that occurred, something that took place in history, and even going off of the basis of that, like, if somebody fabricated it in recent history, then that means that in the past, whatever happened because of the math wasn't actually the way they constructed that particular, like what India was talking about with the math, because the particular type of math that they used wasn't even developed until later on. So what makes us think that they even did, or he did what people thought he did? Like, no, there's nothing being challenged here, dude. Nothing's challenged, is what I mean. And everybody's just accepting, okay, let's just say the story's true. Now let's see what he did in the story. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's like, you could have just made it up, and then we're all just listening to you. Like,
the question I have for that, right? Like, so I'll agree with you that we can't actually prove any of these people did anything they said. But, like, does the math work?
For what, though? What I'm trying to get to is, what is it working for? Is it a mental construct? Is it an actual applied mathematics that we're going to take to, and test and verify?
Okay, so the thing that he tried to do, which the presumption was that it was a ball, okay? Now, he wasn't actually trying to say the Earth is flat, the Earth is round. That wasn't actually the experiment's purpose. The experiment's purpose was essentially, like, to determine the circumference of the Earth. That's what he was trying to do. So that,
doesn't it have to be a ball?
The circumference of the Earth based on what?
So,
based on what, like a mathematical construct, or like an actual, like, the physical world? Like, what do you mean? Like, there's something that we don't know. Like,
okay, so here's the thing, right?
Nobody knows how to parse it out. Like, what are you talking about? The actual world that you're standing on, like that?
If we assume,
go ahead.
Okay, so if we assume the Earth is a ball, but I'm just saying this for the sake of what his
the
equation
physical
was.
Earth, dude, like a mathematical construct. What are you doing?
Okay, can I speak, please?
I don't know how you're differentiating what we're doing. Like, what on math? Like, just using math only?
You just asked me a question. Now you're just, like, talking over me. Like, I can answer you completely.
He's confused. He doesn't know.
I'm just trying to figure out which one is it? The physical Earth outside, or math that you did on a piece of paper? Which one? You could draw what a circle looks like.
Okay, so what he was doing was that he came with the presumption that the Earth was a ball, which he wasn't trying to, like, agree or deny with that. What he tried to do was calculate how big the circumference of the Earth was. So the argument that you said, not the argument, the thing that you noted before, yeah. So, like, if the physical Earth was a ball, he wasn't trying to say if it wasn't or if it was. The reason that it's not really proof of a ball, the way a lot of people argue with you guys about, okay, is that he wasn't trying to measure it, like, in a sense where, like, oh, gotcha, it's a ball. The thing is, with his experiment, what he tried to do was take known distances, which they used to calculate by having these people. I forget what their job was called. I think one of you mentioned it before.
Professional strider.
Yeah, the striders. They would count their paces, but it was wildly inaccurate because, like, you know, I could tell you how long a meter is on a meter stick, and if I told you...
It's also doubtful, I hate to tell you, it's doubtful whether they actually existed.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I mean,
I can give you a history. So there's a book called Eratosthenes' Geography, right? And it even says it. Even though it's a whole book about Eratosthenes, they're saying, well, he might not have ever existed, and this might be all a bunch of bullshit. However, I'll tell you the story anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, so he was trying to use known distances, like, let's say, I think it was Athens and a city in Egypt. I forget which city it was.
It was Alexandria and Cyrene.
Yeah, okay. Alexandria and Cyrene and Athens. He tried to use the direct distance based on these people who, like, at the time were alleged to have had their job of calculating distances. And then he made the presumption that, well, if the Earth is this far away from the sun, then the, like, light lines must be parallel. So if they're parallel, then he could calculate the essentially circumference of the Earth. Like, that was his whole thing. It wasn't like, oh, the Earth is flat, the Earth is round. It was just, I wonder how big the Earth is. So he used simple, like, math. Now, on the other hand, if you're using it as, like, proof the Earth is not flat, it's a pretty shitty experiment to use. The only reason I ask you guys about that is because you can't calculate the circumference of a flat table.
Yeah, you can.
Well, it doesn't have one like that. Not like that, at least.
It depends on the distance of the light source.
It's sphere math.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, we actually, I'll post a video in the chat where someone calculated their flat table to be a sphere.
So you said that he's not trying to figure out if the Earth is a globe or flat.
No, he was only trying to calculate circumference.
Based on just a mathematical construct.
Yeah, based on mathematical projections. Like,
okay. All right.
And then, yeah, that's all it was.
All right. So the problem we have here, though, if it's just based on that, how could anybody realize that they actually are standing on an oblate spheroid Earth? Because if he just said, well, the math checks out, then how is somebody going to actually verify that math? Because you have to take that and see if you can test it, right?
Well, the only way you could actually check to see if they were correct, which we, I mean, depends. I say which we did as, like, a species, but you could debate this, is if we can actually go to space.
So that's the only way?
Well, if you're trying to, like, say, well, it's not projected, blah, 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 like, whatever, and you're trying to get, like, visual confirmation, you would go to space, right? Because if that's
are you saying there is no other way to verify it?
I mean, you could use other mathematical formulas with other real-world measurements.
No, I mean, like, physically outside. There's no other way other than getting inside of a vehicle and going up and looking down. There's no other way.
I mean, you could take measurements and project, but it's like, I'm not, like, an expert on these things, so I can't really...
You don't know any other way is what you're saying. The only way you would know is getting in a vehicle, going up and looking down.
I could use the light argument, but then if you debate the math, then I can't really say that to you.
Okay, so only going into a rocket and going up.
If you want me to physically verify that it's round, then I could go on a rocket. But if you don't accept mathematical projections,
I agree with you that if you're saying that the only way to verify it, you're saying is to get in a rocket and look down. I'm agreeing that you, in your worldview, that's what you're saying you would have to do.
Well, to get your standard, right, where you say, like, I observe with my eyes. If you're telling me to observe with my eyes, yeah, I'd need a rocket. If you're telling me I can't project that,
not our
then
standard at all.
So
what is your standard?
Hold on, Indio. But if you're saying that's what you say you have to do, then you're telling me that outside of that, there's no other way that you can know, right? I do want you to be sure on this.
Well, okay, so what is your standard before I agree to that then? No. That is a valid question because I've had several people on the server tell me that.
No, because the standard would be for you that you can't verify it's a globe based on the Eratosthenes math unless you get in
Oh,
a
I
rocket,
mean-
go up and look down.
Or you could try his experiment on a flat table. It doesn't
No,
work.
dude, are you gonna just say the only thing that can
No,
be
you-
verified
okay,
the Earth
you-
as a globe?
I
Is it
took this
getting in a rocket and
initially.
looking
By
down?
the way, I took what you were saying initially as, you know, like by your standard of proof. Because every time I use one of these like light arguments,
Don't use what I'm saying. Only use what. Only
okay, then
use
no,
what you
no.
would-
If that's the case,
Okay,
no,
so
you
what-
could mathematically project it.
Okay, mathematical projections are not a validation of the thing you think you live on. So when you take your projections and you go outside, how are you testing them? And you said the only way to do that, to test what you're saying
Well, you can
is
test
true.
it. You can test it like without doing that. It's just by your standard, where like everyone in here tells
Well, how
me,
are
well,
you
I can't
testing it?
observe it directly.
Well,
how are you testing it? You can do the shadow experiments, which, by the way, is not only
The shadow
Aristophanes.
experiments. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. So you can calculate the angle to the. You
No,
can
bro.
calculate the angle to a light source. Okay,
No,
would you
bro.
agree or no?
No. I'm
Given an
talking
arbitrary
about-
light source,
No,
could you
no,
calculate the
listen to
angle
me,
to
listen
it?
to me very carefully, dude. The Earth being a globe has a geometric consequent, meaning that it would be an oblate spheroid. So in order for you to know that the numbers check out, you would have to verify that the Earth is actually curved on its surface. So I'm telling you, with Eratosthenes' numbers and the method that you say that he figured it out somehow, how could
The
you test
Aristophanes
that?
experiment is not directly proving whether or not it's a ball.
I know that. So how would you test that information that you're getting from there?
I was just trying
What
to
do you-
answer you, but you just kept cutting me off.
You said the only way to do it is to get in a rocket, go up and look down.
Yeah, if you're
That's what
telling me
you
to
said.
physically observe it, then yeah,
Yes.
sure, that's all I'd have to
No,
do.
wait a minute, dude. No. Physically observing and testing some. Let's say that you're on the Earth, and of course you'd say it looks locally flat. So you couldn't tell. According to you, couldn't tell. So I'm asking you, okay, good. You can't tell. But can you measure? Perhaps there's some fluctuation or something that can occur in
Did you
your
ask me
standard.
initially? Your initial thing was, can you tell me any of the flat Earth arguments? And now you're doing this.
Oh my
you
God,
are trying
dude,
to gotcha me.
Look, you know what's frustrating is that when it comes down to testing, the testing phase, you're trying to give me something that's only giving us a projection and not an actual verification. Yeah, and not an actual verification of the numbers, because the numbers you get are saying, hey, there should be this much curvature over a distance. So what you would do is take that distance and verify that there's that exact curvature over that specific distance. What I'm
Do
asking
you agree light
is,
exists?
what I'm asking you is there a way to
Do you
do
agree light exists?
that? I don't ask me any questions, dude, because I'm asking for just the
No,
verification.
no. Do you
of that.
agree light exists? Let me
Dude,
explain this to you. Do you
no.
agree light exists?
No, we're not going to talk about that. Okay, that's silly.
Why?
That's silly. Because
Why
right
is it
now
silly?
what you're doing is you're doing everything not to talk about what I'm saying. You're doing everything
Dude,
to
I'm
do
trying
that.
to answer you. I'm just trying to like
No.
get the.
And not only that, but you're provoking the audience to engage in your question that you don't want to answer what I'm saying. So they're going to engage you what you're saying now and not
How am
negate
I?
what I'm telling
How
you.
am I invoking the audience? Have I called anyone in?
Okay, because you're saying, what is light? What is light? You're saying it over and over again. What it does, it causes a
No,
reaction.
no.
in the
You
group.
can literally
They're gonna try
calculate
to
the
engage
angle
on
to a
it.
light
So-
source. You can actually get the width of the
No,
light source,
I'm not
literally based
talking
on
about that.
shadow positioning. If you take
Not
it in
talking
three
about
different places.
I'm not talking about that. Not talking about that. What
Dude,
I'm
I can
saying is,
physically test the Earth
what
is
I'm
flat
telling you is,
ground
dude,
based on light
listen,
projection.
dude, listen very carefully.
Listen, dude, listen.
I'm gonna have to
talking
hold
like
you
Trump.
this. So if you're gonna tell me that Eratosthenes gave you some numbers that the Earth is a certain size, what are you gonna do to test to see if that's actually true?
What am I going to do to test it's actually true? See if it's use modern day measurements to see if it's correct.
Like what?
You can just
Like
repeat the same experiment.
Like what?
Okay, so if I take meters, okay, and I take the presumed bird's eye view, and then I take a straight line from one place to another, I could just test to see if I could repeat his experiment.
What are you talking about? What are you doing? Specifically name what are you going to
he's doing
do?
Eratosthenes still. He's still on Eratosthenes.
Dude, okay.
Dude, if you're asking me to prove that his calculation was correct.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking you to do. What are you doing to test that his calculation that he's talking about the Earth being a sphere or a circle, in some way the surface is curving? How are you testing that outside? Inquiring minds want to know.
I just tried to answer you like 10 times.
No, you didn't. So what are you doing?
You can take 3 different positions on Earth. You can calculate the angle to the sun.
We're not calculating. That's what you've already done. You've already calculated that the Earth is a certain size. We're already past that. We're now onto the verifying stage where you're going to measure whether or not that calculation is correct or not. Do you understand? You're past calculation. You've already calculated all the information from Eratosthenes. So now you got a number value. The Earth is said to have this radius value, this circumference value. Good. Now we're going to verify it. How are we going to do that? Calculation is done with. Now it's time to measure. Go. Did he deafen? No
Yeah,
shit,
he
dude.
just did it. He wasn't deafened the whole time. He just did it.
Golly, dude. You see, this is what I'm saying. It's like these guys they get to the point where, I mean, it's time to put your money where your mouth is, and they do this.
Yeah, it's like, oh, how are you going to verify Eratosthenes? Oh, I'll just do another one. Are you fucking dunce?
It's like, you've already done the calculation. Well, we're going to calculate again. No, you've already calculated. You're already saying the Earth is what you're claiming, the radius, diameter, circumference. We got all that. Now, how are you going to go outside and verify that's true? Wow, we're going to do it over again. Again? We're just going to imagine? Like, this is amazing, dude. This is crazy. Sometimes it feels like you're losing your mind when these guys are just like on repeat. It's like they don't realize that the question you're asking is for the actual, verification of those calculations. Because you're like somebody building a table. I've calculated. I'm thinking it's about, 5 feet. Okay, good. How do you know that? I just did a calculation. Really? Imagine if that's how it was done.
Dude. They wouldn't even get one
did,
day on the job, bro.
We just did a calculation.
They might not make the 10 o'clock break.
It's like, seriously, you're not going to measure it? Why? We're just going to repeat the calculation over again, man.
Hey, Blake. Canteen truck's here. Just keep walking. Keep walking right past me.
Don't even stop. Unfreaking believable. Is there any white knights in the house that would like to, any Glober white knights? Do you think Bled? I bet you anything they're in there like, dude, Bled did such an amazing job. That guy, he had his points together.
He still doesn't even understand the presuppositions. He's like, well, the sun's and he said the light goes straight and blah, blah, blah. Like, you're still presupposing that the light rays are parallel. Like, bro, what? He still don't get that part.
Or you can measure it to the sun and do some calculations. And I mean, I don't know what we can do with that, man.
An entire imaginary world into existence.
How did you verify that? Well, we just did another calculation on top of that. Is there anybody else that can advocate for the Earth being a globe? You have a good argument for it?
Not with AV. I'm sorry.
Come on,
you're you're one of the most infuriating flat earthers. You and Professor Triangle.
Dude, I've given him the option to actually explain in outside what do you do? I can't even. How can you break it down in more simpler terms that somebody can realize, okay, you've already done all the calculations. You're done doing that. Now go outside and test what your calculations were actually showing you. How are you going to do that? Well, I'm just going to recalculate again and just do another calculation. That was not what I'm asking for.
So what are you asking for?
Oh, for God's sakes, dude. Crying out loud. Okay, you know how you calculate stuff and Superman can fly? You did the math equations and stuff. But when you go outside, it's not true that Superman can fly because that math can't be reproduced in reality. So, okay, you did a calculation. The Earth is this big and you got radius and diameter, circumference. What are you going to do outside to see if that actually manifests in reality outside in our physical world? How are you going to test that? How are you going to test it? Anyone?
So you want somebody to essentially measure the circumference of the Earth?
Bueller. Yeah, dude. Who's going to do that? Who's going to verify the Earth is whatever they're claiming the size that they are, at least a fraction, a small sample set? Who's going outside to test in the field that the Earth is an actual globe? Who is doing that? Are you? Has someone done it already? And don't appeal to some Netflix documentary, for God's sakes. Go to academia. See if anybody actually, a professor, and pick one of your prestigious colleges. See if anybody's ever done it. Bro, I don't care how much math you think you know. It means fucking jack shit if you're not able to produce the evidence that it actually is applied outside that way. If you can test, verify. Really doesn't.
You know,
I don't care if you're a math wizard, bro.
For as emotional and as angry as they are at us, you think that after the 2 years of being in this chat in this server, that one of them would have been angry enough to be like, I'm going to show those motherfuckers. I'm going to go measure the curvature right now.
Yeah. That's the thing. I hope I do provoke somebody to that. Fuck, man, I'm going to go show them. I'm going to fucking videotape it. Good. Fucking do it. And if you come back, fucking Bob's your uncle if you measured it, because I'd like to see the method. Yeah? Like to see it. Show everybody your work. What did you do? Well, if I did do it, you're not going to believe I did it. Like, bullshit. Yeah. Hopefully that should get some people like... Well, I'm just saying, like, who can actually stand on all 10 of your toes and tell me you've measured the Earth? Nobody.
Can you give me one test some anti-flat Earth globetard has done that we denied the results? Just one example. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Engaged with you guys? I'm not really sure.
No, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Why do you guys just make shit up constantly?
The trip
what
to
the
Antarctica.
fuck is you guys' mental defect? Seriously.
Just
like any images from space, it's all fake and cartoons.
Bro, you never even been to space. What are you talking about?
Dude, how the fuck was that not what it... Dude, India was asking something very specific. I am too. Why do you... It's like you guys don't fucking understand.
Yeah, what globetard came in here and said, I took images from space? Once again, nobody. Talking about somebody doing something that's denying they did it. That had actually produced actual results.
Amateur rocket launches with cameras attached. I think that counts.
Oh my God, dude. None of those rockets go high enough to see the Earth as a fucking ball, Mansky.
And they weren't manned either.
Curve,
so
that's that's a problem for you.
Why?
Because you would have to be a tiny fucking Earther. Don't you know your own geometry? Mansky, how much of the Earth would the ISS see, Mansky?
How much of the Earth?
Yeah, what percentage of the Earth's surface?
I don't know the exact percentage, but it's not the whole thing.
Yeah, we know
so
that.
It's up
how much? What's the percentage?
Miles.
200. Yeah.
Lower third.
How exactly is the Earth flat, though?
I want an answer to this question. Wait a second.
Hold on.
Okay, I'll just tell you if you're going to Google it. 3%.
Yeah, I'm Googling it.
How much do you think a rocket
3%.
Going 50 miles into the air sees?
Yeah, not much, but you can see a curve. It's not flat.
Yeah, and you shouldn't. And you shouldn't because you don't see enough of the Earth's surface to see a curve.
Be less than that.
Well, yeah, you can.
Yeah, but I
see
saw the curve in the picture.
If you can only see 3% of the Earth at the highest point that people typically exist at.
No, wait. Time out. Just wait. 3% of the idea that the Earth is a globe. When it concerns the Earth that we live on right now, we don't know the extent of the realm. So giving a percentage, hold on a second, wait a minute, just give me a second. Giving the exact numeric value to the extent of the realm that in which we exist right now would not be able to be given. The idea if the Earth was a globe at the specific size that they say it is, would be ascribed a numeric value. That's the difference, guys. Don't get those wires crossed. Okay, he's not telling you if you go up and you should see this. If the Earth was a globe, as a globe, with the geometry of it being what it is, then that's how much you would see. The numeric value would be what he just said. Exactly that. Not right now, though.
Well, my point was no amateur rocket goes even close to high enough. The Earth is supposed to have, your globe has a diameter of 8,000 miles. You think going 50 miles away from the surface would allow you to see curvature? Think about it for a second.
Well, the mainstream claims that you can see curvature at, what, 35,000 feet?
35,000.
Well, that's, I mean, that's this year. It's changed since I've been in this topic. It's changed 5 times.
There's
what
many
Google
different-
just shows you is what the most common Google click-through fucking link is.
It's weird because you see things like ships disappearing from the bottom up, and you see the effects of curvature, not actual curvature itself. And then you get things like at 35,000 feet. Well, I mean, I don't know what Google's up to these days, but I mean, if it's changed the algorithm where it's not saying that anymore, saying that if it's not putting information out there that says that, then, I mean, nobody really knows the altitude. I mean, you guys sure don't. If we ask you at what altitude do you start to notice the curvature, actually visually, what altitude would that be? What are you guys going to be able to tell us? Honestly, you wouldn't know. What'd you say?
It's like tens of feet.
Tens of feet? What?
Yeah. On like a flat plane, if you go up 10 feet, shine a beam out, about like several miles out, you'll see like, changes in elevation in an area that's supposed to be flat.
Dude,
what?
Put the bong down, bro.
Woof, man, dude, we're talking about altitudes at which exceeding that like by incredible amounts, dude. Like, what are you, 10 feet? Does any glober here actually agree with this gentleman? I'd like to see how many would get on this crazy bandwagon, by the way. Raise your hands, guys, if you agree with this dude right here.
Just to tell you, man.
No takers. No takers.
There's at least 20 people right now with their hands raised.
Yeah, no takers. Nobody's actually advocating for what you're saying.
Yeah, so I want to bring something up to Mansky just real quick about what he said about the 35,000 feet. If you had a ball that was 6 feet in diameter, right? You scaled the Earth down to a ball 6 feet in diameter, right? 6 feet tall. An airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. Okay? You wouldn't see curve from an airplane. That's bullshit.
Yeah,
what Google says. The geometry don't check out, because that's the beauty of mathematics and geometry. You don't have to believe anything says. You can just test it. You can just check it yourself.
When I use geometry, you reject it, though.
What geometry did I reject?
Cry.
What geometry did I reject?
He was talking about in the realm of verifying, not you, King. In the realm of verifying that the Earth is what they're saying it is, when you go outside into the field and test a small sample set, then yeah, because you're not testing it, you just said, I'll repeat the calculation again. That's not verifying in the field. Your calculation is what you think it is.
Not what I was saying.
That's why we reject it, because it's not, you keep going back.
You're wrong once again.
You tried to
circular.
test. You tried to test your Eratosthenes by doing another Eratosthenes, but it has the same. The second one has the same problem as the first one. Parallel rays of the sun.
You're just in an endless circle jerk, dude. You can't get out of it because you're never verifying those numeric values outside in the field. Within a small sample set, of course, because you can't, see the entire Earth or whatever. So take a small sample set, a good size amount, right? Nothing you can do will be able to do that because you haven't seen anything in academia for sure. Obviously, Eratosthenes is just like, as you put it, a calculation. I mean, we cut right down through it, ladies and gentlemen. We're showing you nothing that you can do can present the Earth as what you believe it to be. You're thinking in your mind, well, at the end of the day, when I go to bed at night and I close my eyes, the Earth's still going to be a globe. Never was, never will. You're just imagining in your imagination the Earth is a globe. But when it comes right down to it, you know what I'm saying is true. Nobody can ever test it. You haven't seen any test that verifies that curvature measurement, nor can you do one. There's nothing you can do about that except for keep telling me how it's calculated in a mathematical construct. That's it. Well, it's an oblate spheroid with a radius, diameter, circumference. Like, we all know that. So now what? You want us to
so
sit
you
here and
know
believe
it's an
it again?
oblate spheroid?
That's what it's claimed to be, Blair.
Well, you just said you know it, so I'm going to clip that. I'm going to play that back to you.
Go ahead. Play it back.
Please get
It's
a
all
few more
imaginary.
seconds of it so we got some context.
Yeah, it's all imaginary.
If the Earth is flat, what's under it?
Dude, honestly,
What makes you
I don't
think
know.
the world is flat?
if I had a nickel for every time, it's seen that. Okay, when you go to the beach, how do you observe the horizon? Isn't it horizontal and flat?
It curves.
Okay. If you say it curves, then you could see that the Earth is an actual sphere from a beach. Is that true? That's not
Well,
true.
we're
is it?
talking about the horizon line, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
You see
it
the
does
Earth
curve
looking like a
because.
curve? Really?
What do you mean by looking like a curve, like a globe?
Well, I mean, lady, if the Earth is a sphere, the surface would curve. Yes, like a ball. Like a
Yeah,
sphere.
because it does curve. That's why the horizon line curves.
You've seen that?
You've never been to a beach and seen a horizon line?
Yeah, it's a common experience that we all experience the Earth as a horizontal plane.
I think that's
Let me tell you
your
something real
proof.
quick.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. People everywhere, even people that believe the Earth is a globe, they say we can say with all assurance that the Earth looks locally flat. They all say that. It's the common experience.
But that's from our perspective.
However, they will differ from us in saying that it's not actually flat. It just seems that way in our local experience. But as you get up higher or look down from more altitude, you'll start to see it that it's an actual globe. So you're actually denying the first part, which is what the common experience is, that everyone sees the Earth as a horizontal plane locally. You're denying that part, which I think that's where you're wrong.
I
That's not the
suppose I
common
did
experience.
deny that. You're right, I did.
Yeah, it's the but the
And,
outside of that, the people who believe the Earth is a globe will say that it's actually not measured that way, or it's if you think about it, it's outside of our senses because we can't see it because we're so small, like an amoeba on a basketball or something. So they're saying that. Meanwhile, you're denying the first part, which I think is disingenuous.
Well, I apologize for. You're right. I did deny that on accident. I did not hear your question correctly.
That's fine. A lot of the cognitive dissonance kicks in when we're talking about this. It triggers people because they don't want to say that the Earth is flat in any way. Not even in observation when we see it locally that way.
So you think the Earth is 2D
the reason
or
I use
3D?
locally. Say again.
You think the Earth is 2D or 3D?
Dude, like honestly, your
You
questions,
gotta
like, I
wade
don't
through them,
mind-
AV. You gotta wade through them.
I don't mind answering your questions. Like, it's just, listen, when we talk about the Earth, we observe it the way you do. If I stand next to you, I see everything you see, okay? Everything you see, I see. So I don't see something that's silly as a 2D Earth, okay? I don't see that. Everything you see, I see.
But I think
So
that,
I'm not going to deny observations. Neither should you. Yes?
But aren't like all first person observations technically 2D? Like we know that things are
Technically
3D because we understand that depth exists, but at the end of the day, most 3D objects project a 2D image onto a surface, onto like the lens of your eye. So you look at something, you
Okay.
see a 2D image, but you understand a third dimension to be there because you've experienced it.
Okay. So what
you're
is your
talking
point?
about you're talking about the horizon being flat because you can see it being
Yeah.
flat. Well, yeah,
Yes.
because you're projecting a 2D image onto your eyes, but that is a 3D.
What?
That's like a 3D experience. You're just ignoring the depth that's there.
Yeah. So what's the depth have to do with it? Where does the depth come involved?
This is like a 2D projection of a 3D object. So a sphere is in 3D.
What's the object? What's the object?
Well, I'm giving you an example. So,
well, I'm asking what the object is right here. What are we?
Okay, hold on. I'm getting there. So, a sphere is known to be 3D, but it projects a 2D image onto a surface below it, right? Kind of like a shadow. A shadow is that 2D projection.
Okay.
But we know when you look at a ball, even though it looks like a circle when you're looking at it, you understand it to be a sphere because you understand that circle has depth.
Okay, so that's a lovely point. Well,
so when you look at the horizon, yes, it looks like a 2D projection, but that is a 3D like object or point in space.
Okay.
The reason you don't see.
Wait a minute. Is the horizon a 3D object?
Yeah, because there's things beyond the horizon as well, right?
Okay.
So you look at it, you see a line, but there are things that are past that line that you can't see.
Is the Earth a 3D object embedded in the space?
When you look at the Earth, you see a 3D object.
Can you answer my question?
It is a 3D object, but the object that is projected onto your lens is 2D.
Is it embedded in a space?
I don't think that you can technically embed something into space in that way, no.
Well, if it's inside the vacuum of space, it would be embedded in the vacuum of space.
Well, that presupposes that it's not moving, right? Because embedded would imply that it's static.
No. Doesn't imply that. Because there could be motion relative
or maybe like a soft, airy sheet. You know,
it could be relative to your perspective. You could say that, like,
I think you're right. It is embedded.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Any sleepers in chat?
Can I say something as a blower?
Wait. We're getting a whole bunch of people coming in here and interrupting. What did you say, ma'am?
Oh no, I was just listening. Let King and you go.
Well, did you say something relevant to what we're talking about, or no?
Yeah, no, because you said it embedded, and then King got confused because embedded sounds like, embedded nail and wood, and I'm saying embed like a sheet because it is surrounded and completed, and it's an also turn of phrase because it's in bed like you would find sheets in a bed.
Yeah, that's a little bit of semantics, so you can understand. Did that expound a little bit more? What, because that did kind of cover what I was saying.
Yeah.
To King.
Yeah, so when you look at it, you only see the 2D projection under your eye, but there's depth there too.
Okay.
But you can't see the depth because it goes under.
So do we
horizon,
see?
Right?
Okay. Do we see a plane?
No, technically not. No,
we don't. We do not see a plane when we look upon the waters of the earth at a beach. We do not see a plane. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that because it's a 3D object, it's being projected as 2D when you look at it.
What is it? Well, okay,
but
what
that
object,
just ignores that.
Specifically, what object are you speaking of? Which object?
The horizon.
Is the horizon an object? I know.
It is an object in the sense that it is a thing that it exists that we were talking about.
Yeah,
if you want to say it's like
it's not defined as an object.
Oh, the phenomenon.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want to consider the phenomenon of horizon?
Okay, so in this realm that we're talking right here in this room, every term that you use has a token meaning. So when you say something, it either means the thing you're saying or it doesn't. So
okay, sure, yeah. So we clarify, we're talking about the horizon, which is a phenomenon, which I mistakenly referred to as an object. Correct.
Okay. That's good. What is that? Yeah. Okay. So is that horizon? Does it have any curvature that you can see from your perspective as a human standing on the earth? Can you see anything that details that would insinuate that there is a curvature?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't perceive past a horizon because you can't see it. It's like you look at a ball.
That's not. I'm not talking.
It looks
about,
like a circle.
Sir. I'm not asking you to perceive beyond something else.
Well, you can't. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, sir, just answer the question. What do you see when you look at the horizon? Do you detail any curvature when you look at the horizon? Yes or no?
No,
the 2D projection.
I want him to actually.
But it's like it's ignoring the nuance of what I'm actually saying.
No, just be honest. Like the lady could actually answer honestly, because listen, if you believe the Earth is a globe and you have a hard stance on it, you could defend the position outside of what I'm saying. But if you're too insecure to agree with something that could be observed naturally, that shows that you're super insecure to affirm that our observations are the same. Why do you deny observations, sir? I don't
let's
get
take
it.
the conversation away from the Earth and just talk about the geometry of it.
No, we're not, because it's relative to the conversation. It's like the elephant in the room. If you take that away, then it's going to negate the whole conversation. We're speaking of the Earth, and the reason.
The entire position you're taking is literally just ignoring geometry. It's ignoring what you can't see. It's ignoring the idea of a 2D projection.
We haven't even got there, King. We haven't even got there. We're just only describing what we see. Okay. When it concerns anything to do with geometry, we could discuss that in a different manner. At the moment right now, I just want to talk about things we agree on. You and I. We're outside, and we see the Earth around us. What do we see? Now, if you're reluctant to say what it is, it's coming from a place that you feel very insecure to at least affirm what we all see together. It would be disingenuous of me to say I see something that you see that I'd say I see it differently than you. Like, I don't know, you say, I see the curve of the Earth or whatever, and I see a flat horizon. Well, one of us is telling the truth, isn't it? One of us isn't. Because it's not the common experience. And all of us that are in this room right now will be able to know if you're saying something that's a common experience or it's not.
I think a crux of the argument is just observation. How do you observe it? How are you getting that information? How are you proving it? And how are you singling out your observations from other mitigating factors?
That's perceptive. But I want him to actually realize if we can agree on just simple observations, and then you can take it to another step if you want to layer it with your understanding of you believe it's a globe. So far, you're trying to argue the fact, and I don't know for what reason, that us looking over a horizon of the Earth on a beach seems to be like we're at a disagreement with even just the observation. Which I don't know why.
I'm saying that you can't make that observation and say this is flat with the information that you have.
Yes, you can. Yes, you definitely can. In an observation where you're saying, hey, this is what the Earth looks like to me right now. I'm looking at it. This is what it looks like. Yes, you can. You can say that. Why not?
But without actual proof, then your opinion isn't exactly correct.
No. What we're only saying, though, is just as an observation. Testing is something different. I can tell you what something looks like, but if you say, well, it's actually not what you're saying it is, it's something else, that can be done in a testing phase. We can do something to verify it's not exactly what we're seeing. You get what I mean? I'll give you an example. There's something called an inferior mirage or shimmering on like on a hot day with the road, and it looks like there's like a puddle of water off in the distance, which is not actually the case, as you all well know. You get up closer, and that shimmering effect disappears. That's with as you close in on that distance. So you can say it looked like water, but actually when it got closer, it wasn't really. It was a mirage. Same goes for what we see off in the distance, right? Because if you're saying it's something that it's a optical phenomena or it's actually what you're seeing it as, then you can test for that in a sort of measurement, some type of measurement, I'd say. If it can be done, let's see, a measurement can be done, then you could tell me from an academic standpoint something you've been educated on of how this has been proven. So all we're doing in this chat right now is identifying as many people that can come in here and claim that the Earth is a globe. I want you to actually search the archives, talk to your chat GPTs and whatever AI program you got, phone a friend, I don't care, call your professor and see what you guys can come up with collectively and present forward and say, this is the answer. This is how you measure the curve. This is how we understand. Everybody knows it's a globe.
Yeah, because so many people, sorry.
Go ahead, Bug.
No, it's just like so many people come in here and they want to say so definitively that the Earth is a globe. And like that claim takes a lot to get there. What I'm interested in is knowing how deep the Earth goes. If it's a disk, is it cylindrical? How deep is it? Does it get, tapered off on the sides? If I dig too far deep, does the ether come back in? Like, these are real hardline questions. Is ether flammable? Can we use it as a new alternative fuel? Maybe they don't want us in our Antarctica because it's thin enough our footsteps will break us off the edge. Who knows? Okay, but we're never going to know until we're there.
Anyway.
Yeah, stop trolling, bro. Like, seriously. Cut it out.
The only reason I let it go is because Bug said something that was kind of in line with everything I was saying. So, but, easy come, easy go. All right. So, anybody in here able to?
Wait, no. So back to the original point, right?
What?
No, we're gonna. I want to address what Bug said for a second. Nobody thinks the Earth is a disk or a cylinder or is floating around in space. We don't think there is an outer space vacuum. We don't think the Earth is a fucking object within it. Okay? So the flat Earth you just made up in your head, we don't believe in either.
But isn't that what AV was saying? Was that Earth is like an object embedded in space?
When?
Like less than 5 minutes ago.
And how did he? Where'd you get the? Can you quote what he said?
Earth is an object embedded in space, and then Bug was like, "Yeah,
So
embedded like between two sheets."
I've been listening to AV talk for 8 years, and I've never heard him say anything even remotely resembling that.
It just happened. What are you talking about?
Just go on mute, dude.
You guys are hitting that pipe tonight.
But
Man.
I know, dude. He's freaking wolf.
Hey, AV, weren't you asking the guy if he thought it was?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah,
I was
very different, right?
Okay, so who is going to have a coherent fucking thought? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Pick a tiger. Catch a tiger by its tail. How about Bug? We'll try Bug again.
Okay, wait. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Bug. Just to clear. Whatever you've seen on the internet of what flat earthers think, just assume it's fucking wrong. Okay.
No,
we'll tell you what we think. You just ask us. Okay. We don't think the Earth is a space disk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, like, and I'm gonna preface this. I'm coming in genuinely, and I'm not trolling. One of the things that, like, and I'm gonna take it from this perspective.
We're not speculators here, is what I'm trying to tell you. You're like speculating about does the ether this that. We don't speculate. We don't
No.
only completely what's empirical, can be tested, demonstrated, and known, not believed.
Right. And that's the thing. That's where I got dunked on, because I came in and I was like, "Oh, well, I know what a star is," and then talked about pulsars because there is those consistent radio signals that come from out above near the constellations and stars and things like that. And for me to go, "Oh, well, obviously it's a pulsar," I think the problem is that when I had made that argument.
Doug, you're land-based it with
that's just a name, right?
Lore.
Saying, hey, we stuck our radio telescope, we picked up a bunch of radio waves coming from that dot in the sky, and we named it pulsar. That's just a name.
No, but that's what I'm saying is the reason why I got dunked on was because I walked in and I said, I know what stars are, I know what pulsars are, here's what they are. There's a blinking dot in the sky in radar. But what I didn't do is the understanding and root cause of what that actually might be, what the observations are, what we can actually detect. So, like, I'm learning how to.
But I mean, we're not. What's moving the needle here in this conversation that we have here is not more space lore. We're looking for people that can advocate for positions that say that the Earth is a globe with measurements done. You can talk about all kinds of space fantasy ideas. That's not going to help this conversation. Like, everybody here, the people that are listening, they want to know how you guys who believe the Earth is a globe can actually lay down a foundation for it being the thing they think it is. It doesn't help to talk about things that are not the Earth.
Am I putting the chicken before the egg?
No, you're not even talking about a chicken. You're talking about a rooster or like a snake or something.
Okay. Yeah, space lore.
Bug, the reason, just listen for a second. The reason we don't concern ourselves with that, because no matter what theory, people have been making up stories about the stars for since man first gazed at them, right? None of them, including the stories we tell each other now, can ever be actually verified. No one's going to a fucking quasar to check it out.
Jesus.
Do we actually believe space isn't real?
Oh, no, dude. Like, I mean, they're giving us a story about the cosmological paradigm, Dot. What in,
the question is, are we being sold?
All of that, Bug, hold on a second. What in all of that can you know that they're saying about the space idea? Anything? You tell me one thing that you can say.
I was late to the conversation. I was just told on what was being talked about.
No, I meant, like, if they're Bug or whoever else talks about space, doesn't matter who it is. How can you test and verify what she's saying is true? How can anybody? Like, nobody can check any of this stuff out, man. So why are we talking about things that we cannot verify? That's what I mean, don't understand.
Right. You as a person cannot verify because you don't have the materials. What do you mean?
Nobody can, because nobody can go to a star and verify. Bro, can NASA go to a star? Doc, can NASA go to a star?
Well, technically, no.
Okay, so they can never verify it.
What are we talking about?
Right, they're looking at light, saying it has this composition, this age, it's going this fast, it's this far away. They can never actually verify any of that. All that's theory-laden mumbo-jumbo.
Yep, and you guys are just finding a fancier way to kind of talk about that in this chat room where it doesn't belong. We're not going to sit here and believe with you guys. It's just not going to do it.
What are y'all's opinions on like satellites and rovers going to Mars? I mean, what are your opinions on what those were?
Fake.
Fuck, dude, you guys are space cadets, man.
Listen, I mean, yeah, I know. I do want to answer because it sounds like you're coming from a genuine place. It doesn't sound like you're trolling when you said that. So, most of that.
I am curious.
Yeah, most of that stuff is given to you as a topical knowledge that you have. And if some people are, satellite and rocket enthusiasts, and you know a little bit of that sci-fi lore that comes with it, but there's nothing that you can. There's nothing in what you know about that you can tell me that it is for sure what you think it is. Like put it to the test, right? Satellites. You believe that they're being launched on vehicles that are taking them up to low Earth orbit and releasing them. The payloads, being released in the lower thermosphere. In a decaying orbit around the Earth, being a globe and orbiting the Earth at 45 minutes, 90 minutes, whatever the case, right? You got Starlink and whatever else you got going on. All this stuff you think is happening. If you were to tell me in detail how it works, that's great. How do you know that those things are up in the place they say that they are? Logistically, how would you be able to verify that?
Again, that's where I got spanked for the pulsar.
Let me tell the guy real quick, because he's the one asking the question. So, bread and circuses. How would you be able to tell me any of that story is true about satellites? Things that you think is probably the case, right?
I probably wouldn't be able to, but if I'm not able to explain it, does that mean that it's not occurring?
No. I'm not saying just because you can't explain it. There's something you're being told about them, right? And you have a conscious decision to make whether you're going to accept what they're saying or reject it. You have a choice. You can say, I don't buy it. Or, yeah, whatever. I got better things to do. I got to go to work tomorrow, so I don't really care. Yeah, whatever.
You can say, I don't know.
You can accept it. Oh, yeah. Yes. But the point is, though, like, at the end of the day, it's never going to be like, oh, I know for sure. No one can say that. So how they work or whatever operation they're doing is maybe happening on some level, but you can't verify what it is. Even if it's in a decaying orbit that's circling the Earth as a globe every 90 minutes or something like they say the ISS is at 17,500 miles per hour. Like, dude, is there any way that you can verify that? No. So you're accepting that as something to be true based on other knowledge that you've laid a foundation for, the Earth being a globe. You've been told ever since you were very young. So have I, so has everybody else in here. It's just you grew up with this knowledge, believing it. What else can I tell you, man? Like, all of us grew up that way. But they didn't give us a method in which we could verify any of this information. So we're just going along with it just because how are we going to challenge it? And then there's the
because
appeal
it makes sense.
Doc, listen to me.
Well, of course it makes sense. You don't know anything else.
It sounds like AV is talking about we need to develop a healthier skepticism of things that we are just told occur.
That's it. Like, I just want to leave it there. Listen, I don't even care if you walk away from here and you're like, oh, dude, I'm a flat earther now. I don't care about that. I don't. So if you're not questioning things, at least being curious about it and finding like, hey, well, how do we know stuff is happening? That's it. Like, dude, honestly, if you walk away from here like that, that's it.
And I also feel that that's a good position to have, but I don't think that's the majority opinion everybody in here has. I'm thinking everybody here is a flat earther.
Have they earned the right to be auto-believed on all their claims? Have they earned that right?
I don't think they should be auto-believed, but I think there's a lot of good merit. Like the whole concept of black body radiation.
Well, you already admitted that you're just in love with that shit, so you're biased.
No, there are people
no. But like, they're on. Like, even if I'm not going as far, there's a lot of ways I can walk up to even 100th of the information. Like if you have an anvil and a hammer and a nail, you can make a nail glow red hot just by hitting it and causing the friction and the energy in the system. That's what you get called black body radiation. Black body radiation is something they talk about, and really, maybe the skepticism is going to be able to like really protect a lot of what might be out there, but it's not that they're coming out of it with nothing. They're not. There's no, like, they're not coming from an angle of spirituality or something like that. They're coming with a pure metaphysical physics aspect to it, where the sun is made out of a material that you could find similar to a candle. It's made out of the same kind of stuff you would find in the arid earth, just in different concentrations and volumes, and that the reason why it's congregated seems to be that their explanation is mass, which does have a lot of weight in a lot of different things. And
but
the big aspect of gravity is something that you're going to contest.
Any of the words that you use to describe the very thing that you're speaking of is also not anything that you could probably parse out in your own mind and find out what the meaning of the words are. So I mean, like certain specific words that actually detail what the thing that you just spoke of, like the term
I could
mass.
teach a class on it, man. I taught it in college.
No kidding. Are you a professor?
What did you teach?
No. I mean, I was a TA, right? Don't give me too much credit, but there's a lot we can really do to discover.
Okay,
like
so
even not to combat it, but even to like think about what they're saying and even do smaller experiments at a small scale to understand it. God forbid, we're almost doing fusion.
Okay, so like if you're going to teach your students about mass, being something, like what is mass? How do we understand what it is?
Well, they found the Higgs boson, but that came from a big magnet ring in the ground that claims they found the big Higgs boson, right?
But did you answer my question? What is mass?
No. Mass is. Let me actually get the definition.
Go ahead.
I want to play by the rules. What is
the rules?
Mass is described as the measure of the amount of matter in an object and is also the measure of its resistance to acceleration, known as inertia.
Oh. Which is it? Which is it?
Who gave you the amount of matter in an object?
Yeah, has that ever happened?
Well, you can find it in, like, what we do is in a lot of objects.
I'm just asking what your source is.
You can find things like molarity density.
The source of that definition, that's what I'm asking you. That definition was shot down forever
Was that
ago.
Merriam-Webster? What is the
off Wikipedia, it says it's an intrinsic, which is already going to be a problem in this conversation.
Freaking
property.
Wikipedia, dude. Like, okay.
Is that your alma mater?
What? By the way, what is the definition?
No, every definition.
We can get into bosons.
Mass is not the quantity of matter. It's never hasn't been for fucking 100+ years.
Bosons are awesome. Like,
oh yeah.
What are those just made up though?
Bosons,
dude, like
the word?
Oh my god!
Boson is just a category.
Like subatomic particles.
Yeah, boson's a category of subatomic particles. So what?
And when combined, they exhibit things like matter.
Okay, that's a cool story. Okay.
Yeah, but like we can do it though. If you have enough laser, you can literally produce more of these by trying to rip apart the gluons.
You think it's really that simple?
I mean, we have neutrino detectors, and when we get
Jesus
extra
Christ,
of them,
you really want to go there, bro?
Like, I mean, there's really a lot to talk about.
Look, okay, you don't know anything you're talking about. I can already tell. Okay, so
I wouldn't say that.
Because you're oversimplifying everything. It's way more complex than the way you're making it out. Okay, neutrino detection is an inference based upon fucking two other interactions. Okay. The Higgs boson is a statistical fucking anomaly. Okay, they get a lot of data, right, from smashing the protons together. And then when they get some reading, They go, hey, is this random chance or is this a Higgs boson? And they apply a bunch of statistical analysis and go, oh, we detected a Higgs boson because the probability of it not being a Higgs boson is this. Okay, they're not doing these direct detections that you think about. They just detected a Higgs boson. They just detect a fucking neutrino. Where does a neutrino even come from? Where's it come from?
Oh, I can explain that. Let me go pull it up.
No, where does it come from? The particle itself, is it inside the nucleus? You're never going to find the answer because this was a problem when, neutrinos were started as a joke. Did you know that? In a letter by Wolfgang Pauli,
even if they're a theoretical particle, we're trying to explain how the world works, and we're getting closer day by day.
No,
Oh my God.
Standard model is not a description. There's not an explanation. It's a description. Okay, it's just a fucking model. Okay, that's all models are. They describe things. The neutrino, there was extra energy. Where did it come from? Well, Wolfgang Pauli joked, we'll just make up something called a neutrino. Oh, and lo and behold, they just happened to find it. But no one could say where it comes from. Where was it? Was it in the nucleus? Was it inside of a quark? Where was it before?
It was an emission.
It's an emission. Well, it's a particle.
Yeah.
It has a non-zero mass.
Yeah. And it does not move faster than light.
Yeah, really? Fantastic. Where did it come from? It's not electromagnetic radiation. It doesn't have charge.
Well, it's because it's neutral.
Yeah. Where does it come from?
It's an emission. It comes.
It's made. An emission of what?
Let me see. There's a couple. Let me see.
Yeah, let me see, dude. Fucking go Google later, dude.
No, I'm trying to be. I'm not trying to pull it out of my ass or from my
You just
knowledge.
you're actually
no. See, this is the thing. Like we often encounter a lot of these concepts, these physics concepts, are actually controversial, right? But they're not controversial in the newspaper. They're not controversial in the textbook. But fundamentally, their foundation is controversial. QED, quantum electrodynamics, that's super controversial. It was fucking came about by fraud. In fact, Freeman Dyson, who's a well-known physicist, went to astronomy because of the fuckery that they were doing. He quit. He quit physics because of the fuckery they were doing in QED.
That's crazy. Let's see.
Yeah, because it's do you know what the G variable is?
Gravity.
The G factor, the Gamow precession of the electron.
Let's see.
Ugh, no, forget it, dude. If you don't already know what it is like I'm not getting into it. So this G, all of QED is built on this G number, and if that number's wrong, it's all wrong. Okay, they keep fudging this number over and over again. They have to calculate. They calculate it, and then they do an experiment. Oh my God, it matches the calculation, and then they freaking someone else calculates another polynomial, right? The fourth polynomial. Oh shit!
Yeah, because we got 3 neutrinos.
Oh my God, we discovered that. Well, that's the new measurement.
Just make a new flavor.
You understand that? Like they keep like it's a 20 order fucking polynomial, but they've only calculated like out to 6. But at the time they calculated to 4, and the experiments matched the 4. And then someone else did a new calculation out to 5, and it didn't match that. So lo and behold, someone did an experiment, and boom, it matched that one. But then it found out the person that did the calculation was collaborating with the person that did the experiment behind everyone's back, and had to fucking admit it. So there's just been fuckery the entire time.
Yeah, but we got pretty close. We're figuring a lot out.
Oh my God, dude.
Let me see.
Are you like an apologist for scientific fraud?
Well, Buck has
no, believe me, I'm not.
Up.
I'm not.
Isn't it true that you're just looking everything up as the moment?
Well, I've been listening. Hold on. I haven't been fighting the argument. I'm actually just listening.
No, I'm not saying you're fighting it. I'm just saying you're looking it up the moment you start.
These are historical facts.
Well, I'm listening. I'm literally ingesting, and I'm not speaking from what I think I know, but I'm listening and self-educating.
Yeah, but you do sound very confident. Like when he's talking to you, you sound very confident. You know that it's the case. You say, "Yeah, of course, this has already been done. We're doing this," and you're like, "Oh, let me check it out." Like the moment that you finish saying that.
Actually, a written paper about the QED fraud. I think it's by Shama.
Wouldn't you want everyone to be open to learning?
Yeah,
I don't
like I'm telling you what I'm told,
aren't you intellectually
and then I'm
honest
learning
to say,
about it.
Yeah, Bug, aren't you intellectually honest to say that you don't know if what you're saying is true or not? Like you're just automatically affirming that it's true. We've discovered that. We've already covered that. And he's like, It sounds to me like that's coming from a place that you don't know, and it's okay to say you don't know. Like, I don't know what's wrong with that.
To be clear, I haven't made claims. I've explained. I went out of my way to say, I'm going to go Google that to see what they say. I am listening attentively and searching up what you are responding with, and I'm taking that information and I'm learning from it. I'm not telling you a pulsar is a pulsar. I'm not telling you a radon is a radon or whatever.
Okay.
I'm just listening.
Okay. So our position is, does the evidence match the claim? Are there alternative interpretations to whatever data they collected to say the pulsar is doing this or doing that? Because lately I've been hearing about new radio fucking pulsar does something totally unexpected. You know, I've been hearing that for like 2 decades. This freaking pulsar freaking disappeared. This pulsar did this. Stars disappear. Stars reappear. Like, did you know there's a paper that came out just like a couple days ago that said they went over photographic plates from the Palomar telescope from 1942 to 1957 before any satellites were ever launched, and they found satellites, artificial satellites, in their telescope plates, in their photographs of the stars, before there was man-made satellites. So what we concern ourselves with is, what is the empirical evidence? We don't give a shit about the story. The story, like, anybody can make up any story to any fucking goddamn data set. We only care about what the data says. And we also differentiate between what is directly measured and what is indirectly measured. Meaning, what are you inferring it or are you deducing it? That's a very important distinction, because people also say scientific proof and all shit like that. Well, science only proves things if the test is deductively structured. If it's inductively structured, it doesn't prove anything. And, you know, sometimes they'll use abductive logic where it's like, the best explanation based upon the available evidence, whatever that means. That's totally subjective bullshit. So we're trying to figure out what we can actually know for certain versus what we can believe. And a lot of people think they know for certain that the earth is a ball. And we're here, and we do this all day, every day, to demonstrate that, no, you actually don't know that. Your brother don't know that. Your teacher don't know that. The guy down the street don't know that. The random dude working at NASA don't know that. Okay, we have a satellite engineer, a satellite dude that works for the Amazon Space Services. He don't even know that. He goes into work. He does his fucking job. He sells freaking Amazon satellite services. But does he have any freaking primary knowledge that there's a satellite in space? Nope. He thinks there is. He has no reason to doubt it, but he doesn't know. So, AB, you want to take over?
Now, what is it?
Maybe you
can't look at.
Yeah.
You can't take any.
Huh? What?
Do you think,
AB. What's that?
Do you think an entire generation was sold the lie of a sci-fi story about space and everything just to, like, confirm a pile of lies or something? Like, I think that's crazy. Like, I'm feeling it. I'm getting it.
Well, at least, you know, and most of these things, because you came in here, I remember that when you first started being in this room, you're full of a lot of beliefs, and your position was pretty staunch. So, well, I don't know where you're at now, but
because here's the thing: what happened? I was sold possibly a pile of lies, because there's two interpretations. You know, if you come in with childlike innocence, oh, the sun's going to explode in 5 billion years, and you have your depressive episode like every child does. Or, you know, space is infinite, and you could go out there and you could go find all these asteroids and rocks and planets and whatever. You know, maybe they're selling a bunk story. But also,
they could also just believe it, Bug. They could also just believe it like you, though. And they're not lying to you. It's just like a collective delusion.
Yeah, but, like, the thing is that
where everybody believes it because they think everybody else believes it.
I think it's not that hard. If we just...
What do you mean?
Like, if we got out there, we'd know.
Okay, so if we could do something that, in your mind, is like leaving the system or going somewhere to see the beyond, then we know the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, so that right there is the flaw in your logic.
Okay.
Because you don't realize that you can know right now where you're at. That's your problem. You've lost like the.
I don't know where I'm at.
You've lost it. Well, that's the thing. You lost the curiosity to realize that the power is actually within your grasp to find things out. So you're not curious enough to say, I could probably figure it out if I had the means to here on Earth. If somebody told me, well, what can I do?
Yeah.
So.
Well, I just gene edit humans, so like my plate's kind of full.
Well, I mean, you're in here now, so you're obviously curious because you're having the conversation. So I don't know how full that plate can be if you really want to know more.
Well, like, y'all know Astro Sentinel? Is he on here often?
Nah, that name sounded kind of familiar. I don't know.
Well, yeah, no, he's a flat earther, and he talks a lot about propulsion systems. And he and I got into a very big argument. And bear with me. Like, the thing that pissed me off was a fundamental misunderstanding of physics. If we were in, let's say, an Olympic-sized swimming pool of a falling object to mitigate the force of gravity, and it is a vacuum in that object, just for the sake of the argument, right? His point was that you could not propel an object by ejecting matter. You have to do it by providing a pressure differential to push the object forward. The other argument was to eject mass or matter or something out the other end. Yeah, exactly. Like India, like, oh no, that's a king. And the other idea, the NASA model, is to eject matter to propel it forward for the equal and opposite response. And I got really skeptical of your argument because I had met an individual who could not argue all sorts of stuff. Well, no, not even Yoder, because it doesn't matter about the expansion. Like, if I throw the softball, does that propel me? If I hurl matter,
I get that. Yeah, but
I
get that.
Where do we even begin to like decompile what they'd say?
But do you the presupposition of the vacuum of space would have to be in some way proposed to be an environment that you could actually travel to and test and verify, or at least some way find out that it's the case?
Yeah,
like, you can't have a position that you're saying that up there is like a certain environment.
No. But how do we get
everything,
there? Like,
everything that you're saying that works within that environment, like what you're talking about right now, would work in a specific way that you're describing it works, right? Okay,
but
so how
would we get up to space? What's limiting us?
Well, that's one thing, right? How do you get up there? But then there's a whole other argument of how things work up there in that place where they are, right? So you're trying to work within like it's already a derivative argument. You're saying, okay, so let's just say space is what they're saying it is. It's a vacuum of space with whatever pressure value they say to be up there. Based on that, this is how this would work with physics, right? And so you're arguing with him about that point, with that derivative topic. What I'm saying is, you don't even know that if you reverse back a little bit, how do you know that environment is that? Whatever it's claimed to be.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the point. Like, you guys were
then how do we get up there? How do we test it? How do we go observe
it? Wouldn't you think that would be the issue?
If I were you, I would say, I want to go figure it out for real. How would we do that?
No. We're not. It's not about figuring it out. The point is, if people are arguing about it right now in this call, there's going to be arguments about it. You've had an argument with that other guy about it, the guy you were telling us about. So how do you know that argument can be had if you don't even know if the premise of the argument can be verified to be true?
Oh, we could verify it by going there. So it's holding us back.
That's a great story. But can you do something to test and verify the claim to say,
if we get there, how do we get there? What's stopping us from getting there to test it?
What I'm saying is how can you make a statement that this is how this would work in this environment if you can't even figure out if that environment even exists you think it does.
One, the entire, like, again, I'm going to go back to the thing I said. Was I sold a big sci-fi story about this vacuum in space and stars, and then they explained it all and made it all work out in some way that what we're observing fits that bill, right?
Really?
So,
does it?
Yeah, but
my question is, how do we go out there and figure it out? If I launch a rock, like a model rocket, up there, however far it is, endlessly even, what do I need to do that? What do I need to throw a human up there or a camera? Or is it impossible? Do I hit a barrier?
Sign up real quick, AB, that this like Bug might not realize. It's not just you that stole this story. This space story was started in 300 BC before there was any evidence for it. So Democritus and Epicurus started this idea way back when there was no evidence for it. Science fiction started in 100 AD with the story written by I think it's Taciturnus. It's called A True Story, where the people of the moon fight the people of the sun. Okay?
Yeah.
So this idea is more than just now.
Yeah,
not
but
just you.
That
information. Yeah, the information was invented, is what he's saying. It wasn't discovered.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it wasn't a discovery,
in minds of men.
Bug. It wasn't a discovery. It was an invention. People made it up and then played it out. Not only that, but the atom and other things that Democritus came up with, and they had their school of people that they followed them. But then it went forward into people that were considered to be great thinkers. But it wasn't something they discovered, though. Here's that's the big part of this whole thing that you guys are just glossing over that. What is the historical context of how we know this stuff was even? Where did we derive it from? Where did it come from?
Geocentric models, or even the Norse structure.
Can I ask
all of this stuff was just.
Maybe can I ask you something? Can I ask you something?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you understand? Do you know what a hypothesis is?
What is?
Do you know that? A hypothesis?
Yeah, hypothesis. Yeah, what?
Or a theory.
It's not a theory.
Yeah, I'm asking.
It's predicting the results of an experiment. That's what a hypothesis is. Your predicted results of an experiment.
No. Something that is being predicted by an experiment.
Yeah, the predicted results of the experiment is your hypothesis. If I do X, then Y happens. That's a hypothesis.
You're predicting something, and then if you do the experiment, then it might happen, it doesn't happen. Whatever it is. I'm just asking AV or actually any of you, if something has been predicted 2,000 years ago, it's a hypothesis.
It wasn't really a prediction. They didn't have ideas about hypothesis back then. It was a metaphysical statement. They were doing metaphysics, not physics.
Well, even something
but it doesn't really matter because
it was imagination. Is an imagination? If I imagine a reality, is that a hypothesis?
Yeah, if you imagine anything, it can be a hypothesis.
I imagine a cogent argument. That's my hypothesis, and I'm predicting it'll never fucking happen.
Wait. How do you guys explain meteorites? I'm not being facetious.
Yeah, they're just a phenomenon in the sky that happens, man.
Yeah, but where did it come from?
How the fuck?
Did anybody answer that question? These questions of phenomena that occur that it seems to be there really isn't a way that you can define an explanation for them. How can you state?
No. Hold on. The meteorite literally just blew a hole through everything I was working up to. I was literally the gears were clicking over, and then I went, where the fuck do meteorites come from? Because they have no interaction or even comets are cold until they get near the sun. Meteorites don't burn until they hit the atmosphere, which shows the gradient differential. Some flat earthers believe it's a dome. Not saying you do, but like that just blows a hole through a lot of the argument.
Look, that's all that's a nice story. How do you know any of that is true? Any of it?
What?
Yeah,
what do you mean, what is the evidence for what you're saying, dude? Or whatever.
We have so many cameras that like record that shit.
Okay,
they wiped out the dinosaurs.
But you added a whole bunch of other stuff than seeing the meteor. Okay, you added, hey, it's burning up because of the temperature gradient, and the comet has a tail because it's getting closer to the sun. They aren't observing it getting closer to the sun.
But
from Earth, you can't tell the relative, like where everything is relative to where the sun is. We can only tell where it is relative to we are to a degree.
That's crazy. Hold on. I'm cured again. That's awesome.
What the
fuck? Like it's just.
We're looking from our perspective. You got to remember, we're on Earth.
Yeah,
but we gotta go somewhere.
Completely different.
Like we can categorize what they're made out of because they are a physical object that reaches Earth's surface, and we can backdate where it came from, how it happened, all that kind of stuff. That's incredible. That just blew a whole thing through it. Like even further.
How do we date them? Using what? You still haven't said how you know
carbon
anything
dating?
You're saying.
Anything like that?
Carbon dating?
Let me take a look.
Oh God, dude.
Let me.
Craters don't come from rocks from space.
Yeah, let me post something. Hold on, guys. Like Bug. Did you know that there was many different ways that the mainstream is classifying these things and like phenomena in the sky? I'm gonna post something to you. Can you just look at what I just posted real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see the acting of the Earth. I'm with you. I'm with you that it could be an alternate explanation.
No, I'm showing like the different names of the things that you're describing, what you said, the phenomena in the sky, what you're looking at, what it is. Do you see the different names that are attached to like what it looks like to be like rocks in outer space, like next to that globe? You see the names beside those? Comet, asteroid, meteor, meteoroid, meteor, fireball, meteorite. Hello?
Hey man, how is that? What does that mean to the flat Earth mind?
Bug balls it after the meteor. That's
look, it's
why did you say your phone uses satellites?
Again, what?
Why did you say phones use satellites?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, didn't you just say your phone? Said we have satellites. That's how our phones work.
Satellite phones use satellite. GPS uses satellite.
Phone, probably, but I didn't say phone.
How do you know any of that?
How do I know any of that?
Yeah.
There is such a thing called a satellite phone.
Yeah. And what's the difference between a satellite phone and a cell phone? Actually,
what's the difference between a satellite phone and a telephone?
Hold on, in the actual device, what's the difference?
That one is able to contact a satellite, and the other one, well, I guess they can both contact a satellite, right? Because it uses GPS.
They use GPS to call. They call GPS satellites. Is that what you're saying?
What does GPS stand for?
GPS. What does GPS stand for?
Yes.
Well, it's either global positioning system or ground positioning system.
Right.
Yeah,
so
but no one's making phone calls on them.
No, nobody's making, but there are satellite phones that actually communicate directly with Starlink. In the modern sense, communicate with Starlink, or they're used.
Why do they need to do that?
Because a lot of places don't have stars. Because there's no cell towers. Why don't they have?
Because there's no cell towers.
Yeah, because there's no cell towers. So they have to.
Why can't they talk to a cell tower?
Because they're too far away. So they have to use.
Because there's a ball in the way?
No.
There's not a curve of the earth is in the way. That's not in the way?
No, it's probably just like too far out.
Power, right. It might be the power. Do you want the power output? That's the difference between a satellite phone and a cell phone. Satellite phones have giant fucking batteries and huge power output. Cell phones are in the milliwatts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you're transmitting watts versus milliwatts, you can transmit a lot farther.
Okay.
There's other factors other than there's a ball in the way. We got to talk to a satellite because we've known since the 1918 at least that radio signals will go 10,000 miles.
They
Did you know
bounce
that,
off
Alish?
the ionosphere. Yeah, they bounce off the ionosphere for that.
They didn't know about the ionosphere at that time.
They don't have to know.
The
They
ionosphere
don't
is an
have to
ad
know.
hoc after the fact invention.
No, so they don't have to know about something to know it works. Just like they
It was
didn't have to
invented
know about bacteria.
after the. Yeah, it was invented after
What do you
the
mean it was
fact.
invented? What do you mean
It
it
was
was invented?
invented
It's
as
there.
a concept. Pardon me?
Everything is invented as a concept, right? So
Oh,
bacteria was
fucking
invented as a concept before they knew what hand washing was, right? But they knew, but certain cultures, like in East Asia, they've found that prevention of disease was caused by hand washing. So they did it. They didn't know why, but they knew if they washed their hands, they wouldn't get sick. They were very clean. They didn't get sick very often.
Okay, so nothing to do with this, but we're talking about the ionosphere. They needed a reason that radio waves could travel that far, and they invented the ionosphere. And specifically, Heaviside and who was the other fucking guy? It's not Helmholtz. Heaviside and I forgot what his name is. It's called the Heaviside layer. That was the name of it. They invented it ex post facto because they needed a reason. Well, Heaviside didn't have anything to send up into this ionosphere. There was no rockets. There was no balloons that went that high. They were like, how would they know about it?
Because of radio, or because of energy, right? Because of it protects us from UV rays, right?
No, that would be the what is it? Is that the ionosphere? Ozone. That's the ozone layer.
Yeah, you're right. But the ionosphere is what protects us from sun flare, like the radio waves from sun flares, right? So
that's
like when sun flares,
magnetosphere.
Magneto?
The magnetosphere, yes. Yeah, there's a bunch of spheres. Exosphere, troposphere, ionosphere, stratosphere, magnetosphere.
Thermosphere.
Thermosphere, yeah, I almost forgot that one.
How you know that, though?
Atmosphere.
I don't know any of that crap. That's just a story they tell. So the thing about the ionosphere is even we get long distance radio wave propagations on wavelengths that they say don't have an ionosphere. And the ionosphere has some pretty unique properties that's never really been observed in nature that they have to say exist to even remotely make it work, such as negative indexes of refraction.
It has been observed in nature.
Negative indexes of refraction.
So I'm telling you that the ionosphere
that means
has
power amplification, right?
No, I did not know that. But I'm telling you that it has been observed in nature because that's literally what ball lightning is. That's plasma. Ball lightning is. Yeah, ball lightning
is. Just like freaking potpourri me, dude. Like, yes, plasma exists. Whether plasma has a negative index of refraction, that's another story.
No. So I'm not saying that because I don't know that to be true. But ball lightning is.
In the deck. Yeah, I know what it is. I read about
it. Right. No. I know you know what it is. I'm saying that it is plasma contained by negatively charged air, essentially.
Okay.
Because it is gas contained within plasma contained within a independent sphere that charged gas. That's what it is.
Okay. Nobody really knows what ball lightning is. It's speculative on what it is. It's only been observed two or three times, and it's only been documented to be observed 2 times that I know of. And the whole time I was growing up, they said it was a fucking a rumor that didn't really exist.
Right. Well, it also, it's not only just ball lightning. It's St. Elmo's fire. It's other like phenomena that have to do with that they, again, yes, they did think it was fake, but it has been proven to be true. And the existence of it is based on plasma that is encased in ionized air, sort of like the thermosphere. So it's like, the ionosphere. So it's like a local representation or demonstration of how gas can be contained within using only negatively charged air, essentially, ionized air.
From what I know, the cause of ball lightning is still speculative.
Well, the cause of it, yeah, but like that's the mechanism behind it.
Well, all they have so far is videos of a freaking bright blue fucking ball. That's all they have. How would they know what it's composed of? How would they know that, Hours? They've never replicated it in a lab.
I would have to look that up. I'm not going to say for sure if they have or haven't.
I know they've been trying for fucking 5 decades. I mean, ball lightning is a bad example. The ionosphere is supposed to be a freaking layer of highly energized particles that get trapped in the Earth's magnetic field when they're ejected from the sun, right? So it's a bunch of freaking ionized particles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And the reason why we have
story. That's the story, and it also moves around, right? So, did you know that on the day side versus the night side, it has different altitudes?
Different altitude? No, I don't know about this.
Yeah, so there's different layers. There's like A, B, or no, there's D, E, and F or something. So on the daytime side, you're only supposed to be able to get to the lower layer. So propagation distances like skywave propagation or tropospheric scattering only go like 800 miles, according to the theory, right, of the ionosphere, and that the long distance shortwave propagation happens. It's thousands of miles, but it only happens at night. I used shortwave radio when I was a kid. My father had one. We used to listen to shit in Russian, shit in Spanish, shit in Japanese. So you could pick up all sorts of radio signals, but they only last for like, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes before they static out. That being what it may, the propagation I'm talking about, the Marconi propagation in 1918, happened during the day. It didn't happen at night. So it doesn't match the ionospheric theory in the first place.
When you send radio waves, so when you send radio waves, what direction do you usually point the transmitter?
Well, they were using what's called back then. They didn't make like dipole antennas. They basically had like a wire grid, and it was an omnidirectional antenna.
Yeah, it's exactly an omnidirectional antenna, which is pointing in.
But it was
if you
like
look at Marconi's
field or something in size, so it was just like steel wires that crisscrossed.
If you look at Marconi's example, he says specifically that it pointed up at like a 45-degree angle or something like that.
Well, it depends on which Marconi example you're talking about. There was a couple of them. So there was the one across the Atlantic. I'm talking about the one to Australia.
Yeah. So
a lot of people don't know about. Platter just posted in the chat. There's a plaque to the guy. Now that guy, just to let you know, this guy was an amateur radio operator that turned on his radio and heard people talking in German, and was like, "What the fuck?" Okay, this is when radio is brand new. It's 1918. So he goes to the government and says, "Hey, I can hear people talking in German." Back then, Australia was a British colony, so they contacted their superiors in Britain, and they decided, "Hey, it's World War I. Maybe we should make a communication method so we can talk to each other, in case we need to send us more troops to be killed on the freaking trenches of Germany or Belgium or wherever the fuck they were." So, and that's what they did. But they made these radio transmissions. You know that this is almost an antipode distance, right? It's like 10,000 miles. Half the globe is like 12,000, right? So this is like an antipode. This is like a North Pole to South Pole transmission.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even believe in North Pole or South Pole.
You're right. It's called an internal critique, dude.
Dude, you're not a flat earther.
Stop being a child.
Oh,
it's called an internal critique.
Right,
Yeah,
and I understand that, but wait, what is the actual distance then? If it's
The globe distance from Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia is roughly 10,000, like 196 or something.
what's the real distance then?
That is the real
What
distance.
I know. How would you know that?
Dude,
No, I'm
can you
asking
stop
you.
pretending
You know?
Come on, stop it.
Yeah, how would you know that's the real distance?
You know, people have been on airplanes before and they traveled.
Yeah, that's right. And they're flying in a fluid. So I'm going to ask you again, how do you know that's the real distance?
Again, I just said, do you know people have been on airplanes?
Yeah, I know. And I just said, hey, dude, they're flying in a fluid. That makes distance measurement fucking impossible.
What?
Okay.
They're flying in an airplane.
Why?
Because they're flying in a fluid. What don't you get, dude?
So is it the flying
fluid's in
or is it
motion.
the fluid itself?
The fluid's in motion.
Right, but if I'm moving in the wind, does that mean I can't measure how long I walked? Is that your argument?
No.
Okay, then what is?
Are you confused?
Yes,
We're
very much
asking you
so.
to clarify. Yes.
Yeah, they're not measuring a distance. Okay, they might be able to infer a distance from time over speed, but that has its problems because speed is measured with a p-top tube, which is a measure of actual air pressure. Okay, then you have other issues. Nobody's flying from Cornwall, UK to fucking Sydney, Australia in the first place. Right, and then there's other factors. Then there's other factors besides just going to straight velocity. Planes don't actually fly in great circle routes. They fly in international traffic flight corridors, okay, which aren't great circle routes. And
so
you can't get the times vary because for another reason because of the orientation of the runway and whatever your landing pattern has to be. You could be in the air for fucking 45 minutes, fucking circling a runway. So, no. There is no measured distance. They calculate the distance based upon the Haversine formula. It's calculated, not measured.
You have no way of explaining.
Address something I said. Anything. Don't talk about what I do.
Well, you just said address what you said. I'm trying to address what you said.
Yeah, you talked about me. I'm not the topic.
Well, you brought up the topic. I'm trying to address what you...
I'm not the subject matter, though.
Okay, relax. Like... The fact is, NASA's very clear on this.
The fact is, NASA's very clear on this. Okay, sure. Let's hear this. Start shoveling your shit, dude. This should be funny.
They have multiple pictures to prove. Yes.
Do they?
I do have multiple
And how do you know that?
Because they took it? What do you mean?
You took the picture?
They took it.
How do you know that? How do you know that's what the Earth looks like in that picture?
Well, because I looked at the picture.
Yeah, and compare it to what?
To Earth.
So you've seen the Earth from that vantage point to compare it to that picture?
From the picture.
You're comparing the picture to the picture?
Yeah.
Okay, just go on fucking mute. Just mute yourself, dude.
What picture are you talking about specifically?
No.
The blue marble.
Just go
I do
on
know.
mute, dude. Just go on fucking mute, dude.
No, the blue marble is a
compared the
Photoshop
picture to the picture. Come on.
That radio signal that went 10,000 miles, supposedly, it would have needed to bounce from air to sky 5 separate times. They say it would need to bounce every 2,000 miles.
Yeah, that's fine. But
which is ridiculous.
I want to be intellectually honest.
It would also, hold on. It would also, there's one more thing. It would also flatten because the inner radius and the outer radius are not equal, and then the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So each reflecting angle from the ionosphere versus the surface of the ball would be different angles, and the whole thing would flatten out. And then you'd end up being horizontal and just bounce right back to the fucking ground.
Okay, but I want to be intellectually honest and say that the blue marble is a Photoshop realized image of, because so here's the thing, the blue marble either has to be an image that was stitched together, or it has to be an image that was modified in some way by NASA, because you can't even get that shot from the moon, right? If you look at photos taken from the moon, it is not the blue marble realized, right? It's
Look, you guys are whistling past the graveyard. The graveyard is, why the fuck should I believe anything that they say? Especially a fantastic claim. Hey, I went a fucking 100,000 miles from the Earth, took out my Hasselblad 70mm camera, and took a picture of the fucking Earth inside of a goddamn tin can that had fucking aluminum less than 3 millimeters thick. Okay, why the fuck should I believe any of that shit? There's no way to evaluate the image. I have no reference to compare it to. Can't go, hey, yeah, that looks like the Earth I saw. I have no reference. All I can do is compare one fake image to some other fake image. Like that dude said, what'd you compare the image to? Compare the image to the image. And that's all you can ever do. At least he's fucking honest, even though he was trolling. How can we evaluate these images? Can we apply any scientific method analysis to any of these images? People want to talk about science all the time. Okay, what's the scientific method image analysis of these images? There is none. The only thing you can do is, hey, what's depicted in the image, does that exist in reality? Let's go check reality. Let's go check. Shows curving oceans? Let's go check to see if there's curving oceans. Shows the fucking continent that looks like that? Let's go check to see if it looks like that. Let's go see if that's how it actually is. That's all you can do. You either believe it or don't believe it. And the reason this space shit gets brought up 24/7 is because it's unfalsifiable bullshit. And you guys know it. I hate to tell you. They can't be proven real. They can't be proven not real. They're just trusted or not trusted. It's completely a trust proposition. But that's why you guys want to talk about it. Because the reason you guys think the Earth is a ball isn't because of any experiment you've done, isn't because of any test you've done. It's all for fucking sociological reasons. And psychological infirmities, to be honest about it. I mean, we just need, like, what really needs to happen, everybody just needs to start being really fucking honest about the situation. Y'all believe a bunch of shit that you got told by the television, and you believe a bunch of pictures that you can't verify, and we don't. Yeah, Himawari takes pictures of the Earth and it don't even have a camera. How does it do that, rolling my boulder? Rolling my boulder. Go on Himawari's website and look up what their imaging device is. Tell me how they're taking a picture of the Earth without a fucking camera on their satellite.
It's also not live. It's like 3 seconds delayed, I believe.
Regardless of whether it's live or not, there's no camera on it.
There's no camera on it? I gotta test this. Rolling my shoulder.
It has like a fucking spectrograph that has no lens. It uses like a fucking mirror or something.
Okay.
So they construct the image. Now, one of the things about the Himawari on top of that is they won't release the raw data to anybody. In fact, they won't even release the first iteration of the process data, even to scientists. You're going to get secondhand processed, second two-order post-processed data if you're a researcher, and then if you're just a normal dreg, you ain't going to get shit. Never mind all the pre-render shit that was on the FTP. I still got links to it.
Yeah. Water is the globe killer, really. I mean, it has to be curving at a specific rate. Like any large body of water anywhere on the Earth would have to be curving at pretty much a specific exact rate over distance. Okay, so 10 miles is going to have approximately 66 foot of curvature if the Earth's a globe. And it's just not there. So I get your question when you're talking about they have an explanation for a whole bunch of questions that people have because they're making a specific shape claim. But flat earthers could just make up some shape, right? And that would be more ridiculous than being honest and saying nobody knows that, right? Nobody that we can verify has ever just kept going south to see what happens. You probably know about the Antarctic Treaty as well, right? You can't just keep going south and work out exactly what happens. It's dangerous, and it's also illegal to do it freely. And if you get the permission to do that, then there's a whole bunch of crazy rules that come along with having that permit, which basically make it near impossible. Now, you would think that someone would have just kept going south, right, and circumnavigated the globe and come back around to where they started again, if it was a globe, right, considering countless people have done east to west circumnavigations, which would work just fine on a flat or a globe Earth. But not knowing the shape of the Earth, it's not saying that it's not a shape or that it's infinite or anything like that, right? It's just being honest and sticking with empirical evidence. Now, we can easily debunk the globe because we've got thousands of long-distance observations, laser tests, and things like that, which you've seen, obviously, some of. But explanations don't mean anything if you can't back them up with empirical evidence. Surely you agree with that?
Right, and I think the evidence for going around the globe is fairly, inconsistent because there's way less documented going around north to south than there is east to west and stuff, Yeah, there isn't any. There isn't even any claimed proper, like no one's ever done a great circle north to south. The only ones that have been claimed have been ones like One More Orbit in 2018 or 2019, where they went down from the north down to the south, and then they turned around and went back up again. That, and then they got given the, circumnavigation. If it was so doable, they would do it today. Just since they have thousands of airplanes and stuff, they would just do it to prove it to flat earthers. Why don't they just do it to prove their point and end the argument? They don't do it probably because they can't. Yeah. That makes sense. Exactly. And also just, right, not being able to find any curvature. There's just so many long-distance observations that just completely destroy the globe. They're impossible on a globe. Literally. And they don't have one observation throughout all of history that actually matches up, right, with the curvature of the Earth and says, oh, look, here's an observation over 20 miles. Here's the curvature. Here's the horizon where it should be, and so on. We've accounted for all of the weather conditions, blah, blah, blah. Here's consistent observations that match the globe. Like, there isn't one. Not that one would do the trick, right? They would need to be repeatable. Good point. Because I always think, sometimes there's flat Earth calculations of this building is this high and you can see it. Well, if the globe was true, anywhere you go on the globe with any building or any mountain or anything, you should be able to calculate if I'm, 200 miles away, I can only see the 20% at the top. Or if I'm 300 miles, only the 10% at the top. And they would just make photographs with these numbers, but there's like zero of them that I know of and stuff. It seems to show quite obviously that they can't do globe Earth math, even on this planet, which they say is the globe Earth. Yeah. So they do claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? And that's cool to have an answer, a response, an explanation, but it just falls on its head. Because the pre-requirements to have that globe aren't there, like Earth curvature. Experiment all the time and prove you can see something that's too far. Shouldn't a globe earther be able to do an experiment that says you see 50% at this distance, 75%? But there's zero examples of people posting that information on the internet.
Yeah, exactly. That's because when you actually go out and test, which is what we encourage people to do, you either become a flat earther or you just kind of bury your head in the sand or don't release the observation to the public because it didn't work out for the globe.
Right. The only pictures of curvature are those that they present from outer space, allegedly.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's true. It's always from a satellite. The planes and people on airplanes and mountains, they never see any curvature.
And
no, they'll show you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, TJ, I didn't mean to take over.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
They'll show you images of inferior mirages on a horizon and try to pass that off as Earth curvature. All the time. And we can prove that those are inferior mirages, which is what you'd expect to see on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Anything from boats to windmills to mountains to you name it.
Yeah, mirages are everywhere, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, think about it physically, geophysically. You're staring, you're gazing far with a very narrow angular field of view onto the horizon. How much information is packed into that very, very narrow angle? Let's say it's maybe 2 or 3 degrees. How much information is there? You could be staring tens of miles away, which means there are potentially, like thousands of feet squished into that very narrow angular size. What information about the Earth is happening within that narrow band? You've got a warm surface that's heating up air molecules, causing evaporation. You've got water vapor that could be condensing if it's getting cold. You've got a gradient stack of temperature, potentially several thousand of feet high, that goes from, let's say 80 degrees at the surface to 40 degrees to the tip of the peak. All of that is being compressed into a tiny, narrow field of view. And all of that is affecting the path of light to your eye from that tiny, narrow, angular field of view. And the literature is quite clear on how this affects what we see. You've got a temperature inversion that is happening in a very small angular field of view. You're going to see all kinds of wacky things going on. Turbulence to start. Potentially multiple instances of total internal reflection depending on what you're looking at and your angular relationship to it. And all of this is contributing to what is ultimately an image that isn't true. And the very fact that you can see it is killing the globe. The very fact that they can't show you that this is Earth curvature is killing the globe. You know what nobody ever sees? A refracted horizon of a boat going over the curvature of the Earth. Nobody ever sees a mirage. Maybe a superior mirage of a boat going over a curve, or an inferior mirage, or Fata Morgana of a boat going over the curve. Nobody's showing that. Within surveying literature, using theodolites to survey the Earth, they tell you, listen, these things aren't built to go measure distances, angular relationships on the horizon. The air is just too freaking chaotic to do anything useful with. You're supposed to use incremental steps, leapfrogging.
Try telling Jessica at the live that.
Yeah, I know. Their own manuals. I got this thing from Harvard from their geophysics department or whatever it's called on surveying techniques that outlines this exact process and says you're supposed to use a graduated scale. You're supposed to basically take surveying rods and survey the distance to each of those rods from each of those rods going out. so that you have an incremental measurement and not this entire measurement without that incremental scale in order to increase your accuracy. So our argument is and always has been that the horizon and the effects that go on is optical and subject to meteorological effects, geophysical effects that cause distortions, and the globers hijack this and say that's proof of Earth curvature. We say, well, okay, if you got Earth curvature, show the Earth curvature plus the known meteorological distortions, optical distortions that we see on the horizon, because both must be present, and they can't do it. And some of my favorite observations are done with infrared, which just cuts through much of this distortion, the vast majority of it. You can see through the haze. You can see light from where it actually originated instead of the altered path that it takes.
Isn't it supposed to be backwards, Yoder? Isn't it supposed to be backwards on infrared? Like you're supposed to see less instead of more? Because of the wavelength of light that...
Yeah, on a globe, you should be able to... It should be limited by the curvature of the Earth. Your distance, right? Because they claim that without infrared, we're seeing a shorter wavelength of light, which is subject to greater optical distortion, which allows us to see further. So if you pop on infrared in the glober's mindset, maybe you should be able to see less. Maybe your vision's now being obstructed by the Earth curvature. But that's not what happens. We see way further in infrared instead of shorter. It's insane. And everybody knows, right? Like, listen, if you're doing a measurement, or if you've got like a military weapon capability, or you're doing some kind of communication with optics, you want to use longer wavelengths. You want to use infrared because it just doesn't give a shit about what's in the way. So yeah, I'm still waiting for Globies to show us infrared long distance observations of beautiful Earth curvature that should be popping out in all of its glory, and it's never been done. Instead, we have hundreds of examples of the opposite.
Okay, you got me. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Infrared seeing further and further. If the normal doesn't see it, infrared should see it. If infrared doesn't see it, there's probably better systems. Where is the curvature of the Earth in any sort of photograph, photography, or video?
Yeah, it's never present. One of my favorite discoveries I found this about 2 years ago.
Good point.
There's NATO. There's a NATO contract called NATO Sapphire. Sapphire contract was funded by the U.S. Department of Navy, and this was for NATO's benefit, where they had two teams of military surveyors come out, one from Germany, one from the Netherlands, to the Chesapeake Bay, which is kind of like outside Baltimore, Washington, D.C. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to examine the optical distortion that takes place just above the surface of the water so that they could develop better models to develop better predictable paths of light that propagates just over the surface of water. I can only imagine what this might be for, like, maybe satellite communications with submarines or something, or who knows what. But anyway, they wanted to study what's called the marine layer. And so these military surveyors went out and they took infrared cameras, infrared theodolites, and infrared flashlights. And on one side of the Chesapeake Bay, they set up a tripod purposefully to be just behind the curvature of the Earth. And they called this their control. And then they had a tower. It almost looks like a ranger tower, like you'd see in an observation tower in a national forest. And they mounted lights going up this at various heights. And they set up their theodolites to measure the distance. And then they set up an infrared camera to record everything, daytime, nighttime, 24/7. They said in their report back to the government that the situation was cursed because the control light that they set behind the curvature of the Earth was visible in conditions that presented no reason for there to be any refractive effects whatsoever. They could see the damn light behind the curvature of the Earth in infrared. and they couldn't make it go away. And this is fucking up all of their mathematical models. They said in their own paper that in order to account for the curvature of the Earth, they had to artificially inflate the difference of temperature between the water and the air just above it by 1 order of magnitude, by a factor of 10. The real measured differential between the air and the water was 0.1 degrees Celsius. It was really cold. It's like the dead of winter. But they had to say it was 1 degree Celsius. They had to move the decimal over one place in order to make the model work. They had to backfit the data, the observation, into a model, dude. And this happens over and over and over again. You can go into our search bar on our server and type in Sapphire, SAPPHIRE, and probably find my posts on this stuff. I've got all the PDFs, I've got screen caps and everything else. And it's just illustrative of what's going on. You know, people say, why would they lie? I don't really know if lying is the right word. These people aren't like secret flat earthers trying to deceive people into the globe when they go out and do this. These are people who just believe in the globe, and they're like, what the hell's going on? Well, I guess we don't fully understand the nature of Earth, and we can just backfit our data into a model and call it a day. So,
yep.
Yeah, this is the problem, dude. It's almost worse. It's almost worse than a conspiracy theory. You know? What makes it almost worse is the fact that I think it's more of a black pill that the whole world has gone mad with this urban myth of the globe. You know, and to deny what's right before them in their very eyes in reality. I think that's worse than being controlled by a cabal and a back-filled, smoke-filled room.
You're crossing me just a little bit because you say the whole world has gone mad with the urban myth of the globe. And
yeah.
I believe that, except for that, you know, the smartest people in all of science are involved in the lie. Are they smart because they're liars?
What lie?
Involved in the lie?
What lie, dude?
How could they all be mad about the lie of the shape of the Earth?
I don't think it's a lie. That's what I keep trying to say. Like,
well, like, I'm
shit
sorry.
You're thinking.
I probably didn't say what I was trying to say just right. So, you think the whole world has gone mad and they believe this urban myth, but
yeah,
surely some people are smart enough to know whether it's true or false and are easily likely passing off the false story as true because it gives them some benefit. Like NASA, for example.
Yeah, well, some people at NASA probably know.
Planets, they'll pay us to go to the other planets.
You know, you're talking to some of those people right now.
Okay.
Those people you're talking to in this chat right now.
The people who believe.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
People who believe.
The people who realized something was effed up and didn't speak up about it and just took their paycheck and went home.
Okay. I believe that. I think people can just go with the lie, whether or not they know it's a lie, just because they think this is easier. I'm not going to harass people about it. And other people might care about truth and stuff.
Yeah, but so what about those guys? I mean, we only care for those who like actually want to come forth and have a discussion about it. Like, I mean, of course the world's filled with those types of people, but you have to be one to stand against that. Like, I mean,
right.
You know, you can't really fault their character too much because they're surrounded. Okay, there's one part of them that feels maybe a little bit scared for speaking up, and another part of them that has tried to be humble, adopt a tone of humility. An entire industry of people who think otherwise. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong. I mean, to me, that is a positive character trait. And it keeps people from speaking out, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. People don't want to speak out and be questioned about their beliefs and stuff, when it's much, much easier just to pretend that you're like everybody else and believe what you believe.
It's called a sunk cost fallacy. So everybody who's doing that, they can't turn back anymore. Like, there's a gentleman who comes in here every now and again. His name is Josh. I don't know if you heard of him or not, but he works with the Kuiper program on Amazon. And, he challenges what we say in here. But I think the reason why he likes coming back here is because he kind of does deep down inside know that what we're saying is true, because he's been challenged many times. He doesn't know how to prove to himself that, and to any of us, that the earth is a globe, which is an extreme challenge for him because of where he works, so like, what else is there to do, like, in somebody in his position, other than just like kind of hope, that some breakthrough happens and, they come out with it and said that the earth is flat or something. But other than that, like, he just, I don't know, keeps coming back in here, never really has much more other than what he's presented. And it's kind of sad, I think.
It is sad. It is sad. And, people don't really understand what the open, unclassified history of NASA is all about. A lot of flat earthers you'll talk to and you'll hear from almost talk as if NASA's primary mission is to hide the flat earth. And I don't think that's the case whatsoever. I think that is an outcome of what they're doing, but what they're doing is completely different. What they're meant to do is completely different. I think NASA is full of people who believe in the globe, and at the very top, there are people who know that they never succeeded in orbiting a satellite around the globe before. They don't know that the Earth is flat is the reason. And they're still trying to work on doing that today. In secret little projects, compartmentalized, they're still trying to figure this shit out. But they haven't done it in the way that they describe it.
Figure out how to do it, or that they're going to eventually figure out that it's like impossible. Because people like us, we are not scientists, we are not mathematicians, not all of us, maybe some of us, but most of us aren't, and we find it unbelievable based on some stuff we read on the internet about the math or about the physics that says it'd be impossible to fly in space and stuff. If we lay people without, any schooling about, rockets and gravity can say it's obviously impossible, shouldn't people who learn a lot be able to tell it's impossible, or are they like tricked because they learned the wrong thing?
Well, let me give you an example, okay? There was a symposium in the 80s, and this is absolutely relevant. A symposium given by a doctor, a professor of astrophysics, not really astrophysics. He's a professor of like a plasma physics, magnetophysics. Dr. Hannes Alfvén was his name. I think he comes from like Sweden or Switzerland or something like that. But he gave this conference called Double Layers in Astrophysics, and there's a PDF called Double Layers in Astrophysics that came out later that captures basically what they talked about. And it shows who, within this document, by the way, is a plasma model of Earth that's flat to simulate the plasmasphere, but that's another topic. He writes here and says this when he spoke to the audience. Dr. Azar, this is just some other guy, has studied how a number of the most used textbooks in astrophysics treat important concepts like double layers. This is the plasmasphere, right? Critical velocity, pinch effects, that has to do with magnetic field lines coming together, and circuits. He has found that students using these textbooks remain essentially ignorant of even the existence of these, in spite of the fact that some of these astrophysics students have all been well known, or all these that all of these effects have been well known for half a century. Okay, so these astrophysics students come through schools, he says, and they don't understand the basics of like electrical and magnetophysics, magnetohydrodynamics. He writes further, the conclusion is that astrophysics as a field is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data, which space telescope data, right, must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39th power times stronger than gravitation. He's addressing NASA people right now, telling them that your self-orbiting gravitational satellite bullshit is all a fraud.
Yeah, it is. Why do people fall for that at all? But you know, smart ass people in schools, do the schools teach them to lie, to have the fake version in their heads? Or are people who graduate school really not that smart and just fucking fall for this shit and believe, you know, what the mainstream is putting in their heads for reason of lying about the earth?
Yeah, it's idealistic. These are idealistic constructs, man. They're mathematical constructs. They don't have no coherence in the physical world. So like that's what Yoder is saying. He's like, basically, if this guy was actually talking to the folks that would realize that, you know, what they're looking into with gravity and that is not real, then they would apply I don't know, like how does that even go about, Yoder, that he even proposed that to them and they denied the fact that it has any merit? Like, I don't get that. Like, why would they?
What I've seen is this. Like, you go through school, maybe you take like AP chemistry, AP physics in high school. And if you're lucky and want it badly enough, maybe you get into physics in college and take first, you know, like freshman or sophomore courses. What you begin to find out is things start to get really weird and confusing. If you are smart and paying attention, you're going to be bothered by the fact that there are multiple definitions of mass that aren't very clear, that conflict with each other. There are multiple definitions of gravity that conflict with each other and aren't very clear. You move from wanting to learn and critically examine what you're thinking into a mindset of trying to memorize formulas and pass frickin' tests to get through it. And you accept potentially with humility on your part that you don't really understand this stuff. You feel maybe inadequate next to your peers who pretend to. And if you're lucky, you come out of these programs on the back end with a degree. Potentially you move into engineering where things are more practical and more hands-on, and you don't have to revisit these concepts in such a way ever again. That you move more into the applied part of it, and everything starts to make sense a bit better again. But some people stay within that abstraction of physics and maybe become like astronomers and shit.
Yeah, that doesn't sound efficient at all, man.
But a lot of people get frustrated and they quit. They wipe out. They're like, maybe I'm just too dumb to understand what the hell mass is.
Yeah.
You know, how come I read in some formulas, it looks like gas molecules are affected by gravity, and in other formulas, it appears that they aren't. Why does it seem that gravity can violate entropy in some cases, but in other cases it doesn't? And so people have these questions. Students debate with each other. And some people just get mad frustrated, say, you know what, fuck this, I'll go into computer science or something.
Mm-hmm.
So how many good potential physicists and engineers have been turned away by what this has become?
Yeah, they are almost like people who say, you know, oh, I'll never commit any sins. I'll be a good son or daughter, mother or father, because, sorry to be creepy or weird, but, you know, people who just fucking follow the Bible, or not follow the Bible, but they're just gonna lie and say whatever it takes to appease whoever might, you know, take away their privilege to go out that night, or graduate, or get dinner or food. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean. Let me read to you two passages, and then I gotta go. I'm already a bit late. Two passages from National Security Council Memo 5814. This was in 1958. It was one of the founding documents for NASA. The scope of this policy. This policy is concerned with U.S. interests in scientific, civil, military, and political activities related to outer space. It deals with sounding rockets, Earth satellites, and other space vehicles, their relationship to the exploration and use of outer space, and their political and psychological significance. Next paragraph goes on. Outer space presents a new and imposing challenge. Although the full potentialities and significance of outer space remain largely to be explored, it is already clear that there are important scientific, civil, military, and political implications for national security, including the psychological impact of outer space activities, which is of broad significance and national prestige. You think it stops there? There's another section that I want to pull up. Further down, there's actually a paragraph titled Psychological Exploitation. The last sentence of this reads, in the near future, while the USSR has superior capability in space technology, judiciously select projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Next, on reconnaissance satellites, further down. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, which had been invented yet, seek urgently a political framework which will place the use of U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States.
This is NASA documents?
Yeah, NSC 5814.
Well, it's National Security Council, not NASA, but yeah, close enough.
No, this is before NASA was founded. Includes, I got a suite of other documents where, the first panel that met together was headed by frickin' CIA staff officers. This was organized under the President's Psychological Operations Board that was formed after World War II. That's what NASA flowed out of. It's all about projecting power, technology, and capabilities that put the U.S. in the most favorable light. Do whatever it takes. And you can read between the lines. I got to step out, so I'll talk to you later.
Use that word to step back from saying we'll do it for real. If it's psychological, then it just has to be what they believe, not something we really did.
Counterintelligence. Stay blessed, Yoder. We'll see you around, man.
Later, Yoder.
Yeah, just to go back to what you were saying earlier, Shine, about why don't some highly educated people, or the vast majority of so-called highly educated people, know about this. It's because they quite often get their degrees from learning textbooks, right? Repeating, memorizing, regurgitating information that they were taught at university by their professors and from their textbooks. Not necessarily questioning the core fundamentals of their textbooks, right? So they already thought the Earth was a globe, reinforced from a young age, all the way through university. And now all of a sudden they're studying some hyper-specific topic related to a specific subject. They're just going to go deep into that. They're not going to go to their professor and say, oh, how do we really know that the Earth's a globe in the first place? Who actually went and measured that? Right? That's not something that's going to come up. That's probably nothing that they're even going to think about. And when they come in here occasionally, or when we do encounter them, they don't really know these questions any better than most people. They're not that good at answering the specific questions that are related to this topic for the most part. Sometimes they'll be more honest in admitting what they do and they don't know as well, and what scientists do and don't know. Whereas someone that's less educated might think that certain things that haven't been scientifically proven actually have been, right? And they'll argue that to the death, even though a mainstream scientist will actually say, well, this is the best we can come up with. We don't actually know for sure, but this is where we're at, right? This is our current understanding of this.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think is the significance of all that? Do you think that, like, what do we have to trust? If we can't really trust our schools to be making people smarter and stuff, who do we go to? What do we do? I mean, like...
No, that's too broad, though. I don't think anybody's saying that. That's a bit much. We're saying that the information concerning the Earth being a globe. So when you say that was a bit too broad for it to be like a general statement, like why, trusting school, like reading, writing, and arithmetic, that's like important information that you need to learn while you're going through school. Language skills, that sort of stuff.
Or whatever, because I liked, elementary school subjects that felt useful and like they contributed to my knowledge, and stuff beyond that mostly just felt like, oh, it's like a very specific fact that only some people know. Oh, it helps you in this, but not in that. And it just felt kind of like, man, these things are a waste to teach people in school because it's not even that helpful. Everything I learned earlier on, I've used my whole life long. Stuff in college and stuff, it's, interesting knowledge. Some of it's specific and helpful, but it's not like stuff I use every day, unlike stuff I learned very early in my life. Math, history, language. Stuff in college was more like philosophy, history, technical style, and just nobody seems to care about it unless they studied the exact same stuff that you studied in college. Most people don't even care. It's like the most useless knowledge in the world. Anyway.
Well, yeah, it gives a person a more broad understanding of the world around them, isn't it? So it's not just specifically those things that I mentioned earlier, but like the ones you mentioned. That's helpful in creating a person's character. Because you know a little bit of history, you know who you are, like in this country that you live in, or supposedly, right? Because everything that we hear about, we at least have to know things about our world. So that's what it's doing. It's helping us understand who we are, building our character. So education is not a bad thing. It's certain things about it that are bad, right? So that's what we would say. So in and of itself, in a general case, I mean, obviously you want somebody to be more learned than not, right? Everybody should advocate for that. Anyway, I don't like the whole, don't send your kids to school because the school is the devil, and that whole thing. It doesn't jive with me well.
Where do you live? Is where you live somewhere where the government might have conceivably rigged all schools to discriminate against truthers or something like that? Because I live in California. It feels like, Democrats run the whole state. They probably also rig your experience in college and stuff, and the teachers are part of it, and the administration.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I know what you're saying, but
politics graduate.
I mean, but that's why people that are capable can disagree with that, right?
Are you from somewhere else?
This world that we live in the U.S.
University, if it wasn't just California's universities.
Yeah, one thing we shall say, though, is that there should be a robust environment to have a disagreement with somebody and not just all be one-sided one way or the other, right? That's not what we want.
Yeah, I also agree. But I don't think college let me do that. I feel like college was super unfair. Did you go to college somewhere where it was super fair?
No, I never went, but I know people who have, and their experience is kind of like what you're saying too. I think it's more like the general case that everybody feels like, well, what are you studying for, right? But other subjects, that they study for, it's I don't know, it's not. It's really just one-sided, one way to think, and evolution and the cosmos and all that's being taught to you just kind of like a standard model. You don't get to freely think about it for yourself. It's a curriculum.
I don't know if you care to learn what I learned in college, because a lot of it, especially in science, was BS stuff, in my opinion. wasn't shown through any experiments, was taught through packets and textbooks and stuff, and the students didn't get to ask a lot of questions. When it came to other classes, there was more questions and stuff, but no, not a lot of questions in history and science. I guess you just have to take what they say for it. It was very disappointing, and I thought it was less informative than high school.
You got to treat the education system like the welfare system, okay? It's just because they're giving it to you doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it's good for you. You have to. Life's not fair. You have to get out there and do it yourself, and take care of yourself. And if you just assume that the welfare system is going to teach you the right things and give you the food whenever you need it, then it's not going to work out well for you.
Yeah, I mean, we had to learn about, red shifts, blue shifts, planetary history, elements in space. This was all in a required course. It wasn't one I didn't pass or anything. No, I didn't pass, other courses, but science, labs, I could do it, especially when it was in my first few years of college. But I just felt like the information was kind of BS. It was just all in the packet. We did a couple of experiments to prove a couple things, but it's not like we were about to prove the red shifting of stars or, gravitational pathways of planets in the class. So it's not like it proved astronomy to me or anything. Just a couple of scientific facts, and then a couple of scientific, made up facts, and then they pack it into a course and say, everybody has to take this and stuff. And of course, you probably learned the fake scientific facts even earlier in other schools and stuff. I don't know, no one was questioning the system. No one was saying, how could that be true? They all just said, yeah, this is what we're learning. Sounds true enough. Okay, we'll go with it. But in specific classes on specific subjects, people did sort of question the information and say, is this really right? Is this the best way? What if my own interpretation is better? It just didn't happen a lot in science labs or classes about, macro topics like the whole universe or all of history or anything. I don't know. It was disappointing, and for many, many reasons. But one of those was, I've always had stuff to say about everything. And people in high school and elementary school cared. In college, everyone said, shut up, you're ruining it by talking. It was like, we can't do anything we want anymore. We can't take this where we want. I thought this was supposed to be like the land of intellectual freedom or in a university to discuss higher ideals. But it was like worse than high school. It's like, you really got to shut up about this or that. Oh, you can get in real trouble instead of just high school trouble and stuff. It's like they were just threatening us with ruining our lives and trying to ruin our lives. Maybe it's different if you don't go to college in America or California or anything like that. I don't know what college is like for other people, but for me, it felt like a big trap for people who thought they might have important things to contribute to the world. A way to find them early and stop them from becoming all that special or anything. And it takes kids away from their parents and stuff. It's got to be one of the worst things. If kicking out your kid at 18 was good, some parents do this. Their kids, do drugs or drink. They're like, we're not providing for you anymore. Well, college just isn't that different. It's like, you're still our kid, but have fun doing everything on your own for 5 years when you're just out of high school. It wasn't that fun. It was hard. Anyway, what are you guys all thinking about?
I was going to say, I have a different perspective.
Once I left college. Do you think it's unfair because they want people to lie about space and stuff? Do you think it's unfair because they don't accept questions? I mean, look, YouTube and stuff doesn't accept questions. I've been trying to get them to tell the truth about space and stuff, but the way the videos are, it's never telling the truth.
Yeah, that word truth. Yeah, you're going to find out that it means something very different to a lot of people. So to you, it might mean, why don't they just come out and tell people how like it is? To them, it's like they want to tell you about the narrative, and that's truth to them. So, that word, it for everybody that's using it has a different connotation. It shouldn't have a different connotation, but it does. But what were you going to say, Josh? You were going to tell us about your experience in college?
No, I'm just saying I really enjoyed school, and I found that it was there was definitely tons of opportunities to ask questions and debate with the professors. But I'm also pretty biased. I did 8 years of college, so.
You like school?
What was younger school like? Was it the same? Because for me, it was a downgrade from high school to college.
But I also went to the second best aerospace engineering college in the country. So sorry, what?
Was your elementary school and high school better or worse than your college? You sound like you had a good time in college. You see, I think I had the opposite. I think where I was, college was the thing that was mostly rigged and stuff, and elementary school is and high school where you got to speak your real mind. And then after that, it was like, the whole culture is just trying to identify individuals who might be hostile to liberalization politics here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I took tech policy courses where it was all Socratic seminar. Like it wasn't even a lecture. It was just, hey, you need to be prepared on this topic, and we're going to just discuss and debate opinions on the role of the federal government in basic research and development funding, and why is the budget of NASA the way it is? How do we quantify the economic and societal benefits?
You guys talk about that?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, well, can you enlighten me on that topic? What was the discussion that you remember? Anything about it?
Specifically NASA or the role of federal government?
Yeah, well, NASA and their funding, their useful, their money. What were you guys thinking of?
On one hand, it's a jobs program. On the other hand, sorry, I'm trying to wolf down my breakfast. On the other hand, it's a lot of basic R&D and patents and inventions come out of NASA. So it's it's an economic multiplier, Velcro, memory foam. There's a ton of material science benefits that come out of NASA funding. So it's the combination between those two make up the vast majority of the economic.
Yeah, was that done by engineers in space flight?
Stuff that Yoder was talking about.
You lagged there for a bit, so I jumped in by accident.
No, you're good.
Most of their funding, was it done to fund those products that were made by, you said, engineers, right?
Yeah. So it's NASA.
All that stuff.
This is the Science Mission Directorate. There's the Space Technology Mission Directorate. The way it's organized is everybody, they have their own missions. They do a bunch of ground testing and figure out if the payload works, and then they work with the astrophysicists to figure out what type of science they want to do, what questions they want to go answer.
Hey, Josh. No, I mean the products that were made, the ones that you just discussed, foam and all that stuff. Was that useful? Was that useful? Right. Was that made because they went to space, or has anything to do with that, or
correct?
Was it just something that they really? Go ahead.
So there's an office within NASA called the Technology Transfer Program, so basically anything that's federally funded. If they come up with something that could be useful in industry or commercially, there's a whole program where you're able to transfer the IP over to the public or to the inventor who was a civil servant at the time. They let you keep your patents, etc. But yeah, no, Velcro was made to stick stuff to the walls of the space station without it floating away. It was invented for the ISS.
Really? Who was the inventor of it?
I have absolutely no clue. but the patent is held by I think it's public domain at this point, but the original patent was held by a NASA employee.
I mean, you could use Velcro like on a hunting backpack whenever you're hiking up a mountain to hold your water flask to your backpack. Why is it only designed for the ISS? Like it doesn't
originally designed, like it didn't exist before that, right? Like Velcro didn't exist prior to it being invented. Like the concept of having a bunch of little plastic hooks on one side and like fibers on the other. Like it was, I can dig into it later today if you'd like, but it didn't exist prior to it being invented at NASA.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, college was great. I dove in head first and really, really got into the nuts and bolts.
Could have been a professor.
Nah, fuck that. I don't get paid enough for that shit.
Yeah, but you're not doing it for the pay, dude. You're doing it for, the satisfaction of teaching younger generations.
I was going to say, like, if money was no object, like people ask me, like, if you won the lottery, what would you do? I would definitely be like a high school physics teacher. That would be my jam. But no, you have to get a doctorate to get to be a professor at most places, or unless more than an adjunct. But so I have the ability to adjunct at Georgetown and GW here in DC. So I'll go in and guest lecture once or twice a semester for different classes. But no, if I was going to teach a full class, it would either be, I don't know, when I'm empty nesting, the kids are out of the house. At some point, yes. I just don't have the patience to go get a doctorate. Like I just got master like a bunch of different master's degrees. I didn't stick around for a PhD.
So you have a bunch of master's degrees. How many do you have exactly?
Teach the flat Earth in a class, anyways. It would be against the rules.
No, that's not true. We talk about reference frames and projections, and we talk a lot about it. We took there's a class in undergrad at Georgia Tech called Spaceflight Operations, where we covered a lot of that type of stuff about how you get from the model to what you observe on the ground.
They wouldn't let you say flat Earth or talk about flat Earth at all if you had a class.
No, I disagree with that. We fundamentally have those conversations.
How does it end whenever you're trying to find the curvature, by measuring the ocean? Like, how do those arguments end?
From a human perspective, it's flat. I concede that point. But it's 3 degrees to answer your question.
Okay, nice. But how could it be from a human perspective? Like, is there another perspective that eventually becomes a ball?
We're too small.
From the astronaut perspective.
You gotta take a step back from the painting.
Oh, so you just have to go higher. So you can't see the curve from sea level, but you can see it whenever you go up in a weather balloon.
No, further than that. Y'all keep asking for the exact height. I really should actually do that research, but it's.
Yeah, you should. Elon Musk, or not Elon Musk. Nope.
Hey, so
go ahead, Dan.
I mean, he said he was an aerospace engineer. I mean, I thought that they would know that, like, right off the top of their head. Like, boom, 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 here it is.
Whoopsie.
No, because focusing on the curvature of the Earth is, step 2, right? And we spend most of our time working on, like, step 8.
We can pass their class, but they can't.
Oh, Josh. Go on now, you.
But
no, I'm just saying, I haven't done the research.
You got to be a special person to get the job.
Oh, we talked about that in nepotism in here, and like who etc. Like, I told AV I applied for a job in my life.
Look, if I was in John, I would feel the same way because he spent so much time and money on his education, which is fine, and he probably is going to have a great job and all that. But for somebody to try to crush his all of his investment into this by saying, where is it curving? I mean, yeah, I would probably be doing the same thing. I mean, that's why these professors flip out and have like a spasm or a heart attack whenever these kids are like, where's the curve? You know, because their whole life they've put into this education, into their job and their tenure. I mean, that's the whole thing. That's why the world works the way it is they compartmentalize us. It's all a part of the system.
You can't say it any better than that, Dib. Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I mean, the man's making bread, right? We know that. Josh is making bread, but outside of that, he's got to live with the fact that even if he does know that the Earth is flat, and whatever we present here can't be proven that the Earth is a globe, he still has to go to work in the job that he's doing, no matter what. Like, because he's committed, right? He's given a lot of time and effort into this that he's no turning back now, right? He can't turn this ship around, bro. He's on a one-way direction. That's it. There's no turning back. So he's going to have to do his hardest to keep the same, facade going for as long as he can.
I mean, if I really wanted to do self-preservation, I wouldn't be having this conversation with y'all.
Yeah, well, dude, that's all mental, Josh. That's all mental, bro. Like, yeah, you would. You're doing it right now because you know that if there was some reason that you couldn't be able to do it, like you couldn't live with yourself, bro, because you've invested so much. You're doing everything you can right now to show yourself that there's a reason to believe the Earth is a globe.
Do you find it weird that I don't, crash out nearly as much, or
well,
like the other
when you first came in here, you did. I guarantee it, bro.
I gotta establish some boundaries.
Dude, you're a weird one.
Out. Make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and all that jazz. But like, for as long as I've known you, like because you've been here a while, I think you would relish the fact that if somebody would come in here and give us the what's for sure. If some PhD or some other academic came in here and stood like side by side with you, I mean, you would be like eating popcorn, dude, because like you don't have that right now. You're the guy, essentially. Like, and we're asking the group is like, is there any other satellite engineers in the room except for Phil Bellum? Because that guy's he don't know what he's saying. But yeah,
I've seen like NASA's chief scientists get into these rooms. Like I've conceded the point that there is nobody. I don't think there's anybody on planet Earth that could satiate y'all's questions. So I don't think there is like a person that could pop in here and like, oh man, they're gonna dunk on these people. Like no, I don't think that exists.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm hoping somebody comes in here and does that one day. Because I want to hear some. I know all the evidence, and we know all the same shit they say every time. But I want to hear some new shit. Where's the new shit at?
Corrupt everybody and make them argue the opposite.
The new shit is you can measure the height of the building by dropping a barometer off of it.
Oh yeah, that was like last week though, bro. What's new this week?
How about this guy saying that he's this teacher and scientist and that it's all fine if the Earth is, a globe, and I don't know, he shouldn't even be in this discussion room. He's against the flat Earth. He doesn't believe it.
I'm against the flat Earth. I'm not against flat earthers.
Shove it in.
Yeah, he's fine. He can stay in here. I think the reason why we like to have him in here is people need to see what people like him talk about. And he doesn't bother me unless he bothers you.
And we don't push people out because they don't believe in flat Earth. That's not what we do.
Yeah.
So, Josh, you don't think if someone came in here...
You got to be able to know it's true.
What's up, India?
So, Josh, you don't think that if someone came in here with actual, measurements of curvature that we'd be satisfied with that? Think we would just go, nah.
Yeah,
you said you don't think we'd be satisfied by anybody, but what if they
I don't think so.
Really? Why not?
Yeah. Well, I think the goalposts are on ice skates.
Well, the question is, why has nobody? I mean, I remember like 6-7 years ago, a guy came in here.
Nobody gives a shit.
He's got to do a simple ass laser test. So we actually had a guy. We had a guy, a goalworker. He's like, one of my professors and one of his associate professors are going to go out, and they were going to do it in somewhere in Oregon or Washington State, and they were going to go do the laser test. And the weekend they did it, well, they've never come back with anything. So we've come over this time and time again, where someone says they're going to go do it, and they either did it and didn't get the result they want and disappear and vanish, or they just don't do it. So, talk is cheap, as they say. You can say nothing would satisfy. I said, no one's done anything. All they ever do is point to a screen and look, trust the screen. That's it. That's all we ever get.
I mean, they took a whole crew to Antarctica, and y'all are hyper fixated on a vape. So like,
no, who's you?
The royal you. Apologies.
Okay.
You're freaking y'all. What the hell?
First of all, this dude Duffy was told well before he ever did anything that this type of test is not dispositive of anything. Well before.
Remember, everybody, it's the ground that we're looking at, not the.
Yeah, I mean, you look at my ex dialogue with him. I said, how would this prove a glow? How would this falsify flat Earth? You know what he said? He said because the Earth has to be symmetrical. What? It doesn't even make sense, dude. Why would it have to be symmetrical?
like I said, I'd be hard pressed. Like I would like if you wanted to be satiated, I would love a very hard definition of exactly what you want, and then like I need this to be assumed away.
How do you not know after all this time?
No, I understand. It's just it's.
How do you not know after all this time you've been in here? We say it all the time. Measurements of drop.
Double talk.
Measurements of drop over distance. Really simple. It's really simple, Josh. It's not complicated.
Yeah, drop over distance assumes Cartesian space, right?
What does that mean?
That X, Y as opposed to R, rho, and phi, or theta, phi.
It's just your human.
Your beef is we're not using polar coordinates. Are you crazy? Like, have you lost your marble?
Thesis. It's just that drop over distance assumes that quote unquote drop is relative to the local flat plane that you're standing on, right? Whereas, on a globe, it would be an arc length, not a x over y down.
No, we're talking drop from the tangent, dude. The freaking curve that curves down.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Like a ruler on a bowling ball. Right, the bottom of that ruler and the surface of the ball get farther apart. That's what we're talking about. That would prove 100% one way or another.
But it's not possible to have a straight ruler while you're standing on the ball.
Why not?
Is that
y'all claim you measure 1,000th of a proton radius? Why can't you do that?
I'm just saying there's because it's wait repeat. Was that CERN? Were you talking about
LIGO?
Like a particle accelerator? LIGO.
LIGO claims they measure 1,000th of a proton radius.
Yeah, that's in a vacuum tube, right? So a laser test, long distance observation, all that is light traveling through a medium, so you can't get it perfectly straight. So that's why I say the only way you can measure is by taking a step back and going up.
Well, so check this out. I mean, there's going to be a distance where the curvature of the beam, even if there is some, is going to be so different from what the surface of the ball would be, is that you don't need to be that precise. Unless you're positing that you can have a beam whose ray just like goes completely in a circle back around.
No, because then you'd have to understand the conditions of the medium on every step along the length of the beam, right? So I don't,
Yeah, so you're trying to make it impossible, unfalsifiable. nonsense.
Oh, I'm just saying I don't think it's measurable from the surface.
The globe is copium.
Now,
Indio.
Hear
Before
really
you
close to
joined,
what
he
he just
said,
said. It's not measurable.
No, he said this before you joined. He said it's the human perspective is where you can't see the curve.
Like a
you have to
floor.
go into outer space.
Giant flat rectangle. All the Earth is flat, like it's a giant flat circle, but that makes sense under your feet and stuff. As you go up, you see in a circle, not a rectangle. The whole Earth is flat.
Josh, you sound like the Pope. Only the Pope knows the true word of God. Only the Pope can interpret the Bible.
Whoa. That's assuming the Catholics are right. Jesus Christ. You're just assuming I'm Catholic?
No,
I'm just saying to that, Indio. Come on.
It's an analogous argument where we can't do it. We have to trust some other authority to do it.
I think you're atheist, isn't it?
No. I'm 100% agnostic. I think atheists are dumb.
He's 100% certain that he's uncertain.
100%.
100%.
I'm not uncertain. I'm certain in my uncertainty.
Yeah, we really.
This is
how does that circle jerk work?
I mean, certain.
I'm 100% certain that nobody has the right answer.
Really? How are you certain of that?
I haven't had any first-hand evidence of anything greater than humans. Therefore, all religions must have been creations of humans, and therefore they're infallible because no humans know the context of their.
Yeah, where did the first thought? Let's put it this way. Where did the first thought come from?
A human.
Fly that to NASA.
Yeah. Were they the Were they the originators of the thought?
Yeah, it's infallible. Yeah. But I'm saying prove it.
No, prove it. No, wait a minute. Wait. No. Prove that the first thought was from a human, like that they came from them.
I have no idea. I don't know.
How could you? Yeah, exactly. That's the. Yeah, I mean, your uncertainty, dude. Your uncertainty goes all the way back to the place where you think you were certain on something. You're going to be uncertain. There's no way you can derive certainty from the uncertainty that you're telling us that you believe in.
I disagree.
Well, you can disagree all you like, but it's just true. So if you're saying that you're certain that everything,
the first thought came from a human or didn't come from a human.
So here's the thing, though. You think that things that are thoughts, you can actually say that you're uncertain. You're 100% sure about your uncertainty. You can't be 100% sure in a realm of being uncertain. It's just like a snake eating its own tail. So there's no way you can.
Definition of faith, isn't it? Right, deriving certainty from the uncertain.
Yeah, but how can you be sure, being uncertain, that you're certain?
You just said you can't have a flat ruler on a curved Earth. How do you know the Earth's curved? I mean, it's like it's a circle jerk.
Yeah. It's a big circle jerk.
Okay.
But I'm trying to get him.
Josh said he's seen no evidence. Right. Do you accept anything other than material world things as evidence?
I don't believe in the metaphysical, no.
So there you go. You will never accept anything that is not material as evidence when we're talking about things that are immaterial. So even if you had something immaterial as evidence, you wouldn't accept it. So you basically set up something impossible to do.
If there is a God,
something impossible.
If there is a God, they are material.
Well, says who?
That's just my perspective.
Yeah, your perspective, and how do you know you're right?
I don't know I'm right.
So then you're uncertain. You can never be certain about your uncertainty, ever.
Okay.
Are there things that exist which are not material? Or the only things that exist in the world are material?
I mean, that could be true. But I'm just okay, cool. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any proof of any claim that makes me think, okay, yeah, that's right.
There's things that exist which are not material, which are absolutely true, and this is easy to prove. All abstract ideas, such as math, logic, truth, things like that. Those things, those exist, but they're not in the material world. I can prove they exist. I can prove the law of identity exists. It's simple.
Yeah, because
It don't exist in the material world, though. So you just like jettison logic, reason, mathematics.
Socially acceptable immaterial things, like I can vibe with that, but I understand the social context of their creation, right?
You think the law of identity is a social construct?
Because you're communicating it to other monkey brains that I observe the same laws of logic that you do.
They're independent of human beings. They still exist independent of a human mind.
Have you ever demonstrated to someone who doesn't have a human mind? Like, I don't like.
What do you
how do you know that's true?
You don't know any of that.
Josh, I didn't say brain, I said mind. And the very fact you're referencing a mind.
Just believe in the higher concept, the spirit, the thing that occupies that idea of belief. But those things aren't proven on any sort of physical level.
Hey, you gotta believe.
No, but they don't exist either. Why would you believe in them if there's literally no like physical proof?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just here not
everything.
Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. Like, lift others up around you, and then you're good. You don't need anything else.
It's physical
yes, that's the question.
Physical stuff.
Oh, yes, that's the question. How do you know if it exists? It's not in the material world. We can know things through purely through reason.
The rules every time. So, and you don't see it. Not.
Hey, man, you're completely talking over Indio. Like social cues.
Not reality.
Well, I mean, let's just put the handbrake on this because fuck the metaphysics, right? So.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good.
Back to curvature. I mean, so your claim is that it's immeasurable. That's impossible to measure.
Lord.
No, let's get back to that, dude, because you said that we wouldn't accept anything, and you're claiming that it's not that we wouldn't accept it for some other reasons, simply because it's immeasurable. Or you're saying even if it was measurable, we wouldn't even accept a measurement. Which one?
I mean, you can go look at the Porchart train, like power. Power lines over and down in Louisiana. Exactly right. Like,
no, hold on.
Goalposts, right?
What was measured?
The fact that they're all the same height moving over water and they look like they curve outside of just straight vanishing point perspective.
And Josh, have you looked closely at those images? So at the end of the power line one, it's an inferior mirage. You can clearly see it's an inferior mirage because it splits in half and there's a mirror image of the tallest tower that's at the end. Okay, and then if you go and look up Lake Pontchartrain data on what the water temperature versus air temperature is, they have 2 temperature inversions a day. So they got buoys in Lake Pontchartrain that measure the wet water and wet air temperature every 6 minutes. So on that day where he took that photo, there is a temperature inversion. You know why I know that? Because I have the data. I have the historical data for that day because I know the exact day he took the image.
And now we can have this discussion because it's putting through a medium. The light's going through a medium. Therefore, I think
that's why we're measuring. We're not just looking at it. That's why we're measuring. We're not just simply looking at it and making it a subjective opinion about it.
Why is this guy just talking? Dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. It's just the photograph you chose to use to describe your example is an easily provable fake.
Dude, that's great. That's great, but don't interrupt. Just
water mirage bends the light into nothing.
It's a real photograph. Okay, it's not a fake. Okay, it's a real photograph.
Curve that much in like 1 mile.
Shine. Can you put yourself on mute, please?
Okay.
Okay. So Lake Pontchartrain has 2 temperature inversions a day. The water and air temperature are very close to each other, and they flip back and forth. Because Lake Pontchartrain is very shallow. It's something like 11 feet deep. So people have taken plenty of video and photos of it not looking like this. So why don't you think about it for a second? 30,000 cars go over that bridge every single day. If you could see Earth curve there, right, at that location, they would have set up a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge. Come to Lake Pontchartrain and see Earth curve. No one's ever done that because this is a rare temperature.
I don't think people give a shit about y'all. Like they think that even admitting that there's
people give a shit about money. People give a shit about money. And if you could see the curvature of the Earth at Lake Pontchartrain, there'd be a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge, so you could go there and see the curve of the Earth.
I mean, that's assuming that there's enough, like the social benefit or the economic benefit would be worth the social ostracization of of catering to flat earthers.
No, they would have done this years ago, bro. It had nothing to do with flat Earth. People would just do it just because it's a novelty. Okay, that's why they would do it. But the fact of the matter is, Lake Pontchartrain has been thoroughly studied. In fact, on one side of Lake Pontchartrain versus the other side, they have actually different climates. The USGS studied this area. It is literally the worst place in the world to do an observation. The worst. You literally could not pick a worse place.
Okay.
Which is why, like the one of the bridge, that it looks like the hump that's in the middle, that they're coming straight down at like a 80-degree angle, like they're falling off a cliff. The bridge don't look like that. I don't want to know why you would pick that place. I really don't.
Well, yeah, it's just from a globe perspective, that's an easy win, and obviously there's more nuance there.
It's called grasping at straws.
Do you want me to post all the data? Because I got graphs of all the data of Lake Pontchartrain.
No, I get it. I understand.
Graph out for 45 days. I got a graph for that day, right? I got a graph specifically for that day showing the temperature inversion. And I have computer simulations of atmospheric refraction from the 80s that show that exact same phenomenon. That a flat surface that they used, and they simulated a temperature inversion, and it makes that flat surface look curved. And I have someone doing it for real with sugar water in a fish tank with a camera at one end and a background on the other end of the fish tank. This is on Action Labs, of it making the exact same visual effect. So this is an Earth curve, okay? Period.
Yeah, exactly. It's traveling through a medium. Like that's what, that's what I'm saying. Like from a human perspective, I don't think there's anything conclusive that could be used to prove. Like I think there's too many variables to have it discussed unless there's.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you say that it looks flat? Didn't you say it looks flat earlier? You said that earlier. You say it looks. Well, why are you showing Indio this picture where it looks like it's curving? That goes against what you said earlier.
You thought we forgot.
I'm saying that it's traveling through a medium.
We didn't forget.
I understand. No, I'm saying,
does it look flat or does it look curved? Does it look flat or does it look curved, Josh? You need to pick a lane.
I'm saying it looks curved, but obviously there's more nuances there because the light's traveling through a medium.
Okay, so your earlier statement that it looks flat was not true then.
No, I'm saying for the vast majority of things, like the human perspective, the Earth is flat. I still stand by that.
So then why are you standing by this?
I'm saying it's saying from a glober perspective, from someone who says that.
What are you trying to do? What is the difference between a glober and a human?
What I'm saying it's low.
You said from the human. You said from the human. You said from the human perspective, it looks flat, but from a glober perspective, it's curved. What the fuck is that?
The human's just out there looking around with no preconceived notions of what they're looking for. A glober is looking.
Oh, so that's the difference. That's the difference.
Yeah. That's what you asked me for.
So you would put that Lake Pontchartrain image in front of a human, and a human would be like, "Oh, I'm not looking for a curve, but there it is."
Does this dude just say that globers aren't humans?
I don't know. He said this. I'm just following his logic right now.
Yeah, no, okay. I digress.
I apologize. I'm saying from the royal you, the human race, like you walk around, looking around, and it looks flat.
But you said earlier. Yeah, there you go. See, he said it again. So it looks flat, but then when you look at the Lake Pontchartrain image, you're like, oh, it looks curved. Right?
It does, and that's due to the.
Okay, so are you going to pick a lane?
Just pointed towards.
Are you going to pick a lane, whether it looks flat or curved?
One is my own personal opinion, and one is not. Like, I
God, bro!
There's nuance here, and.
So okay, when you're telling us from the picture that you're looking at, is it from your perspective or someone else's?
From my perspective, it looks curved because I know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so it looks curved. So now you're choosing curved.
Personal perspective. From my personal perspective, I'm saying from a human
no such thing, brother.
So when it looks flat, when does that happen? From your perspective, when does that happen? When does that occur?
I mean, almost everywhere else.
Okay.
Bro, there's only males and females, and it's either curved or flat. Okay, come on.
I'm gonna hand this back to you, bro. I just wanted to get him on that point
everything-
because he was
everything is
double
shades of
speaking.
gray.
He's double speaking, as you can clearly hear.
Yeah, I am double speaking. One is me and one's not me.
Oh shit, dude! What are you having an out of body experience? What the fuck, bro?
No, you're allowed to talk about a reference population that's not your own opinion. Like, I
No,
apologize
dude.
that we got mixed up there.
So no, we're not mixed up. You're double speaking in the sense of saying, I look at the Lake Poncho. I'm glad that you identified that. Like, that clears up a lot.
You're getting caught up in an aha moment, Josh, and you just don't want to. You don't want to. You
No,
look
it's all
like
good. I
you don't know what you're talking
admit I'm
about.
double speaking. I didn't explain clear enough that I was talking about me in one stance.
No, bro.
On,
you
generic
didn't have to
population in
explain,
another.
bro. You didn't have to explain clearly. We understood you when you said it looks flat. We know that that's what you're saying when you look at the Earth. But when you look at the picture of Lake Pontchartrain, your brain wants to make it look like it's a globe from the ground level.
Yes, agreed.
There you go.
That's exactly what we're saying. Okay, that's what we were talking past each other. I apologize.
No, we're not talking past, brother. We're not talking past each other. I hear you very clearly.
Okay.
So does the
you
audience.
regurgitated back to me what I intended to say, so we are good.
All right, carry on.
That's all good.
Well, just quickly, because I just wanted to address what Josh said before, like the Lake Pontchartrain's an easy W for the globe, but you kind of like doubles, like you're contradicting yourself when you're saying, well, now you know it's just a miraging effect or an atmospheric effect that's taking place. So how would that make it a W for the globe? Like you said earlier?
from y'all's perspective, right? Like if a Glober walks in here off the street and says, "Go look at Lake Pontchartrain," like that's it looks curved. Therefore, it's they don't give a shit about quote unquote superior miraging and temperature.
How would that be an easy W?
You're straw manning my position and what I said. I said measure. I didn't say go look at it and see what it looks like.
Oh,
I never said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking.
Well, there's a difference, right, between just looking at it and making a subjective evaluation and taking out a fucking tape measure. I think there's a difference between those two activities.
I think that a Glober coming in off the street wouldn't understand that. Yes.
Well, none of you guys seem to understand it. You guys think calculations are measurements, think looking at shit is measurements. You think everything is measurement but measurement.
What's a Glober coming off the street? There's Globers coming off the
they come
universities
all the time.
and they come out of
You're one of them.
Where do you come from?
Your level of understanding of the claims when it comes to the bending of light and refraction and whatnot are just as bad as the Glober that comes off the street that you're trying to put shit on right now.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Like,
Okay, so Josh,
that's why I don't usually talk about long distance observations because I don't know jack shit about that.
Okay. So Josh,
aren't you like an aerospace school?
Yeah, space. The whole reason I did space is because I didn't want to deal with the medium, right? Like I took thermodynamics and I had to start dealing with like humidity and gas fractions, and I'm just like, fuck that. I want to deal with vacuum.
Why are you saying fuck that? Because it didn't make sense.
I mean, no, it's more complicated, and I didn't really enjoy chemistry. I'm much more of a mechanics guy.
It's probably complicated because it doesn't make sense in the real world.
I mean, it's just I didn't enjoy it, so I didn't want to do it.
So you enjoy learning about space, which nobody knows anything about, and nobody ever will unless you are Elon Musk.
No, he don't know anything either, and neither does Josh. You're relying on other people.
I still don't get how Pontchartrain is a win for the Globers if we apparently see an apparent curve that's way too pronounced to be Earth curve, and they claim it's Earth curve. That seems to be a big L.
Yeah. Holy smoke is Drake,
it's a win
What's up,
for
bro?
the Globers off the streets. We're off the streets, son.
You buckle up.
Oh, jeez, come on. Y'all seen
Grace is here, buckle up.
Walking in, and they say, y'all are stupid.
Grace is here. We're going to have to let him talk to Josh for a little bit, see if he can...
break me, man.
Yeah,
no, I asked you, tell me, how is it a win?
Oh, it's like easily digestible information, right? It's a meme.
You mean it's wrong information being parroted incorrectly, and how is that a win?
Yeah, just saying, like, it's very similar to the memes and things that y'all post in the side chat.
No, it's not. So do not try to jump away from the actual thing here. You're trying to justify your position, not trying to strawman it with something else. Like you might have seen a meme that's not indicative of our position as a whole, because we're not a collective like you. We don't have a position like you that is dependent on belief in a greater system. We just have the mechanics of how things actually work, like light refraction.
Okay, I apologize.
So Josh, what it sounds like to me is that you're like, well, we have a meme like punch chain. It looks like Earth curve, so it's a W, because even though that's not actually Earth curve, people continue to believe it's Earth curve, and all we want is for people to keep believing the Earth is a goal. Is that your goal? Believe it no matter what, even if it's based. Do you want people to believe it, even if that belief is based upon bullshit?
I mean, you can invert that for many of the memes that are posited by flat Earth.
Don't say what about you, dude.
No,
I'm talking about you.
Yeah, you're also misframing. Like when we post, for instance, a meme, I posted, for instance, a picture of Lake Pontchartrain with no refraction, so the pylons are completely straight and you can see the shore on the other side. So that is an image that contradicts the other image. So now you have to start to think about your claim, which is that in your first image, that curve you see is Earth's curve. That's all it's meant to do. The difference between the images, or what you call memes, is that the claims that are being presented with them. Do you see the difference?
Even the straight picture still has refraction. The light is still moving through a medium and it's refracting.
Yeah, bro, that's not how. Bro,
as a function of altitude and distance.
Bro. There's always going to be some slight variations, but refraction is not. If there's no optical density difference in the medium between the targets, or if it's normalized, there's virtually zero refraction.
Yeah, that's not possible. That's not possible.
Yeah, it can be normalized. Yes, it can be.
I disagree.
Yeah, you can, but that doesn't change anything.
Bro, where did you get that idea?
Fluid dynamics, man. Every single molecule in a volume, like there's no such thing as a uniform temperature and pressure in a fluid.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's uniform. It's the atmosphere is anisotropic and inhomogeneous. The problem is when you have the light traveling from one point to another point, and those differences balance out, the light is not going to be refracting up or down by much at all. So it's going to reach the other end.
All is not zero.
Yeah, well, that refraction up and down,
you said zero
the refraction up and down, then balances out. That creates a pretty straight standard.
Pretty straight standard. You're using weasel words here, man. Zero refraction is not possible.
Yeah, you're saying minuscule differences that are undetectable are something that's gonna change anything.
How can you prove that they're undetectable? Do you have a sensor?
Because you cannot detect them.
Square inch. What? I mean, do you have a sensor every single?
You should listen to Drace explain these things to you, right? Because he has a very good understanding of how this works. And if you just would actually listen to him, you'll actually learn something off him about how this works.
I understand.
You don't understand. You don't understand. You should be listening. You're the student right now. He knows a lot about this.
I just want to make it clear to everybody that zero refraction is not possible.
It is easily.
We're trying to listen to him too.
Let me give you an example. For instance, a very simple example with two mediums like a fish tank. If you look normal to the surface, this is basic Snell's law. You don't have an angle of refraction, so there's zero refraction.
Yeah, but it's not basic Snell's law.
Yeah, but weasel words.
I'm saying you need to deal with differential Snell's law here, not basic Snell's law.
No, it's very much principle, actually. And the thing is, when you try to assume modern ways of dealing with refraction in the air is mostly modeling and assuming those models are consistent. And so you keep switching your models until what you see matches the model. But that does not infer that the paths are like that, but that one model appears to match that vision or view. So the problem here is we've been looking into this very deeply, and so for the globe to be true, you need the light to be refracting down around the globe to allow you to see further. So we have thousands of instances where we can see way too far for the globe, and so in those instances the only excuse the globe has is that light must be bending around the globe to allow us to see further. Okay, so we go and test that. Now, in infrared cameras work on infrared, and infrared refracts less than visible light, and so we should always see the horizon closer in images when we see too far in infrared. So if we see too far in visible light, and we should also see too far in infrared, but just less far because it refracts less, if the conditions of the globe are true and light is refracting. However, when we look in infrared versus visible light, we see further in infrared. So, and when we look at the conditions of the day and we measure, for instance, the temperature, humidity, and pressure on both sides and or over a frozen lake, we find pretty normalized conditions at times, and at those times we can see straight across. When there's more refraction, we see less. So that is contrary to what is required for the globe to be true.
Do you have any documentation I can go read? I appreciate, and I'm following, so I do appreciate the information. But you had to have gone from a layman to knowing what you know now. Is there any good material you could send my way?
There's a ton of material. First of all, where to start? There's of course.
It doesn't have to be now. I'm just saying, like, if you come across something, like.
Okay, let's start here. You are aware that refraction is wavelength dependent, right? It has a wavelength dependency.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's why you get the prism, right?
Yeah.
For,
yeah. So it has a wavelength dependency, and that is directly related to the absorption. You might not know that. That's kind of a nuanced thing. And it's well known that infrared, that's why we use it for, tracking, planes, missiles, people, etc., because it's absorbed less. So the refractive index, the how much infrared light will be refracted as you go toward that end of the wavelength, right? So it's lesser like ultraviolet and blue, and then it's more for ultraviolet and blue, that end of the spectrum, and less at the redder end of the spectrum. There's an optical window in infrared. In fact, the point is that it's easy to just go, hey, if there's less refraction. So what they claim is the more refraction there is, the more something is lifted up, right? The more the ray curves around the surface of the Earth. So in infrared, right? If it's curving less than the horizon, that was a brilliant argument, Trace. I've never heard that before. The horizon should actually appear closer than what it would be in a more refracted day, when it's actually the opposite. And there's one I actually know about, the San Jacinto infrared, where the horizon is 5 miles too far, at least 5 miles, probably more. And it's easy to know where it is because of where it was taken, the features that the picture was taken of, where the camera was. You just simply know that the horizon's more than 20 miles, and the horizon, according to the globe map, is supposed to be 5 miles. Well, he also has the same in visible light, and you can't even see the shoreline because of the horizon. Well, the horizon should be farther if it's being refracted more in the visible light than it is in the infrared light. And what Trey said, it's the opposite.
Yeah, the same would also be true with.
It's like how basic do you want it? You know what I mean? Like, that's up to you.
The same would also be true with, like, you look at anything at a distance, and if it's too far to be seen and you can still see colors, all of those colors should be shifting based on the refractive difference between those wavelengths. And so we don't see any evidence of the light being actually refracted when we see too far. We only see evidence of, like, when the conditions are such that we have a lot of refraction, it lowers how far we see, because when you think about it, if the light is coming from the other side of the lake and the bottom rays are dropping down and hitting the water, of course you're not seeing the bottom rays. Of course the bottom of the boat starts to disappear as a consequence.
That makes sense.
And then there's the other thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, anything in text would love to read.
And then, there's dispersion, right? You mentioned it with the prism, right? The rainbow. You should have dispersion in a camera. They would call it chromatic aberration, right? You should have dispersion if you had a high refractive condition out there in the environment. But no one's ever observed this, where you see a blue mountain peak and at the bottom of the mountain it's reddish, right? This difference in color because the light rays get spread out. We do observe this astronomically, though. We do observe this with planets. They actually make chromatic correctors, right? Astronomical chromatic correctors that have a mirror in it that you merge the red and blue image together. So we do see this. It's not like it's not there. It's just not there in any terrestrial sense. Ever. Like never. None of the 200 plus mile ones.
And as for documentation, just read about refraction. There's ton of official documentation where you can read about all this. It's not very complicated. And if you want to see people inadvertently testing this, most of the world record long distance photographs are taken in infrared because they see further. And the best part is they generally take a picture in visible light before, so you generally have that differential. So it doesn't match the physics.
Sorry, I'm reading through the side chat.
Like pictures of the moon I took with my smartphone.
The good question is, what is the evidence for refraction, the way the globe says? And their evidence is that the Earth looks flat, which is fucking crazy. Hey, what's your evidence that light curves around the ball? Oh, the Earth looks flat. You know how cuckoo that is, dude?
Yeah, that's also how they determine how much refraction was that day, is by how flat it looked.
Yeah, the flatter it looks, the more refraction. But Josh, this has to be your position. Well, I mean, your position is, trust me, bro, but I mean, everybody else's position that why these long distance observations and measurements don't mean anything. You guys have to try and take a big dump on them and try to convince everybody that they don't mean anything.
The worse.
Well, the military would like to have a word with you, okay?
Yeah, in their worldview, the worse seeing of the conditions, the better the observation.
Yep. The worst part is the military uses.
Like this, people take away.
Sorry. What I wanted to say was that the worst part is the military, like was slightly mentioned earlier, uses tri-beam different wavelength targeting systems to exclude any possibility of the target being displaced or be able to calculate how much it is displaced by the dispersion of the lasers or through the targeting system. And so we can use the same principles here on Earth, just use the different wavelengths to see how much the dispersion is, if there's any. And so far, we have not seen any evidence that the Earth is curved and light is somehow trying to hide it by violating its own basic functionality.
You solve the whole paradox by simply saying it's an optical effect, not a physical effect. The whole thing's solved. That easy.
I appreciate all the content in the side chat.
Here's a little point. Like, I love arguing with ChatGPT all the time, and there's some misconceptions that a lot of people use. Like, ChatGPT there's a lot. For instance, they claim like downward bending is the norm, but that's relative to like if you're like looking at the Earth from outside the Earth in an orthographic view, not relative to you on the surface though, because under normal conditions the ray would still continue to rise up into the air. That's just the physics of it. So they're quite literally screwed.
Yeah, like I said, I appreciate all the content. Feel free to send me stuff to read. More than happy to. Like I said, I'm very dumb on this topic.
So I sent Jay Tolan Media. So if you scroll up, I sent the infrared and I just sent the visible light. Now, if you look at the infrared and you zoom in on this, you can see what the hell is it? The name of it? Can't remember the name. It's something marina, right? And that marina comes up to the ocean, but it has a jetty, a barrier, and you can see all the way into the marina. And the marina is at 20 miles, and you can see into it where they park their boats, right? So we know that that's at 20 miles. Well, the globe curve calculation is the horizon supposed to be 15 miles away. But you can see the water surface 20 miles away. Now you can say, hey, that's refraction or whatever. But then when, like Trey said, like I said, I can't say it enough, man, that was a brilliant deduction, is that the horizon is way closer. Way closer. Right? Some of the buildings are cut off. You can't see them. This is the exact opposite of what it should be. If the globe, the globe mechanism for refraction actually existed, we're seeing the opposite of what it would predict.
Yeah, I was gonna say I need to look into the. I haven't thought of doing long range with either infrared or other wavelengths.
Well, the other thing about infrared is like it penetrates through haze and water vapor, right? Particulates in the air. It isn't affected really by infrared as much. And what I've come to find out, because I've borrowed a multispectral camera and I got an infrared filter, is that consumer cameras, their infrared filter doesn't really have a high activation. So the actual optimal window is something like 1200 nanometer or 1500 nanometer. But your consumer cameras aren't sensitive. Well, it's not that they're not sensitive enough. It's that the material they make the sensor out of has like an upper threshold to like, because the radiation has to activate the electrons on the sensor, and in this particular, the elements they use for consumer sensors, there isn't enough. It's not powerful enough. The sources aren't bright enough. But you can do like 930 nanometer with a long exposure, or you just buy one specifically made for that purpose. But they also have what they call shortwave infrared. But those cameras are like thousands of dollars, like tens of thousands of dollars. They use a different type of sensor. They're like 1500 nanometer.
I was gonna say I got my phone and that's about it.
Yeah, well, I made a 30-mile observation with a iPhone 4S, which is a piece of garbage. "30 miles from 15 feet above sea level, I watched a ship sail from 6 miles away, tracked with marinetraffic.com, which tracks, well, at this particular location, they use a radar station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts. And I watched the boat for 3.5 hours sail out to sea, never disappearing, never any of that. I mean, it got smaller and smaller, it was tiny. And then to verify I was seeing what I see, I went on top of a parking garage, which is like 100 feet above the sea level, and could obviously see it more clearly. But even from that 100-foot elevation, I should not have seen it. No, I mean, we could sit here and just believe that the light rays are, curving around the surface of the Earth in such a way as to make the Earth just look flat. How that would work in any conceivable way, I do not know. Like I can't even visualize it geometrically how you would make a curved surface look flat.
Just imagine how uniform the air would need to be for a vista. When you look out, and you can see 30 miles when you should be at most be able to see 10 miles, let's say. And you look over that vista, if the horizon is refracting, then the horizon you're seeing shouldn't be the true horizon, and the difference in refraction between you and each point of that horizon should be different, unless you're saying the whole air is uniform to create this uniform refraction. Like it's not uniform. It's like uniformly in that. I don't know how to say that in English.
Oh, to me, Grace, like the structure of the air is such that every path of light has to follow a different arcing path.
Exactly. It somehow would have to match magically to create a perfectly flat line. What should be happening in those cases, if that was happening, is that the whole horizon should fluctuate like a wavy line depending on the conditions between you and that point.
I think that's what we do see, though, right? Like at very, very long distances, like even on days.
No, we don't see. We don't see a massive difference in the horizon. It's not like an S-like curve. When you put a ruler to the horizon is straight.
But if you zoom way in, you see kind of like these miraging effects and waves up and down, and as a function of time, right? Because
you can see waves in the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, and smearing of distant objects.
It's a medium.
Yeah, there's shimmering effects
in the right geometry.
Yeah, shimmering effects are also a consequence of turbulence.
Oh, and turbulence is exactly what we're talking about here at this point.
Yeah, but that's slight variations in the straightforward, and the propagation is still going to be relatively straightforward. It's not deviations that could allow you to see extra 10 miles. And those extra 10 miles would be variant due to the differences. So you would be able to see 10 miles over there, 5 over there, 3 over there, depending on the conditions. But when we look, we see 10 miles too far there, 10 miles over there, all around us.
Well, no, I think it does change, but it's and this is once again me shooting from the hip, but my gut's telling me that it's 9.98 miles in that direction, 10.02 miles in that direction. Like it does change as a function of azimuth and time, but it's not,
How could the horizon look flat?
Right. The molecular composition of air must be conformal to the curvature of the Earth, such that it flattens it out.
The horizon can't be more than one distance away, because then it wouldn't look like a straight line. Horizon means bounding circle. So a bounding circle is equidistant from the observer, right? So that, because you're
that doesn't take into account the medium, though.
But we're talking about what it would look like, right? So, and what it would look like if the horizon is equidistant, it would look like a line around you. But if it's not equidistant, it would not look like a line. One part of the horizon would be lower or higher than some other part.
A lot lower farther away. No, it would just be, a tiny little bit, and it might be imperceptible to the eye, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know.
We just went over. You're seeing over 10 miles of what you shouldn't be seeing. So that should be extra 10 miles of extra stuff added on top of the horizon, being bent above the axial horizon to create an illusion. That's what the Globers believe. They believe they're seeing illusions. Okay, and so depending on the conditions between them and the illusion. And so that illusion would shift.
Yeah, shift, but like the magnitude of the shift. Like I'm just saying the dynamic portion of this might be...
Yeah, the magnitude of the shift would be dependent on the conditions. And problem is, the Globers do not have the conditions to even create the bending down in the first place.
I can agree with that.
So there's no way to even model this. So this is the funny part, Josh. You know how they actually do model this? They just change the size of the globe.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like computational fluid dynamics, like
No, I'm talking about when they model
molecules.
No, that's not even remotely how they model it. What they do is they'll say there's X amount of refraction, right? That means, like, what they'll do is they'll take the curvature of the radius of a right, because they're assuming a spherically symmetrical atmosphere. The standard is like 7.6R. So they multiply 7.6 times the radius, and they make the globe bigger. And then they do all the straight ray calculations. They don't calculate curved rays. There's no way. Like, think about this, Josh. I have a vertical sensor. It's a flat plane inside the camera. That's what I'm trying to project the image onto. Now I have this curved surface, and there's a horizon which I can't see past. And as that curve gets further and further away, it follows an exponential function. Now I need to map all the rays to my vertical sensor, right, off this surface in such a way as to make that curved surface look like a flat surface on the sensor. Right, so each point of distance further, it's more and more and more and more curvature that I have to curve the ray. Like nobody could even. There's no computation that could even do this. You might be able to do it by trial and error or something.
It depends on how granular you want to get, right? Like CFD simulations could do that.
To unfurl the ball. You know how you like unroll a scroll? It's like a scroll. You unroll a rolled up piece of paper. That's kind of what you're doing when you unroll you have to unroll the globe so that it looks flat. How could you do this? Optically. Now we've seen Globers try to say, yes, it's possible for things to lift up things from beyond the horizon. And what they'll do is they'll take butane or CO2 or something crazy, right, that's super cold. When I say super cold, in the negative digits, right, they do it in regular room temperature air. And they go, look, this thing behind the thing got picked up. Want to know what never happens? You never see the surface. You never see the horizon move. Ever. You might see some stretched object that was partially behind it. Right, stretched out, but it's easy to see that something's happening. Now, the elephant in the room on this particular point is the fact that they're using stuff that is the refractive index is 1.4 or 1.3, and they're using the super crazy temperature gradient. So that alone demonstrates the fact that they're using unphysical what we call unnatural conditions, and unnatural not in the sense supernatural, unnatural in the sense that outside in nature, the weather's never doesn't have 70-degree temperature gradients in 1 foot. It also doesn't have giant fucking CO2 loads or butane floating around, right? So the very fact it takes an extreme special case condition to even demonstrate the possibility should show you that it's not possible, because the refractive index in theirs varies in the 5th decimal place. It doesn't. It isn't in the 1st decimal place. It's in the 5th decimal place. It's in the millionths. So the temperature, the 70-degree versus 69-degree temperature difference varies to the refractive index 0.0000024 versus 0.0000237. So it's a slight variation because you have a single medium. Right, so even if you have a 10-degree temperature difference, you could have a 100-degree temperature difference in a foot, and it still isn't going to change as much as what the difference would be in CO2 in air or butane in air. Right, they're just not the same. The point is to even demonstrate that it's even possible, they have to use these extreme experiments. When we can go out and demonstrate that, hey, you can make the horizon appear way shorter than it has to be. We don't need to do any extreme conditions. We can just go out in nature and show that a little RC boat or whatever will appear to disappear over the horizon on something we know has to be a flat surface because it's well shorter than where the horizon should even be. And you have a horizon that's appearing 700 feet away instead of appearing 2,600 feet away. Right? We're observing this in nature. We're not observing it in a lab under some weird conditions that don't exist in nature. So this is really the position of both sides. One side says, yes, X is happening. Well, can you demonstrate that in the lab? Oh, sure, I can demonstrate in the lab. Give me some butane and some CO2. We'll make the butane negative 40 degrees Celsius, and we'll make the CO2 negative 60 degrees Celsius, right? Something that don't exist in nature. Negative 60 degrees Celsius next to 70-degree air don't exist in nature. I'm sorry. But we can just go out and go, hey, there's a nice freaking smooth lake. There's no ripples on it. Let's just take a camera, set it real low, and sail this RC boat away. And we can observe our contention. We don't need to do anything special.
Yeah, we just test what we're told. We're told to believe all this stuff, and then we go test it. We have hundreds of laser tests over frozen lakes at all conditions of the day. The globe just isn't there, and it's just not enough to just hand wave away all of the data that comes from the world itself and just go with the preconceived notions, because that's what we were all taught. That's the easy way out. It's kind of like when we saw New York City skyline across that water, and people will be like, "Oh, that's an illusion. That's a hologram. That's a mirage." But then Rob Skipa just went on a boat, took his camera out, saw it at one start of the water, and just kept the camera on it the entire time and sailed to the other side. It didn't warp. It didn't change. It wasn't a mirage. We were just told to believe that. No one tested it. I don't really care what shape the Earth is in the end. I just care about the truth. Worst part is I really wanted it to be a globe. And this whole thing just it's kind of a litmus test. Are you a person who just follows blindly what other people believe, or do you actually go and look into it? And I wanted to have some foundation in my belief in the globe. That's the only reason I'm looking into this. And the more you look into this, the less solid it is, because that's what it is. It's not solid at all. It's in the mind mostly. The little bit that's not is like misconceptions, like you measure the ground flat and then you wrap it into a ball afterwards because of the belief. That's not reasonable. You did one thing right, and that was measuring it flat. And that's one of the things what I love about this community is we go back and look at all of the so-called evidence from the globe side, and we just keep consistently finding that, wait, they did measure it flat. But oh yeah, see, here they divorced reality, are comparing what they're seeing in perspective to this orthographic view to reify into existence the globe, and now they're claiming it's a globe. But in the beginning, they just measured it flat. So that's what we're looking at, the actual data, the foundations that they're building it on, and then looking at why are you adding this? And when there's no reasonable reason for adding it, we can reasonably conclude that this is coming from some preconceived idea that it must be a globe.
Yeah, the thing you ask is, what is the justification? And when we look into what the justification is for adding this refraction thing, there isn't any other than the Earth looks flat. That's their justification. Which to me, it's crazy. I don't know. Call me, like, is that crazy, or is it just me that thinks it's crazy? That, yeah, we know there's globe refraction because of how flat it looks. And the flatter it looks, the more globe refraction there is. That's
I got a question.
Insane, dude.
Somebody earlier said that, you have to see it, then they tell you what kind of refraction is it's that day, but all I hear is Globey saying they can make all the predictions. How come we can't predict what the refraction is going to be before we see what we see? How come it has to be a post-diction, not a prediction?
Yeah, that's a good question. And then they'll say it's too complex. Well, if it's too complex, how do you know your post-diction's correct if you can't make the prediction? How are you matching these up?
And the funny thing about it is it always comes up to where, we have a stance to say the Earth is flat. It's a little bit lower, a little bit higher. No, it's right where a flat earther would say it's at. So, yeah, it's a very troublesome thing here, this predicting refraction thing.
So what's up, Brian? You doing X tonight?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to probably get in there in about an hour. Kind of just tooling right now, getting some stuff down. I was listening to the conversation.
I don't know. Josh left. Josh is our resident satellite.
Yeah, I'm here.
I think he bailed. Oh, he's here. Josh Ingersoll.
Did you hear my question on predicting the refraction for tomorrow?
Yeah, he's disavowed that. You say that he's not an expert, so.
It's a good question, though, right?
How is globe refraction? And I call it globe refraction because it has to be a globe for it to refract that way. Can't be anything else, right? You have to have a curved atmosphere that curves light.
Yeah, and a globe dropping away from the beam, so that's the problem here is the beam is traveling along the Earth in the same optical density, roughly, because of the temperature gradient, humidity gradient, and the pressure gradient. However, in the globe view, they claim atmospheric refraction exists because the Earth is dropping away from the beam. So the beam is going up into less dense medium, and so it will bend away from the normal. But the problem is, that doesn't actually cause the beam to go back down. It just straightens the beam out a little bit, so it doesn't actually go straight into space in that model. It would just not go as straight. It would just curve a little bit. but it wouldn't like go back down, because otherwise at that point you're actually turning the light around. You're not. Now it's going from less dense medium into a more dense medium, and you have a different, based on the angle of incidence, relative to the pseudo boundaries of the different optical densities, you have a different refraction. So they have a real problem getting that beam back to the ground, and so generally what they do is they say, well, it must be super refraction, which has no actual like basis for it other than just like, well, it is like must be bending this much because the Earth is a ball and we can see the beam.
And the sad thing is the refraction gets less as the higher you go up, man. I posted in the chat there the world record photo. You know, we got 275 miles looking at Pic Gaspard there from 9,200 feet. That whole mountain range should be under 3 miles of physical curvature. But yeah, you can see the whole mountain range. Pretty devastating for the globe Earth there.
So I just posted one taken from 27,000 feet in an airplane. Those mountains are 500 miles. They're between 450 and 500 miles from the camera. Okay, so they should be 9 miles under the curve of the Earth, under the horizon.
Can you post videos in there?
Yeah.
In the chat?
Yeah.
I think I got one. It's a pilot, an SR-71, talking about how he's in around Tucson, Arizona, and he can see all the way the Rocky Mountains all the way up to Canada. You can see the coastline to LA, which just completely destroys. And this guy's the SR-71. Their max height is like 82,000 feet, 85,000 feet, something like that. I don't know if he was up that high, but he was up pretty high. Let's see if I can find it.
Does anybody have a picture of the weather balloon camera that is showing the sun and how it's making like a hot spot of light on the ocean, and then you can see like the moon far off to the left in the same picture?
Man, I had one. I might still have it. It was a sunset that actually disappeared before the horizon.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Kind of like turns into like a puddle blob and then poof, disappears right before.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
You know what's funny is they've never actually measured the globe. They come up with the globe in their brains. They conjure an image of a ball in their heads. And then they take real world physical measurements of a flat Earth. And they say, you know what, these measurements can't be right. We got a margin of error, you know. And well, it just so happens that the globe fits within the margin of error. So let's just accept that margin of error, folks. And you know, it's even funnier. Like over time, technology got better. So the physical instrumentation for measuring the Earth got more precise. And those margins of error started to narrow. And suddenly the globe didn't quite fit within those margins of error anymore. So you know what they do? They start inventing all kinds of other crazy shit that gives them more errors to work with. And so, oh, thank God. Now we have like the deflection of the vertical, right? Now we've got gravity fields that's bending starlight so that we have enough error from outer space in order to construe the globe when I look horizontally over the Earth.
Why do we have seasons, bro?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why do we have seasons? Ask God. Ask God, dude.
No, not why. Oh, how?
Oh, how? How do we have seasons? Because the sun moves over different parts of the earth over the course of a year.
Dude, you're telling me, like, if you, I don't know how to explain it in English, but a big ass sun rotates to the earth.
Well, it doesn't look that big in the sky. Nobody knows what it is or how far it is.
No, it's 400 moons, I guess, away.
Well, yeah, says who, right? I mean, how do you measure that?
I use meters.
Yeah, somebody used a meter stick in outer space,
no.
right?
I thought like you said like photometer. Yeah, like a ginormous meter.
Yeah. And look, nobody's actually measured these distances. The distances that we have available to us in outer space come from ratios.
Yeah, using the moon.
And the assigned distances are arbitrary.
Hello, guys. Hello.
Hello, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. So the question on the table is how do we have seasons? We've got a sun that moves its course through the sky, and it moves between points in the sky called the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. These represent the furthest migration of the sun in the sky over the course of a tropical year. The midpoint between the two is the celestial equator.
Okay.
Yep. So that's how the sun migrates its course through the sky, giving light and energy to different parts of the earth at different times throughout the year.
Okay. But first, what type of flat earthers are you exactly?
Empirical rationalists.
I don't
or
know
rational empiricists.
What does this mean? I mean,
well, we use reason and evidence.
Yeah, I know you use reason and evidence, of course. What else you can use? I mean,
precisely.
Yeah, I mean,
what kind of flat earthers are we? What does that mean?
As opposed to esoteric flat earthers, right? Who use like, I don't know, chicken bones and tea leaves.
No, I mean, most of people think like the Earth is flat, and the center of the Earth is the North Pole. And
no,
the rest is, okay,
no, there's no center of the Earth.
I mean, okay, so how? What type of flat Earth it is? How flat are we talking?
It's one that measures flat.
Yeah, we measure the surface, like Cyclone said. That's how we concluded that the Earth is flat. Now, where is the center of flat Earth? Hell if I know.
Yeah, so if the Earth is flat, so there must be a center somewhere.
Now, you've been presented an image of flat Earth that is a globe map that was flattened out like a pancake. That's not what we believe.
Okay, where's the image? It's not here.
Well,
right?
It sounds like that's what you're thinking of.
Okay,
maybe we should explain it to him in a high level term. So we're not claiming a shape or a layout or a size of the Earth.
Okay.
We're just pointing out that the Earth's surface is claimed to be covered in water to 70% of its surface. And that water measures flat over any distance that it can be measured, not curved, right? On the globe, the bodies of water, the lakes, the oceans, they have to be curving to match that ball, right?
Yeah, of course.
Well, when they're measured, they're not doing that. They're just flat. So whatever the size and the makeup and the layout of this realm that we're in, it's a topographical plane, not a ball.
Yeah, but topographical plane has a center, right? Isn't it?
Well, maybe. And if you can find one, you can let us know. But we're not. We're just pointing out.
Oh, okay.
This is the thing that gets me about this. Like, new people come in like,
I have
hey,
another
explain the whole universe to me. Where's the center? How big is it? It's like, guys, we've done some groundwork. Maybe you can lend a hand. We're not here to figure everything out. We're just pointing out that it measures flat, so it's not a globe. That doesn't mean we have all the answers. Get involved. Help us figure some stuff out.
Okay. hear me out. What do you think about? Okay, I've encountered several theories like this one that I'm going to tell you now. It is about the ice wall. So what if?
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Ice wall? Okay. What?
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever heard of it or had any?
Like in Game of Thrones?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, no, the mainstream, the militaries of the world and things will refer to the ice shelves of Antarctica as being walls of ice. Yeah. So what?
Yeah. So, like, there's footage of people that already went to Antarctica saying that there is already land beyond Antarctica.
Yeah, those are the guys that told us about the ice walls.
It's just speculation again, dude. Just speculation. So we can talk speculation, but we prefer to talk about empirical evidence, what can be observed, measured, tested, and known. Right? You could spend all day talking about theories, but where's that going to get you?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that says the opposite of this one. Like, what if really there's land beyond Antarctica? And some people also, I don't know if you don't mind me talking about Hitler.
Yeah, no, that's not the topic. The topic's the
yeah. No. I mean, yeah, we're talking about the Earth because in Nazi Germany, and
they went to Antarctica, did some bases. It doesn't matter, dude.
You sound like a crazy flat earther, dude.
No, I'm not, but I've just heard some theories, and I think they're reasonable. And I saw that there's 24/7 flat Earth discourse, so I just came to discuss maybe some people that have more theories like this.
We talk about. I'm gonna burst your bubble, dude. Okay, we talk about laser tests, infrared optics, wave and ray models of light. We talk about metrology, which is the field of measurements. We talk about geometry and math. We love geometry, some calculus.
Yeah, we're doing the science in here.
And the philosophy of science. And the philosophy of mathematics, specifically.
Yeah, that's.
Although we do have a speculation Sunday where people will speculate on theories. We can do a bit of speculation, but so what's your position then? Do you understand that the Earth is not a globe, or are you on the fence, or what?
Well, currently, I don't have a really clear idea, but I still think that the Earth is a globe. But
okay, well, this is where we should start then. There's no point in us speaking for hours about theories about flat Earth if you think the Earth's a globe. So tell us what makes you think the Earth is a globe.
Because that's what I've heard from school, and it's reasonable knowing that.
Okay.
The Earth circles around.
We understand that's what we are told in school and on TV, but we want to know what the actual proof is in reality that we can test. What's that?
Yeah, we should know, surely, but.
Yeah. So what do you have any evidence beyond just you were told? Because if not, then I don't know why you would say that you believe in it and that it makes the most sense if the only evidence you have is you were told it at school. That's not even evidence. It's just a claim you were given.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't made good research about this, so that's all I think.
Right, so that's the first thing you need to do. You shouldn't be thinking about theories about ice walls in Antarctica and the center of the Earth. You should be thinking, what proof exists that the ground I live on is a big spinning ball, since that's what you claim you believe?
Yeah, maybe the sky at night, the stars.
Okay, how do the stars tell you the Earth's a ball?
because if you do time lapse camera or if you just follow the stars or the moon with your eyes at night, you find that it is moving in a certain path, and this path, if you compare it to the theories that we believe in, that the Earth is round, then
No. But see, when you say you compare them to the theories that the Earth is round, that means you're working backwards to fit a globe when you shouldn't be doing that. You just take the observation that you have and you go from there. So far you have the observation of the stars are moving in a particular repeating pattern. That's all you have.
Yeah, that's all.
So how does that tell you the Earth's a ball that's spinning?
No, it's just the only fact that I can see is that the moon has a route, and this fact, if we compared it to the global Earth, then it
No, but we don't have a global Earth to compare that to at the moment. That's what we're asking for evidence for.
Okay, so
start with the ground. Listen, this is another thing. You're going straight to the sky when I'm asking you about the ground beneath your feet. Okay?
Okay.
So I need you to think of evidence that proves the ground beneath your feet is curving at a specific rate and in motion. So what evidence is there for that?
To be honest, there's none.
Right. So if you realize that, why do you believe that it does or that it is?
Well, that's why I'm here. I want to know what you guys think. Do you have any?
If you're agreeing that there is no evidence for there being curvature or motion, what you are actually saying is that you only have evidence for flat and motionless. Do you realize that?
Yeah, that's true actually.
Right. So you only have evidence that it's flat and motionless, but you believe it's a spinning ball because someone told you so. Do you see how that's not a good basis for your whole worldview?
Yeah, I got it. But is there anything else I can notice?
Yeah. How about the fact that everybody in the world believes that Earth is a globe and thinks that flat earthers are stupid? You wouldn't want to be associated with stupid people, would you?
Well, I don't really mind that because the world is full of lies, so we cannot tell who's right and who's wrong.
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, you don't need to go out and tell people that you understand the Earth isn't a ball. You can keep that to yourself. Technically, this is a personal understanding of your reality.
Yeah.
Right? It's personal to you anyway. So I guess if you're asking, is there anything else? What do you mean? Is there any more evidence that it's flat or questions for the globe?
Exactly.
What are you looking for?
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
So, yeah,
What you guys think?
physical. Yeah, there's loads. There's literally endless proof that it's flat and motionless. So the physical nature of water, for one, right?
Yeah.
We understand that. So the physical nature of water is that it takes the shape of its container and it finds its level when it rests, right? It evens out and the surface is flat, right? Like you fill up a cup of water and the surface is going to be flat, right?
Yeah.
You do that in a bathtub, it's going to be flat. In a pond, it's going to be flat. Swimming pool, flat. So you can keep scaling it up, and the water is going to maintain its physical properties, which is to find its own level. Okay, so they tell us that the physical surface of the Earth is covered in 70% water. Now, if that's the case, then we have a 70% flattened level surface, right? Which rules out the possibility of it being a globe. What that gives you is more like a giant lake with some islands sticking out of it, and the lake's just flat.
Yeah. Yeah, but if we compare this, what you say, the gravity is if the Earth is a globe and there's a center of gravity in the
Well, if the Earth was a globe, then the water wouldn't be flat, but it is.
No, the water actually attracts to the center of the gravity.
That's what he's telling you, dude.
That's the claim for the globe, and that would necessitate that the water be curved.
not flat.
It would also mean that gravity overrides the way that molecules bond with each other to form the surface layer of water where it meets the air.
Yeah, but I don't
But
know.
it doesn't.
Mhm.
Because gravity is about 40 orders of magnitude weaker than the bonding force of molecules, as they claim, as the globe earthers claim.
Okay, but I mean
Okay,
that's
get this in your
scientific.
mind. Get this in your mind. A body of water, a lake, right? You've been to a lake before?
Yeah, of course.
Did you notice any curvature of the lake?
No, maybe we cannot notice it with
Yeah. So you see a flat body of water.
Yeah.
Right. So now imagine in your mind that water bends and curves on the surface. Okay, you doing that?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, that's what you have to do in order to believe in a globe. You have to force your mind to imagine that, because there is no way to experience it, because it doesn't occur. Now that you've got that curved body of water locked in your mind, understand that the globe side are arguing that is physical reality. Yeah?
Yeah, but they claim that the center of gravity is very far, so we
Doesn't
cannot
matter. Doesn't matter. They're claiming that surface of water that you're imagining to be bent is physically that bent water. Now,
Yeah.
has anyone in all of human history ever measured a surface of a lake to be curved like you're imagining in your mind right now? Like
No.
comparing it to a straight reference.
No. Yeah, they use like they use math like the lake is not curved. Is not curved, of course.
No. They say it is curved.
Yeah, they say it's curved, but when they measure the surface of they measure whatever they're measuring, they don't imply that it could be like.
So you already know that they measure the lake flat.
Yeah, of course. I know it.
So
Yeah.
okay, so you can't believe in a globe then. You must understand that the Earth's surface, being covered in 70% water, is flat overall, because they're measuring the water to be flat, not curved.
It could be. Yeah, that's a good argument.
Well, it's a winning argument. It's a contradiction to say that the globe could be flat. It can't be. It has to be curved at a specific rate.
Maybe the measurement can't by itself tell us such thing, because maybe the measuring that they are doing is not 100% true, and it's only.
No, they say it should be measurable. The numbers that they give us, it should be measurable. It should be detectable.
Yeah,
but when people go out, it's not. It's not there.
Yeah, but if they measure it like if they measure it and measure it like the Earth is not flat, it's a globe, then the error margin is not so big. So
no one's ever done that, like you just said.
Yeah, that's true.
So why has no one ever done that? If it is that.
Maybe they have done it, and the difference is like a few liters.
No one's ever done it. If someone had done it, we wouldn't be here. Why do you think we're here?
Right. That's true.
Yeah, we're not just talking. We're not just sitting around bullshitting about ice walls. We're figuring out that there's actually no curvature to this surface. So it can't be a ball.
But could that be the only argument that actually makes?
Well, it's. I mean, you can make loads of arguments for why it's flat and not a ball, but we only need that one, because a ball cannot be flat.
Well,
and flat isn't a shape, so we're not claiming a shape of it. Like I said, we're just pointing out the nature of the surface is such that it cannot be the globe that they've told us. You understand?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I understand. I'm gonna look that up.
Okay. Are you on our home server, by the way?
Oh, which home server?
Okay, it's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's discord.gg/flat earth. Someone send this guy the link, and there's terabytes of information, PDFs, articles, videos, documentaries, that tell you the other side, right? Because you've only been told about the globe. You've never been presented any information that really contradicts or challenges that. This is one of the few places. This is one of the few places online that you can go and actually research that information. So someone will send you the link, and when you join it, scroll down to the additional information sections, and you'll see all the rooms, which are alphabetized, and it covers all the topics that you probably want to know about. So,
okay. Can someone put it on the chat?
Actually, you see the users in this VC right now, all the names.
Yeah.
You scroll to the top, and there's 2 YouTube bots. Yeah, because we're streaming live to YouTube 24/7. Just so you know.
24/7 live. Yeah.
Yeah. So click on one of those accounts, and you'll see a link to the server on the
Earth.
So there's one that's Discord/Flat Earth, right? Click on that and join it.
Ah, cool. I'm in.
Right. Okay. Scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channel, and you'll see an alphabetized section, A to Z. Starts with Antarctica. Has a load of different things. So if you're like, what about NASA? You can scroll to N. You see all those channels?
Yeah, I see them.
Yeah, so take your time. I mean, you could spend a year easily reading through all the information we have in there. So, but what I'm talking about right now in terms of curvature, there's channels curvature under C, and then there's long distance observations and laser tests. And this is how people are testing the claim that the water is curved by testing line of sight, basically.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go. Once you leave this conversation, you're not just adrift in an ocean with no idea where to look. You've got some resources that you can research. And we're on this server, and we're on the politics server, and our home server, and we're streaming 24/7, talking to people from all across the big flat Earth. So you can come back and ask questions anytime.
Yeah, that's actually cool. I've started searching about this recently, like 2 days ago. And
Good man. Well, we can give you loads of good resources, and you can ask your questions here. Okay.
In this Discord or the other one?
In any of the Discords that we're in. You're in this one right now, so ask your questions here. But you can also ask them in the home server or on the politics server. We're in a bunch of places.
Yeah. Okay.
And subscribe to the YouTubes. Shout out to Helio and Flatloid Legends. Like and subscribe. Anyway, with that, I'm going to leave you boys. So I'll leave you in the capable hands of Amish and whoever else is available from the Flat Earth side. I'm going to clock off, but good to hear you guys, Amish. Hope you're well.
Thank you, Cyclone.
Yeah. Thank you, bro.
Absolute legend, that guy.
Yeah. He's an absolute legend for sure. I think he left already. Okay, so you're part of the same server?
Yeah, that's right. I've been around for about 4 years.
So hey, it's not refraction. But what about all that wibbly wobbly light? Look, I'm not here to fight. I just wanna know if it's not refraction, then what the heck is it? I don't know, it's all you have to say. And look, I click, quote, repeat every day. I'm not sure where we're going with this conversation. Only I ain't ever gonna arrive at a destination. If you can't be honest and just be admitting that there's more to the convo, the depth I'm not here to fight. I just wanna know if it's not reflection, then what the heck is isn't? Then what the heck is ignition? I don't know, it's all you have to say. Oh, oh, and like a clip running repeat every day. I'm not sure where we're going with this conversation. Only I ain't ever gonna arrive at a destination. Only I ain't ever gonna arrive at a destination. If you can't be honest and just be admitting that there's more to the convo, the definitions. I don't believe in natures.
You ever meet somebody so loud, so wrong? You wonder how they made it this long. Let's go. Yo, they come swinging with citations like they batting for a league. Cherry picking every snippet just to prop up their fatigue. Ain't a thought inside they own, but they flex like they the throne. Copy paste it personnel, it ain't a mind that's really grown. They scroll for a quote, slap it down, call it fact. Misinterpret every line, twist it up, break its back. They ain't searching for the truth, they just schooling for applause. A parade of little puppets trying to mimic all the flaws. Pretended clowns, yo, they stumble, they fall, acting like they understand the blueprint of it all. But every word they spit is just a recycled sound. Yeah, we see you. You're just a pretender clown. You're just a pretender clown. Yeah. They the type to hear one thing, then spin it like a DJ. Build an argument around something nobody even said today. Confirmation bias on a drip feed, IV drowning in illusions that they swear they can't see. Ringleaders on the mic with the fakest of personas, ego pumping through their veins. Yo, somebody call a donor. They claim originality like they wrote the dictionary, but the only thing they mastered is imaginary commentary. Pretender clowns, yo, they stumble, they fall, acting like they understand the blueprint of it all. But every word they spit is just a recycled sound. Yeah, we see you. You're just a pretender clown. Yeah, you're just a pretender clown. Yeah, you're just a pretender clown. Listen, nah, forget it. They don't listen at all. They just wait for they turn to throw nonsense at the wall. Here to reply, never here to comprehend. Turn every conversation to a circus in the end. Audience sitting there, wasting their time, watching self-appointed prophets trying to pantomime rhyme. But wisdom ain't a costume and truth ain't a crown, and none of that fits on a pretender clown. Look, I'm sick of these trolls with their cults of personality, cosplaying intellect while avoiding our reality. Fronting like they built the world with deep originality, but can't even draw a line without cherry picking fallacy. That echo of the echo of the echo of a fraud, ringing out like a bell swung by the hands of a facade. Try to drown our reasons and with a circus full of sound, but the tent collapses when the truth comes around. Pretender clowns, yo, they stumble, they fall, acting like they understand the blueprint of it all. But every word they spit is just a recycled sound. We exposed you. You just a pretender clown. Just a pretender clown. Curtain down.